Hello and welcome to LNAudioBooks. Please subscribe and leave your suggestions and favorite novels on this channel. Thank you so much, and please enjoy the light novel. Volume 6 of The Eighth Sun. Are you kidding me? Chapter 57, Competition. The appraised value of the spoils obtained by hunting and gathering until evening is the rule. Since it's over the span of 5 days, don't forget to pace yourselves. Burkhart. Early morning of the next day we decided to start the competition, which was done over again to settle the score. After greeting Burkhart-san, who was a former elite adventurer, the team's army, Katharina and Daoshi as one-man teams and Iru's group, who will compete by a united team of 5 people. Although Ina snapped unusually due to Katharina's abusive words yesterday, she shouldn't be able to win by herself after all. The joint effort of the 5 people as a team was something inevitable. That's because powerful magicians hold such level of overwhelming strength. Ina, don't do the impossible. Wendlin. Of course, even I'm not an idiot to such a degree. Ina. That means? Wendlin. We will compensate with numbers and also, our main target will be gathering. Ina. I see, they thought up a truly clever move. If you hunt large monsters, the price per monster will be high, but it will take time. If that's the case, one should limit the hunting to self-defense and earn income by exploiting their numbers with the gathering of produce like fruit types and expensive medicinal plants. That was also a strategy more befitting to the calm Ina. Nice. The point is to discover places with produce, which has high unit prices. Wendlin. If you consider how harshly you spoke, that's a pretty small-minded method. Katharina. You as well. Since you are believing it's fine for an adventurer to just hunt monsters by shooting flashy magic, you are a simpleton, right? Ina. What did you say? Katharina. Katharina provokes Ina, but ends up getting enraged being countered by Ina in reverse. Certainly, what Ina has said is right. If an adventurer subjugates powerful monsters flashily, they might be seen as cool by amateurs. But it's not like that's all there is to the work of an adventurer. An adventurer's job is to acquire things that will sell at least. That is, if they defeated dragons and powerful monsters, those would become money. However, as there are only few adventurers capable of doing that, there are actually many adventurers choosing the way of getting income by gathering things mostly. As it would be troublesome for the adventurers guild's side as well, if they were to die or get seriously injured in reckless subjugation. Adventurers, who earn constant income for as long as possible, were very welcome. As for elite adventurers, there isn't any more but a handful of those. In fact, in the past there have been adventurers who exceeded 10,000 cents in their lifetime by efficiently and skillfully gathering high-priced produce in plain, remote forest without ever entering a monster domain. Such people will end up hidden in the shadows of elite adventurers. But it was a fact that they were successful albeit hidden. Oju-chan's, quarreling is prohibited. Take care to resolve such things through the competition. Burkhart. Understood. Ina. I got it. Katharina. As expected of Katharina, she gave an obedient reply to the warning of Burkhart-san, who was a renowned adventurer. It's likely she is unable to object imprudently, given that he is possessing accomplishments she can't complain about. Well then. Start. Burkhart. Upon Burkhart-san's call the competition begins. However, it's not like I will do anything different. Entering the demon forest, I'm just neatly killing the monsters who come rushing at me. I don't change the method of piercing arrows, made out of wooden branches, into their weak spots and the lower half of their brain stems from behind either. Since I was struck with the idea of compressing the entirety of the wooden branches with magic before changing them into arrows round yesterday evening, it only increased the misfortune for the monsters, who were pierced with an increased force. However, they don't learn, or rather, Wendlin. I thought they would be a bit more intelligent. But as usual the monsters tore at my deployed magic barrier and thrust their claws with a sound of grinding, scrunching and scratching. And they die being stabbed into their vital spots from behind. Even the other monsters, although it will be fine for them to give up after having seen the final moments of the monster that attacked before, they repeat the absolutely same attack and get defeated in the same way. I didn't understand if they might be unable to settle down or else have a far too aggressive instinct rather than being plain dumb. Phew. An onigiri has to have a dried plum after all. Wendlin. Same as yesterday, I took my lunch in the midst of monsters continuing with the sounds of scratching, crunching and grinding at my magic barrier. But the result is me having defeated more than yesterday by raising my efficiency. If it's like this, I won't likely lose to that Katharina. However, she shouldn't be standing around and folding her arms either. I had to be on guard. Rather, I don't give a damn about something like a competition. Wendlin. Also, for some reason there was the matter of Doughty participating, but there's no way for that man to die. I can imagine his strategy to be simple as well. Wendlin. In order to not being wounded by monsters, he has been probably beating them to death or smashing their heads just like the flying dragon some time ago. Not long ago I heard the continuous cries of death agony by something that seemed to be monsters, but I tried to not overly mind it for the sake of my mental sanity. Also, how far will Iryu's group be able to approach Katharina's results by skillfully and efficiently earning income through putting priority on gathering, I wonder. Well then, let's continue to hunt. Wendlin. Advancing to skillfully and efficiently hunt in the afternoon of that day as well. That will continue for 5 days. 2. Leaving the magic bag, where the spoil was put in, to the guild's employee. There doesn't seem to be something like an announcement of the current rankings like in quiz shows of my previous life. Well, so much loot. Can't you have such contest every day? Guild staff. In this time's competition the guild side cooperated remarkably, but from their point of view, it appears to be something desirable to increase the profits by 3 famous magicians competing over the outcome. We can't satisfy the demand at all. Guild staff. It was great that it became possible to raid the demon forest, but due to the high degree of difficulty, unskilled adventurers will only turn into corpses. Or perhaps I should say, it doesn't look like the spoils will increase well with many groups of adventurers, who jump at getting rich quickly. Although it's not like it never happens that elite veterans come from another region, there are only few people moving here expressly, given that they have been able to originally earn money in the domains. They have made the city into the base of activity. Also, it's because this place here, it has nothing. Guild staff. The magic airship comes regularly, but to begin with, the city, that was to be made with the goal of having adventurers dive into the demon forest, hasn't been built yet at all. As even the Adventurers Guild's branch is just a shack, you can even say that it's only natural. The amusement facilities, the inn, which is likewise still a hut, and the food and peddler stalls aimed at adventurers were at the same level too. It was to a degree that sarcastic adventurers have been saying, city. It hasn't even become a village yet. It's not like there aren't funds and materials. The time is just too short. Wendlin. There seem to be many other places which require development as well, right? Guild staff. As it was originally a savage land with nothing in it, we have ended up putting priority on the area of Baalberg in the beginning no matter what. I tell the guild employee that I want them to endure for a bit longer there. At present there's no problem as we are somehow able to live. Sooner or later people will likely come gathering here as well. Guild staff. Well then, I will announce the result. Burkhardt. First was me, but as a result of only hunting large monsters as deep inside as possible, I got spoils to the degree of being 3 times that of Katharina. It might also be due to me getting used to defeat the monsters with magic without damaging them. I hunted a considerable number of saber-toothed tigers, however there wasn't even a single albino mixed in among those after all. In the end it can be considered that my casual luck was great on the first day. It's overwhelming. Guild staff. Kyukaku. Wendlin. Katharina likely hunted eagerly as well, but our difference in mana capacity was big after all, I guess. Since there is no specimen among her spoils that looks like it may bring in a super large sum of money, the competition was probably decided before taking it up on the auction. Next is Iryu's group, but Wendlin. There was the point of how much they will be able to approach Katharina's result, but the guild employee, who has done the counting of the spoils, announced a surprising result. Almost without a doubt the estimated value is superior, even more so than Katharina-san's. Guild staff. Wow, what's this about? Wendlin. Well, by only compensating with numbers. Guild staff. It seems they have picked larger amounts of cacao and fruit types, which has a high unit price due to its high demand, and gathered large quantities of expensive medicinal herb types in addition, which will turn into a large sum of money. Concerning the medicinal plants, Elise, who also acted as healer assistant at the church, apparently contributed in a big way. It looks like they skillfully made use of her knowledge where medicinal plants like these are growing. As expected of Elise, she obviously demonstrated her plainly perfect superwoman style. And, against expectations, there was also a big number of hunted prey. There are countless saber-toothed tigers as well. Furthermore, they have no wounds. Guild staff, though if you say we have them, we do, but it's the same as Blue Eyes. All of the saber-toothed tigers were hunted by Blue Eyes, dodging their charges and attacks with the least amount of movement by making use of her excellent kinetic vision. She circles into their back and defeats them with a single magically loaded strike. As for having no wounds, it's apparently because she is tearing only the lower stem of the brain to pieces with an internal impact, which is a secret technique of the magic combat style. You won't be able to grasp it at all by only the looks. What's this? The simplicity is scary. Wendlin. It's a technique you won't be able to use if you don't have a certain degree of mana. Daoshi's coaching was useful for that, too. Blue Eyes. Now that she mentions it, there was something like that. Blue Eyes possesses mana between intermediate and advanced level. She fights while economizing it to the utmost with the magic combat style. Daoshi and me will end up deploying a magic barrier in advance in order to be alright, even when receiving the enemy's attacks. However, Blue Eyes is capable of executing her decisions in 1/100th of a second units. If it's the evasion of attacks, she will dodge it normally without deploying something like a magic barrier. With 4 people gathering, my role has been to monitor the surroundings. The foundation was to call Wilma and Inaction for help, if there were too many. Blue Eyes. It seems Blue Eyes professionally hunted the saber-toothed tigers, which were the biggest threat. Once you look at the other monsters, those are likely the results of Ina stabbing close to the heart and brain parts and Wilma defeating them with a clean beheading. Currently the native fruits of the demon forest and such have a rising tendency in value. If there are this many, I believe their worth will be raised in the auction by major dealers and similar. Major dealers are possessing a great number of general-purpose magic bags. Given that the freshness won't drop once you put it in there, I hear that they will buy large quantities once they are up for sale, even if it is fresh foodstuff. Buying it at the time when the price is low, their aim is to gain profits by selling it at the time when the price is high. They won't be pressured by administration since they have economic clout, even if they hold back large amounts of stocks. It seems to be impossible for the prices of native demon forest products to fall for quite a time. After all, they can't be gathered anywhere but here. Therefore, they buy it now just because it's buyable. In order to not lose against other rivals, they apparently won't hesitate to raise the prices in a bidding competition at the auction. Also, Luai-san has great luck. Guild staff. An albino saber-toothed tiger was placed ahead of the guild employees' look. With this it was 2 specimen, but its size was also 1 size bigger than the specimen I hunted. Moreover, it's completely unhurt. Guild staff. The inside isn't unhurt though. Guild staff. If you say that. There's Armstrong Daoshi, but guild staff. There was another one, Daoshi, who willfully joined in, but his results were astounding. It's a dreadful number of monster corpses, but all of them were lined up in a state which showed their expressions of anguish. Several guild employees carried out an earnest assessment. Daoshi. Owen. I've been hunting this amount of monsters for a long time. Armstrong. Daoshi thrust out his fist in front of him. Simply put, he beat them to death with magically charged fists, kicked them dead and smashed their heads. It might not have taken time due to its plainness, but unmistakably, the only person capable of doing such thing in this world is likely Daoshi. I only hoped that those attacks wouldn't be aimed at me. Also, I discovered historic ruins deep within the forest. I think I will go for an exploration as early as tomorrow. Armstrong. What? Isn't Daoshi first in an overwhelming manner? Owen. Surely it was as you said. Overwhelming even my amount of prey as well. He has moreover even discovered an unexplored historic ruin. As one would expect, that might be the only worthwhile thing of him participating willfully. Daoshi, don't steal the work of the youngsters too much. Burkhart. I think so as well. But, in fact, my second and third wives were apparently pregnant. I judged I should go earn some money so we don't fall short no matter what happens in the future. Armstrong. Is it the 20th? Wendlin. This time I want a girl for sure. Armstrong. Looking at Daoshi's large military accomplishments, Burkhart-san rebukes him to not steal too much of the young adventurer's income. but Daoshi refuses that with the expenses since his children will be born once again. Or rather, Daoshi seems to be thinking even less about family planning than my father. However, no one is probably bothered by it, because his ability is top. If a girl is born, it will be even fine to marry her to Earl or Mr. Armstrong. Huh? Wendlin, a girl that looks like Daoshi as wife of Owen. Daoshi's daughter is made into my wife. Rather than first mentioning the age difference and such, Iru ends up uttering in a whisper what bothers him in a few words. A girl that looks like Daoshi? Wendlin. What appeared in my head right away was a muscled and brawny girl with just the same face as Daoshi. I want you to spare me of that. Or rather, I have no confidence I would be able to get an erection. Wendlin. Although I feel regretful with such a vulgar talk, but I couldn't bear the image of having my spine broken in the bridal night. Daoshi-sama, in front of Elise such remark is a bit Oh, that's right. I want you to think about the marriage of our children and grandchildren. Armstrong. When I hesitated what answer to give, it was Ina who threw me a lifeline. Mentioning the name of his beloved niece, Elise, he was refused indirectly. Ina, you saved me. You really saved me there. Wendlin. I ended up embracing Ina spontaneously, but everyone, except Daoshi, showed an expression as if agreeing to a great extent. It seems everyone was imagining Daoshi's daughter as manifestation of Daoshi himself in female clothing. Well, that means we safely finished the competition. Burkhart. First is Daoshi, second is me and third is Iru's group. Given that Daoshi is an elite adventurer to begin with, that's something that probably can't be helped. You don't particularly care about something like ranking anyway, right? Burkhart. Once Burkhart-san asks the guild employee, who was next to him, he gave an answer that could be interpreted as affirmative. With such an amount of goods it will be given a large price for the bidding at the auction in the capital. Thereupon the gossip will flow into other regions. Guild staff, if they notice the possibility to earn more money than at their local area, there was the potential of assembling a group of elites here. That's like the reason why the Adventurer Guild supported this competition. Also, historic ruins. Wendlin. Yes, we just began the investigation of the Demon Forest. There should be several other yet unknown historic ruins in there. Guild staff. If the historic ruin, which was discovered by Daoshi, brings in a large amount of spoils, this will also trigger the gathering of many adventurers. That's because an unknown historic ruin has such a high potential for earning money. In other words, the Adventurers Guild as well as Daoshi wanted to help with the development by gathering skillful adventurers in the vicinity of the Demon Forest. Adventurers, who can earn money, will come together with their families, build a house and start living here. It will also cause a large amount of taxes to be paid. Since merchants will also come to cater them, it is related to giving the area a stimulation. Then, tomorrow it's exploration of the historic ruins. Armstrong. The members are these members fine? Wendlin. Rather than the underground ruins, where we were close to death before, our combat potential has been increased by adding Wilma and Daoshi. It should be alright, if there isn't anything very dangerous. Tomorrow we'll start early, too. Let's go back. Wendlin. I want you to let me stay over as well. Armstrong. Me too. Please take me along with teleportation. Burkhart. That's fine. Lately the number of people I can transport via teleportation has increased. Wendlin. Apparently my precision with magic and my mana capacity rose due to the battle with the undead black smoke giant and the free use of engineering magic afterwards. It reached the point that I'm able to transport up to 10 people, excluding myself, at once. That's handy. Then I will leave it to you. Burkhart. Got it. Wendlin. In preparation of the historic ruins exploration tomorrow, we decide to turn in earlier than usual and move to the mansion with teleportation magic. But gradually I'm assailed by the feeling that I'm forgetting something. Wendlin-sama. Elise. Did I forget something? Wendlin. If there's a single thing, wouldn't that be the matter of Katharina-san, with whom we competed? Elise. I totally forgot. Wendlin. Come to think of it, I recall having done a competition with Katharina for a few days. At the end Daoshi's impact was far too strong. Everyone ended up forgetting about her, including me as well. Elise remembering it can be considered to be due to her having a constitution of immunity as his niece. Will you go back? Elise. Since it's troublesome, tomorrow will probably be fine. Hey, Wilma. Wendlin. It's fine, even if you leave her alone for a day since she is tenacious. Wilma, you and Wilma are sometimes quite cruel. That woman had mostly a sharp tongue, too, though. Owen, although you says so, I completely didn't feel like deliberately returning for the sake of that woman. A competition to determine who is number one? I'd like you to excuse me from something this sultry. Me accepting the competition was for the opportunity of hunting and because I judged she wouldn't shut up if I didn't accept it. She can be your partner, you. Wendlin. No way. That woman, albeit being a beauty, is annoying. Owen. You are mostly too though. Wendlin. In the end I think it can't be helped that she was forgotten on that day. Returning to the mansion, everyone ate the meal prepared by Dominique and slept properly. The next day we have once again gathered in front of the Adventurers Guild's branch near the Demon Forest, and there that Katharina was lying in wait with an expression as if pouting. Without even declaring the results of the competition, you abandoned me here. What hell are you thinking? Katharina. You got angry after all. Huh. Wendlin. Obviously. Katharina. After she expressly came here to pick a fight, being ignored was detestable, it seems. But, you know, you didn't say anything as you were dumbfounded by Doucie's words and deeds. Wendlin. That is. Katharina. I wouldn't have forgotten her if she had at least said, "Don't forget me," at that time, but because she wasn't accustomed to Doucie, she kept standing stock still in mute amazement in that situation. Even we have associated with him for many years. However, that person establishes shocking realities regularly. Wendlin. Originally I heard he was an elite adventurer, but by no means did I think he would this amazing, or perhaps I should say shocking, since he has been occasionally hunting as part-time job, albeit being the royal head magician. Or rather, won't someone stop him, I wonder? Though I have a hunch that it will be useless, even if he is stopped. Besides, it's our win in the competition. Wendlin. Katharina's results weren't something to feel ashamed about as renowned elite in society. To put it simply, she likely chose the wrong opponents. The competition still hasn't finished. From here on it's the spoils of around 1 month. Katharina. You will compete with Doucie for a month, too? Wendlin. That is. Katharina. It's probably a competition with no chance of winning in the first place. If our party joins up with Burkhardt, we will be able to win without a doubt. But you can't even call such a thing winning anymore. For you to reach the point of being able to win will take time, I believe. Wendlin. We will postpone the competition for a short while. Katharina. Somehow it's been a success to have her withdraw from the matter with the competition. But, how unyielding is she? Or rather, how obsessed is she with gaining a reputation by winning against me? I believe that you will become a celebrity right away, if you active in this area normally. Wendlin. If it's this much, it's no good. Katharina. Why? Wendlin. If you put in great efforts, won't it be connected to peerage and achievements? Even if I put in great efforts surpassing yours, whether it will lead somewhere or not. Katharina. It's the tragedy uniquely applying to women. No matter how many more great efforts than men they put in, they won't be able to receive peerage. They will only attract a suspicious lot aiming for the money they earned. Therefore she has been obsessing over making a name by herself without joining a party. She has likely been thinking that she won't be able to regain the lost peerage of her ancestor unless she performs achievement to the degree of being treated as exception. Even that is uncertain as well, but currently she has nothing else to cling on but that. If you consider it like that, she is slightly pitiable. Well, it's uncertain whether it will be useful. But, Wendlin, I appeal to Katharina that I want her to join the historic ruins exploration. In this time's historic ruin exploration, Doucie and Wilma have been added as well. Our combat potential has increased to being overwhelmingly more than last time. But, in this world there's nothing absolute. Therefore I thought I want Katharina, who is a top magician, to participate as well. As a matter of fact, she has a surprisingly meek character, although her tongue is a bit evil. At the competition this time she didn't do anything like cheating at all either. There's no worry to be stabbed in the back either. However, there's the point that I'd like her to apologize to Inaz group first. It's an unknown historic ruin, therefore it's uncertain what might jump out. Wendlin. It's my first time to do a historic ruin exploration, but I'm an adventurer now in the West. The choice of running away doesn't exist for me. Katharina. That will save us troubles. I want to excuse myself from a situation like last time. Wendlin. I've heard the rumors. The other day Baron Ruckner, who lost his rank for taking part in an attempted assassination plot, caused a disturbance. Katharina. That's not the truth, but it seems that rumor is spreading with the reason that if it's him, he is capable of anything. Since it's suffering the consequences, I didn't have absolutely any intention to correct her. Well, then let's go diving right away. Wendlin, look carefully at my true abilities. Katharina. If you consider it being her way of phrasing things, it's somehow cute, isn't it? Wendlin. Like this, Katharina was added as member 2 and we once again started the exploration of an unknown historic ruin. Chapter 58, The Demon Forest's Underground Ruins. You seem to get things done fairly well, too. I withdraw my statement from before and apologize from the bottom of my heart. Also, it has been decided that I will join this time's exploration as well. Please be relieved with a feeling of having gained a reliable asset that will keep you safe. Katharina. The exploration of the yet unknown historic ruins, which was discovered by Daoshi in the Demon Forest, began, but before that Katharina, whose participation I requested, apologized to Ina's group for her previous abusive remarks. Once hearing her speech, I have ended up thinking that it would be better if she said it in a bit more gentle manner, however she is probably unable to say it in any other way than this. Even so, it looked like Ina's group has accepted just the aspect of apologizing more or less. Somehow I'm feeling depressed. Katharina. It's because Ina-chan is a serious type. For me, people like you are quite interesting and I'm fond of them. Blue eyes. I don't particularly mind either way since you will become combat potential. Owen. From the point of view of the serious Ina, Katharina's remarks had some unforgivable parts. Given that she apologized for the time being, Ina seems to still be in a condition where she can't smoothly interact with Katharina. Blue eyes apparently found some interesting parts in the person called Katharina. Bearing in mind the matter of the previous underground ruins exploration, Iryu seems to have no problem with her, if she is useful in the battle. Since he has declared her as type difficult to deal with, albeit her being a beauty, he didn't care either way as she isn't an object of romantic interest for him. Vulsama will freely be added as comrade. 2. Wilma. It's just this time for now. Wendlin. Wilma called Katharina, who's wearing a leather dress with frills attached, albeit being an adventurer, with the nickname Frilly. Even though it has the appearance of a dress, the used leather is loot of a dragon. Since her cape is knitted with soft, downy hair, which was extracted from a young dragon, it was an item close to being the best in regards to defense. However, from Wilma's point of view it seems to be a strange item. She is doubtlessly an elite adventurer given that she has obtained personal armor of that level within merely 1 year after she became an adventurer, but based on the opinion of the dry Wilma, who puts maximum priority on efficiency, she regards Katharina as an irregular existence. Frilly. That's nice since it can be used easily. Wilma. This girl has a more wicked tongue than me. Katharina. Katharina appears to be aware of her own arrogant tone. Her face cramped up due to Wilma's remark. She doesn't get angry since Wilma's appearance seems to her as awfully small and lovely. This means that she is very understanding in regards to that aspect. Wilma-san, it's no good to call her person, who'll go on an exploration with us from now on. Frilly. Elise. Yes. Elise-sama. Wilma. Let me introduce myself properly. I'm called Katharina Linda von Weigel. Katharina. It's a pleasure. I'm called Elise Katharina von Hohenheim. Elise. And, the one, even such Wilma is no match for, Elise, who is my future first wife. She has been born with an appearance of beauty and kindness befitting her nickname Saint of Hohenheim, but at the same time she possesses willpower befitting a daughter of a prestigious noble household of the central government. As expected, even Katharina greeted her politely. Elise has also greeted her politely without caring about her past remarks at all. After all, the difference between a daughter of a former noble household, which ended up collapsing once, and a real noble daughter appeared. Elise's conduct of not pursuing the past remarks at all will in fact become a large pressure. In noble society it has a feeling of, with this you owe me one, as Katharina apparently noticed that as well. She has toned down her usual demeanor quite a bit. However, in the capital there are many noble daughter-like people, in a reversed meaning. Katharina might be a lot better if compared to that lot. Well then, now that you have exchanged those greetings, we will enter the ruins. Burkhart. Indeed. I wasn't able to sleep overly much yesterday due to anticipating the event of a new ruins exploration. Armstrong. We decide to enter the ruins at once as Burkhart-san is urging us on, but Daoshi, who is the other adult having a monitoring role, seemed to look forward to the ruins exploration very much. However, I have ended up thinking you were unable to sleep due to the excitement. And honestly, are you a child? I will transfer us near the ruins then, Wendlin. Since it's not like it was me who discovered the historic ruins, it was first necessary to transfer to a place close by so everyone can walk there. Because we considerably thinned out this place in the last few days, monsters almost didn't appear along the way. Even so, that doesn't mean that there wasn't any at all. However, given that their numbers were low, all of them were killed by Louise with her energy-conserving magic combat-style hand-to-hand techniques. Although we still haven't entered the ruins, we cannot afford for our magicians to run out of mana. Louise, it's alright since their numbers are low. Undoubtedly it's because Doughty hunted a large amount of them. It's as Louise says. I don't know what we will encounter within the ruins, therefore save your mana as much as possible. Armstrong. After about an hour we have arrived at the entrance of the historic ruins by Doughty's lead. The location is distant from a city, which has an Adventurers Guild branch, but it wasn't too far in either. The entrance is awfully small. Moreover, it has been covered by a large amount of thickly growing southern fern and such. I admire Doushi for having discovered it properly. Since I felt like pissing by chance, I considered to do it here. Armstrong. Ha, is that so? Wendlin. In other words, he found it by accident. Everyone except Doushi should be feeling the loss of admiration within their minds. So, who'll open this entrance? Owen. The door attached to the entrance is closed. You ask who's going to open it. Check that it has no trap before that. Armstrong. Doushi is right. We don't want the door to explode with a bang at the moment it is touched. It was necessary to check whether a trap exists or not. It's my turn then. Right? Burkhart-san quickly comes in front and investigates the door by using the spell trap detection. As might be expected from a former elite adventurer, being able to use such types of magic is amazing, I think. It doesn't look like there's a trap. However, this is troublesome. Burkhart. Troublesome? Owen. Yay. Have a look at this lock. Burkhart-san pointed at the lock installed at the door. It doesn't seem to require a key, but it has 4 dials attached, which can change the digits from 0 to 9. The easiest understandable way of describing it would be a numerical bicycle lock. Will it do something like boo-tilda-oem, if the numbers are wrong? I can't identify a trap of that sort. I guess you have just to match the numbers normally. Burkhart. Since it's only useful for stalling, you can simply call it an unpleasant snare. Probably the person who set the lock on this door has quite the bad character. There's also the option of blowing it away. Armstrong. I don't know whether there's something beyond it. It's out of question to blow away the door. Burkhart. If we blow away the door and discover something dangerous inside, it might become a situation where it would be indispensable to seal it with the door at that time. If the door was broken with an explosion, it would become difficult for it to work as seal. There's no other choice but to test it out one by one, I guess. Burkhart. Is there some penalty if we make an error? Wendlin. I wasn't able to detect such trap in the first place. The efficiency of such highly complex trap is low. Burkhart. Something much like a trap, where something happens each time you make a single error on the dial, was realistically impossible due to the problems of costs for the installation. Besides, the majority of the historic ruins from the era of the ancient magic civilization seems to have a strong tendency to plant time-intensive traps inside. On that subject, I recall that the previous traps like forced transfer magic circle and deadly inversion regulation existed inside. Each dial, one by one. Louise. Turning it from 0000 to 9999 one by one. We will identify the unlocking combination of the door. It's a very plain, unpleasant and time-consuming work. Wendlin. Once I make eye contact with everyone else, all of them look away. Since even Elise was like that, probably no one wanted to do it. Of course, I'm reluctant as well. Leave it to the newcomer in such case. Owen. Because of Iru's statement, all eyes turn towards Katharina. Isn't that a cruel argument? We should fairly decide it by drawing lots. Katharina. Naturally Katharina disliked the task, but on the other hand she provided a nice idea. Certainly, no one should be able to complain afterwards with the method of deciding it fairly with drawn lots. Vulsama. Let's decide it with Janken. Wilma offers Janken rock paper scissors as way to settle it while pulling my robe. Janken didn't exist in this world. However, once I taught it to Wilma, during a suddenly opened up time slot before, She was very pleased with it. Since then it has reached the point that Wilma suggests to settle it with Janken whenever there's something to be decided. Given that the outcome can be attained easily without preparing anything in particular, even Ina's group has been mostly participating in Janken nowadays. To decide it with coin toss or drawn lots at such moments is good in this world as it doesn't take any time. Janken? Owen. The sole exception seems to be Ryu, who's unhappy to decide it with Janken. The reason is that Ryu is weak at Janken to a frightening degree. Or rather, I've never been beaten in Janken by Ryu. Being defeated by Wilma often, I witnessed him having his snacks and such stolen by her. Ryu is greedy. He tries to rip off snacks from Wilma. Ina, however, as a result of him losing every time going by what Ina says, Ryu had his snack taken away in reverse. Anyway, time is precious. Janken it is. Burkhart can't help it. Even I likely won't lose since there's a newcomer here too. Owen, approving of it reluctantly, Ryu also began the Janken to decide the person who'll turn the dials. 9995, 9996. It ain't opening. Owen. After around 2 hours since then, Ryu, who lost in Janken after all, earnestly and single-mindedly rotated the number-styled dials, which was attached to the door. Furthermore, the remaining members, except the one on watch, are having a break in the meanwhile. Since one's body won't keep up if it's tensed for 2 hours, we enjoyed the sweets and tea, provided by Elise, with the exception of the one guarding. This chocolate pastry is delicious with its moderate sweetness. Katharina. That's a test product sent by Artur-san. Wendlin. That person rushes quite thoroughly. Ina admired Artur-san's business spirit. Because there are hardly any failures no matter what he does, it will probably stay the same for a while. However, it's nasty towards Ryu, isn't it? Blue eyes. It can't be helped since he lost. Wilma sticks through and through to the truth. I also don't plan to take over for him at all though. Blue eyes. Since he is an adventurer, it won't do if he doesn't obediently accept defeat. Katharina. At this point that's a statement, where I'm not quite sure whether it's profound or not. Katharina. Ina. I haven't particularly aimed for such thing. Katharina. You guys. While a person is struggling. Owen. Ryu complained to the female group, who's enjoying the tea and picking up sweets, but in the end no one listened to him since it was the grumbling of a loser, who was defeated in Janken. 9997. This one's no good either. Owen. He has turned it from, as the beginning, although it seemed that he was turning it from the start. It might have been a punchline that, 9999, is in fact the beginning. Moreover, the result was 9998, despite him starting from 0001. Naturally Ryu threw the dial, which came off the door, on the ground while being enraged. The fellow, who made this, has a twisted and poor character. Owen. Is it for stalling time? Wendlin. I guess so. Burkhart-san answers my question with low tension. There doesn't seem to be any inspiration in that. Wendlin. Although it's an entrance, this sort of ruins is almost 100% a miss. Burkhart. There are various types of things even in ancient historic ruins, but as for the pattern of being locked by an entrance, it doesn't seem that those ruins will have overly many valuable treasures, if it's a kind of pattern that's relatively easy to open. Rarely it's a winner though. However, that's truly rare. Burkhart. Apparently he previously entered historic ruins with a similar lock, but he found an old food storage there. It seems it was also from more than 10,000 years ago. It was empty. Burkhart. If this much time passes, food and such will go beyond being rotten and there will be nothing left. Although I had quite the expectation since it was historic ruins being quite deep in the hinterlands. Burkhart. It was just a food storage. Wendlin. There are such underground ruins as well. Burkhart. There are extreme examples such as the types of secret bases of ancient great men, who conceal the true nature of the underground ruins in any way, like the one we dived in before. Usually it's underground structures, which have cultural value, cellars, used by individuals, and old public facilities. What caused magic tools and treasures to be there are the assets of companies, organizations and people, who used those underground ruins, and the equipment they left behind. If one were to ask why they focus on domains where monsters dwell, it seems to be because the other ruins had mostly been excavated already, even though it's sarcastic. But the ones remaining are those, where it's difficult for people to enter, Did people live in domains where monsters dwell, in the era of the ancient magic civilization? Wendlin: I guess that's how it was. There appears to be evidence as well, Burkhart. Also, it appears that occasionally historic ruins, which aren't monster domains either, get discovered in untrodden remote areas and such. However, nowadays that's rare. Though it will be great if it's a sake storage. Burkhart: that again. Isn't that just because you are fond of sake? Wendlin: if it's sake, it's still possible. Burkhart: there were underground types of wine cellars, which were owned by nobles long ago, discovered as historic ruins. Apparently the wine, which was stored there, was still good. It's because it's wine with the vintage from the era of the ancient magic civilization. It would attain a staggering level of prices. Burkhart: nobles, wealthy merchants and such unanimously raise the prices in the auction. While you dream of such possibilities, we will start the exploration. Wendlin: for the sake of safety, I will be at the front. Armstrong: the reason is that it will be alright for monsters to suddenly attack, if it's Daoshi. With Daoshi in the lead, Burkhart-san and me enter inside, passing through the door, which was opened with the key, from behind. For caution's sake I'm using detection magic alongside Burkhart-san while advancing ahead through the dark pathway. But there was absolutely no monster presence in the long pathway, which somehow allowed for two people to walk side by side. As expected, it's just a storage. Burkhart-san shows an expression looking as if he's openly regretting it. If there are assets of the person who created the underground ruin, there will be a large amount of traps to protect the items within the ruins and monsters will be deployed. Also, it's said that golems and such are standard as well, broken by deterioration over time. There will only be monsters who have entered inside, though. However, Daoshi is dazzling. Burkhart: they won't appear if I don't clad my body in light magic. Armstrong: well, it's okay since it's bright. Wendlin: given that it had become dark as we were advancing through the pathway, Daoshi used light magic. This light magic is naturally a popular spell in historic ruins explorations. Usually one uses it by creating a light ball on a fingertip, but Daoshi clad his entire body in light and was shining meaninglessly. In case of Elise, she was apparently called Shining Goddess in society, but if it's Daoshi, he can't be seen as anything but a bright giant who came to deliver divine punishment. Also the mana efficiency was bad because he is shining with his entire body all the time. If you are possessing mana at Daoshi's level, you likely won't care about such matters though. There's once again a door, which needs a key. Armstrong: the leading Daoshi discovers yet another of such doors. Moreover, this time it seems to have a lock attached, which can be opened with a normal key. There's no choice but to break it. Armstrong: is it only this time that there's no choice but to break it, I wonder? Burkhart: we were unable to sense the existence of a trap, but that likewise didn't mean that there was a key somewhere either. Without regarding the lock itself as overly valuable since it's a type of padlock, Burkhart-san judged that there's no problem to break it. Wait a moment. I will use a lock-picking spell. Katharina: you are able to use a rare spell. Burkhart: it's not unreasonable for Burkhart-san to admire her either. This lock-picking spell was listed under magic, which is quite difficult to learn. Changing one's own mana into a solid mass, you transform it into the shape of the key that fits into the lock, and open it without breaking the lock itself. It requires a frightening level of delicate control over one's mana. Since its effect is plain in comparison to that, it was a spell which has very few users as most give up on learning it right away. Are you able to dive into a ruin by yourself, if you have this? Wendlin: no matter how remarkable a magician might be, historic ruins are too dangerous for a solo run. Burkhart: I know. Thanks to that, I hoarded spells. Katharina: as expected of Katharina, she obediently listened to Burkhart-san's warning. She was aware of the fact that he was an elite adventurer, no one can complain about in regards to his accomplishments. Also, her mood was apparently raised by being called remarkable by him. It's because I have an acquaintance in the Adventurers Guild's headquarters too. I have heard the rumors about Storm. Burkhart: having graduated as top of the Adventurer Prep School, located in the Margravate Homer, which is managing the western part of the kingdom, she reached the point of becoming a Roma as best magician of the western region in a bit more than a year. I didn't know. Wendlin: boy, you are really not interested in other adventurers. Burkhart: I believe that's my fundamental nature of working for a company in my previous life. rather than having no interest. It wasn't something I was told much, but I have found that seniors and those at the same level as me have been scolded by their harsh bosses regarding their business results, though they haven't been in the same company as me. I believed that it couldn't be helped that I didn't care about the results of other adventurers. Adventurers are like self-employed individuals after all. Isn't it fine if I earn income by myself? Wendlin: that's certainly right. Burkhart: instead I'm suffering being tied down by obligations as noble. However, isn't it still a bit more than a year after you've become an adventurer, Katharina? Wendlin: are there any complaints about that? Katharina: you aren't that much older than us then, are you? Katharina: she appears to be around 19 years old, but in fact she seems to be still 16 years old. I have an objective. I have to revive the Weigel family as noble household. This sense of responsibility appears on my face. Katharina: in other words, she wants to say that she has matured and not grown old. For that reason she has earnestly devoted herself to magic training by herself since the time she knew that she's able to use magic. She earned money by hunting and such until she was able to enter the adventurer prep school with an age of 12 years. At the time in the adventurer prep school she worked to earn money with hunting in the same way. Of course, without being negligent on the magic training in the breaks. She doesn't seem to be shirking her training since she is currently increasing her mana too. Somehow, once you hear her story, it's the same as the former. Owen, hearing Katharina proudly talking about her memories, Iryu expresses his thoughts absent-mindedly. I've heard these things before. They are resembling my former lifestyle. I see. Katharina was also a loner like me, huh? Wendlin: no, I have no doubt that she's likely a loner in the present as well. Anyway, she is a solo adventurer that hasn't joined a party. I knew about the lock-picking spell as well while wondering whether it will become necessary, if there are other comrades able to do it. You are admirable, Katharina. Wendlin: what are you saying? There's no true friendship between people. Katharina: isn't there in fact? Wendlin: well then, let's open the lock. Katharina: ignoring my question, Katharina begins to open the lock. Looking at her dodging the issue, I ended up realizing that she really had no friends. It's unlocked. Katharina: that was fast. Wendlin: for me such lock is easy. Katharina: although you can't dive into a historic ruin by yourself, you have done well to get this far. Owen: don't offend me carelessly. Katharina: opening the lock in a mere 10 seconds, we advance even further into the historic ruin. Once we walked for a while, the pathway ended once again in a dead end. Again a dead end? No, a magical elevator has been installed. Burkhart: magical elevator? It's a handy device sending you to the level below with mana. Burkhart. Burkhart-san replies to Ina, who is tilting her head to the side. A magical elevator is, simply put, an elevator moving with mana. Apparently those have been occasionally installed in ancient historic ruins, but it seems there were hardly any which could probably move so far. This one's working. How rare. Burkhart. Once Burkhart-san presses the button, covered with dust, on the wall of the dead end, the thing, which I believed to be a stone wall, slides to the side. Certainly, it closely resembled the structure of an elevator. There's open written on the button. Wendlin: given that there's open written below the button as well, there's no doubt that this is an elevator. Once we passed through the door, which opened by sliding sideways, there were buttons, which had a number of levels written on them. Besides, open, and, close, on the wall. With this being the first floor, it goes 20 levels below. Burkhart: isn't this in fact a large ruin? Wendlin: I believe it to be a large storage. Since the lock's simple, it's likely a miss. Owen: wasn't it a storage for foodstuff and clothes? Burkhart. Burkhart-san reasoned. In the era of the ancient magic civilization a large amount of big companies was crowding together. It won't yield any money since its interior is empty already. While more than 10,000 years have passed, things like the clothes and foodstuff inside shouldn't be alright either. It seems there are many cases where those ruins are mostly empty. We might be able to sell the magical elevator. Burkhart: it is very likely for the Magic Tool Guild to purchase it for the sake of research. Research? Blue eyes. Yay, wouldn't the magical elevator be probably installed in the royal castle? With this magical elevator being a lost craft as well, All of them have ended up turning into ruined items as the Magic Tool Guild has been researching the stored ones. Burkhart. As those are few in numbers, all of them ended up getting broken. I don't regard this as such complicated construction though. Wendlin. Similar to the magical elevator, which is here, those will be limited. If you specify the levels with buttons, they aren't able to reproduce such function, it seems. Also, people ended up getting caught in between, once the door closed. In my previous life it was normal for it to open by itself due to sensors, but naturally it was impossible to reproduce that with the current technology. Rather, I believe they are amazing for reproducing things from the ancient magic civilizations era. If it's an elevator of the level to lift the baggage from the first to the second floor, it can be used for those working behind the scenes in the royal castle. Burkhart. It seems to have a stupidly high price even if it's only to be used for baggage. With its number of production being insufficient as well, it looks like only the royal castle, some public facilities, large nobles and major dealers are possessing those. Moreover, it's dedicated to baggage only. Huh? Wendlin. Magical elevators require specific technology in maintenance. Even among large nobles, there are many people who classify it as unnecessary. My master doesn't possess one either. Burkhart. Now that he mentions it, I remember that I didn't see something like an elevator in the mansion of Margrave Brithhilda. We have already arrived at the next floor. Who was it? The one who touched my bottom. Katharina. Me. Wendlin. At least talk about it in an apologetic manner. Katharina. It can't be helped, right? It's cramped. Wendlin. Or rather, I haven't felt anything but the sensation of leather. It's more spacious than expected. All of us, who entered the elevator, arrived at the underground floor safely. We ended up being jam-packed since there's many of us. Katharina complained because my hand touched her butt. Hey, have you touched my chest? Blue eyes. It was me. Chest? Burkhart. Burkhart-sama, is it fine to beat you up afterwards? Blue eyes. Please excuse me. Burkhart. It seems an accident happened due to the cramped elevator. However, we arrived at the underground floor totally safely. It's just a pathway once again. That's typical for a ruins storage. Burkhart. A long pathway, where you can't see what lies ahead, with a width of around 3 meters stretches in front of us. On both sides, with a space in between of 50 meters, there were elevator doors installed having buttons of open and close. Just like the one before. Other doors also moved with mana. Wendlin. That's how it is. Also, how rare. Hasn't it become a magic-powered warehouse? Armstrong. Magic-powered warehouse. Owen. Even I'm aware of what a magic-powered warehouse is. To put it simply, it's a warehouse version of a magic bag. Omitting the part of storing a large amount of items in a small bag, it's something that only had the function of protecting the items, which are in that room, from deterioration over time. At the time you open the door and take out the contents, that function will be suspended. Once you close it again, time will stop for the items inside. It was written in books that this was a popular item rivaling refrigerators in the era of the ancient magic civilization. However, does such old magic-powered warehouse still function? Wendlin. It's functioning. It's a magic tool after all. Burkhart. There are many magic tools, which were discovered in historic ruins of the ancient magic civilizations era, that can still be used, even if they look old. On top of many items having the prerequisite of being used for an extended period of time to begin with, there are also many items, which had spells to prevent degradation embedded. Given that those are still from over 10,000 years ago, they won't be usable once discovered, if they haven't those. Hey, try looking at the lower button. Owen. The magic gem is shining. Wendlin. As it is shining, the degradation prevention function is even now still working. It has lasted this long. Owen. I guess a skilled magic tool craftsman took part in its construction. Burkhart. Not only has the magic tool the performance requiring a skilled magic tool craftsman, but it is also a remarkably excelling consumption of the magic gems, which have been installed in it. Burkhart-san explains to Iryu. However, it's more than 10,000 years. Owen. Degradation prevention doesn't consume that much mana. Wendlin. That's the reason why I was able to safely inherit the magic bag from my master. A magic-powered warehouse doesn't consume mana at the level of a magic bag. Wendlin. A large amount of items can be stored away in the space of a different dimension, which was created within the bag. The magic-powered warehouse can exclude the function of freely opening that. In fact, the magic gem, used for mana supply on the other side of the door, didn't have a size bigger than approximately the size of a softball. Since it has been running for more than 10,000 years with that size, it likely has a better mana consumption efficiency than a magic bag. There are also many cases of the available magic tools that were excavated from historic ruins, having been put into such working storages. Unexpectedly, this one might be a winner. Wendlin. Opening a close-by door right away, I try to enter the magic-powered warehouse. The interior has a width of 50 meters, a length of 100 meters and a height of around 5 meters. Once I entered, it became illuminated by magic tools in a natural way. The floor, walls and ceiling were made with whitish stone, which is similar to marble. A lot of very small magic square-like things have been drawn. It seems that those were magic squares for preventing degradation. It's working after all. Wendlin. The inside of the room was packed with a large amount of wooden boxes, but I'm unable to imagine for all of them being from over 10,000 years ago. With the whitish wood looking like brand new, the pleasant scent peculiar to wood started to drift about inside the room. Time started to flow once again. Burkhart. Since the door was open, the flow of time restarted. The wooden boxes are in the state just like they were as brand new items, Burkhart-san explains. In other words, time is flowing when you are depositing or withdrawing the contents. Blue eyes. There's probably a magic square drawn on the other side of the door. The spell to prevent degradation stops in the state of the door being open. Burkhart. That's handy, isn't it? Wendlin. As it seems that the people of the Magic Tool Guild have been pondering about this problem, that appears the biggest reason for the magic-powered warehouse to not spread. Also, a magic-powered warehouse can certainly be used for an extended period, if it gets started once and if the mana consumption is low as well, but it's necessary to draw a unique magic square without any breaks in it, and a special stone has to be laid out in the entire area for the construction work of something much like a warehouse. If you consider the initial expenses, it seems that refrigerators are overwhelmingly better in cost efficiency. Which reminds me, what Arthur-san bought was also a large refrigerator. Wendlin. What he bought for the preservation of mise and soy sauce was a large refrigerator, which was installed in the basement. I have heard you can preserve perishable food with a good feeling as time doesn't pass, but once you open the door of the magic-powered warehouse, time will flow again. Even if you store a large quantity of perishable food in a magic-powered warehouse, time will progress for each and every of it at the time you take it out. In the end, it will quickly spoil because there isn't something temperature control either. That being the case, a small refrigerator won't require overwhelming expenses. If you want to preserve a certain extent of quantity, a magic bag doesn't take much room and is easy to transport. Currently the magic-powered warehouse hasn't spread at all since it's an unfinished product. You can also store clothes and general goods for a long time. Wendlin. So, why did those in old days use magic-powered warehouses? Katharina. That is, I wonder if this might become a hint. Wendlin. Although it's not like I tried to answer Katharina's question, I discovered a small desk and bookshelves alongside the wall nearby. There's a large amount of papers, bound with strings, in the bookshelves. Once I check their contents, it seems that those are lists of the goods, which have been stored in this warehouse. Just as I imagined. Bottles filed with sake, clothes and miscellaneous goods for living. A. Burkhart. Given that those are close to being new items, albeit being from an ancient era, they should achieve quite the price. Hey, Val. This isn't a list. Blue eyes. Once we have split into groups to read the contents of the paper bundles, tied by strings, Blue eyes found a different document. A large shopping mall has opened in the suburbs of Primetown with magnificent price offs. 80% to 90% off are the norm. A large release with huge bargains, even for new energy-conserving magic tools. There's nothing you can't find here, huh? Wendlin. It looks like a leaflet, however it used wordings that somehow felt like being taken out of my previous life. Or rather, even though it's a ruin of the same ancient magic civilization's era, it feels somehow different from the one in the vicinity of the royal capital. I found materials about this underground ruin. Who read the documents carefully, discovered a paper, which described the true identity of this underground ruin. Once I read it after receiving it, It somehow seems that this was the basement storehouse exclusively used by the shopping mall of this leaflet. In other words, it looks like this was a warehouse of a large commercial city. Wendlin. It seems that there are still many things the researchers of this era still don't understand well about the era of the ancient magic civilization, but at least a far larger amount of magic tools had been spread than now, and their livelihood was abundant, too, as a result of spreading a large amount of cheap goods in society. Just like in the Japan of my former life, the prices fell gradually and it pressured the administration of the merchants to gather stocks of produced merchandise. Weeding out the merchants naturally, it advanced into the bipolarization of small-scale merchants, who worked effectively by being flexible, or large capital, that made small profits with quick returns. I guess that this underground warehouse is a storage for preserving unused goods of old manufacture as merchandise, which was bargained from a merchant, that got crushed by that process. The ancient magic civilization's era was surprisingly tough. In short, there's a huge amount of goods in this warehouse. Since there are up to 20 underground floors, it's only natural for there to be a large amount, I guess. Armstrong. Daoshi at once opens a single wooden box, takes out a sake bottle from inside and samples its content. The exploration hasn't entered anything but this place, which is still the first room on the first underground floor. On a single floor there are at the very least 10 rooms with such size, and there are even 20 of those underground floors. Just how many goods have been left behind? It was to a degree that it was difficult to imagine it. Daoshi, please don't drink sake during the exploration. It's immature wine. Can't be helped since it's a magic-powered warehouse. Huh? Armstrong. Since even if Daoshi called it sampling, he naturally emptied the entire bottle in one gulp while drinking straight out of the bottle. However, Daoshi shouldn't get drunk with this amount either. His complexion hasn't changed at all. Elise-sama, my stomach is empty. Wilma. Yeah, I will take out the snacks now, okay? Elise. Thank you, Elise-sama. Wilma. Given that it was a ruins exploration without monsters being here, Wilma apparently ended up having spare time. As the time was just right before noon as well, Elise had Wilma eat stuff like the baked cookies she made herself. How to call it? It looks like a setup of a younger sister being spoiled by her meddlesome elder sister. It appears to be a big hit. If I have this earning and achievement. Katharina. You won't become a noble with a woman's body. Owen. This country is truly unsociable. Katharina. We still didn't investigate everything, however it should turn into a considerable income if there's this many goods. Therefore Katharina ended up being at a loss due to the kingdom's unwritten law that women can't become nobles. From my point of view she is a very excellent magician. I believe it would be fine to make an exception for her. Daoshi, if we leave it as it is. Wendlin. There's the possibility of her defecting. Armstrong. Holy Empire Urquhart apparently recognizes female nobles. If she isn't particular about the country, you can even say that defecting would be the fastest way toward nobility. I won't defect. I have retainers and their families I ought to protect. Katharina. The Weigel household, which is Katharina's home, ended up having its territory and peerage taken away because they refused the order to relocate to another lord's domain by the royal family as aftermath of a factional infighting in her grandfather's generation. And, the retainers, she has mentioned. At that time the retainers below the junior commander and their descendants have gone to an area under the direct control of the kingdom. Even now they seem to obstinately defend the territory for the Weigel household to return as noble. What to say? You can actually call their loyalty frightening. My grandfather hasn't done anything like disobeying the order of His Majesty. It's the deed of that vicious Marquis Ruckner household. Katharina. The predecessor of the current finance minister Ruckner used such maneuvering in order to lower the influence of their Earl Lilienthal household, with whom he was in a dispute within the finance affairs faction in those days. The Weigel household apparently was a vassal of the Earl Lilienthal household, being a rare appointed noble considering it's a countryside feudal lord family, having their territory close to the capital. The Weigel household, which could expect a certain degree of military forces in the worst case as they were also related by blood with the Earl Lilienthal household, apparently planned to disagree with the Marquis Ruckner household. That person was resented by various people. Katharina. As they are a large noble, they will accordingly have enemies though. Owen. Moreover, at the time the Weigel household had their rank changed, The family heads of both families apparently had quite the bad relationship in comparison to their fellow predecessors. But, nowadays their relation doesn't seem to be that bad. Going by what Daoshi said, there are situations where the relationship of fellow noble families ends up changing drastically once there's a new successor. In reverse, always writing, we absolutely won't forgive you since you are our mortal enemy. To the successor, there are likewise fellow noble households, which are on bad terms for several hundred years. At the beginning, after the change of rank, we were supported by the Earl Lilienthal household as well, but Katharina, although they provided support saying we will return your territory and peerage without fail, they apparently ended up being abandoned once the generation changed. After that, the retainers supported the fallen Wagle household earnestly while acting as indigenous village headmen and such. Since the Earl Lilienthal household probably mended their relationship with the Marquis Ruckner household, they forsook the Wagle household's situation, I guess. In order to reap big profits, they cut down the small profits. It was a story often heard, no matter which world. For the sake of them returning their debt of gratitude, it won't do if I can't become a noble. Katharina. Be that as it may, at this rate there's no way for Katharina to become a noble. Her haughty attitude at the beginning came from being impatient about this situation. No, I wasn't aware whether she is one such person in the beginning either though. Also, she was active in the western parts of the kingdom as adventurer, because it would probably be troublesome in various ways if she was active around the area of the capital. Anyway, this is the end of the story. Let's go home once we get the treasures. Burkhart. With Burkhart-san's comment, we went to collect the goods, which were stored in all the rooms being in this underground storage. After we had lunch, there was apparently a large amount of magic tools, but as the confirmation comes afterwards, we didn't care either. Though I believed it to be unlikely, leaving it would be annoying if other adventurers snatched it. A single floor has 20 storage rooms with the same size. With there being 20 floors, it becomes 400 rooms. That's a lot. It's going to be an immense task for the guild's people to appraise it. Wendlin. It's their job. Burkhart. Burkhart-san replies as if it was something easy. The Adventurers Guild is something indispensable, but it's a fact that we are living from the profits as adventurers. It's unnecessary to worry about something like a bit of busyness. Burkhart. However, Burkhart-san. What's up, Inaju-chan? Burkhart. Recently, Ina, who was told to stop attaching Sama by Burkhart-san, had reached the point to call him normally by attaching San. If you check these documents, this place seems to be the 4th underground storage. We have to continue the search. Burkhart. I participate in the search around the area, even postponing the construction requests. From next day onwards, we were successful at discovering 8 of the same storages called underground ruins. As all of them were built in the same way, they were fully equipped magic-powered warehouses with 20 rooms x 20 floors. And among those, a large amount of goods laid dormant. Those were surplus items in the old days. Elise. While looking at a large amount of various goods, Elise expressed that kind of impression. At least this place feels like that. Burkhart. Going by Burkhart-san's words, the ruins located in this demon forest are somehow fundamentally different from ruins in other areas. Certainly, not only wasn't this place built in a style of a historic ruin, but it's nothing more than an underground storage for the sake of storing away large amounts of goods. The matter of having installed even a magic-powered warehouse to prevent the deterioration of the stored goods wasn't understandable unless you had a clean freak part like a Japanese. Though we have been lumping the ancient magic civilization together into one pot, this area belonged to a different country, didn't it? For the time being it seems that it was a unified country. Burkhart. According to the research by experts, a strong monarchic nation existed in the central part. Then was it a vassal state, a self-governing dominion, or a satellite country? It might have been neither. Wendlin. However, it will be a good thing if the kingdom's researchers investigate the historic truth about this. Storing the all goods from the 8 storages, we discovered, into my magic bag, we returned to our mansion after reblocking the entrances. I can't stand dials anymore. Although someone is faithfully turning them from 0000, they pick a fight by making it 9987. Next, though I turned it from 9999 downwards, it was 0007. Owen. Turning up as the sole loser of Janken, Iryu, who ended up having to open the dial locks of all 8 underground storages by himself, became somewhat absent-minded. Chapter 59, Katharina and the New Retainers. Katharina, your designated request has arrived. Wendlin. That's unnatural, Wendlin-san. Aren't you the person who nominated me for the request? Katharina. Well, yes, actually, now that you mention it, although it has been designated under my name, it's not like I have taken part in that at all. Wendlin. Do you think such irresponsible argument will work? Katharina. Roderick works his men unexpectedly hard, you know. Wendlin. Quarreling with Inaz's group from the first time they met. Katharina, who is the daughter of a fallen noble, caused a competition in hunting, but going on the exploration of the underground ruins, Dousie discovered, together with us afterwards, it reached the point of her acting together with us even while she says this or that. By being someone who believed that a noble should be like this, her speech, conduct and style are like that, it might be off in some respects since she isn't a genuine noble. And, with her apparently aiming for the restoration of her household by using her magic, her personal principles have many items, which have been derived from her always wanting to stand out from society. Trash-talking Inaz's group in front of me and challenging me to a competition happened for such reason as well. However, the competition's result didn't matter anymore. With that Dousie arbitrarily cutting in, neither me nor Katharina could win against him. In fact, he joined the mediation and put a damper on the competition deliberately, didn't he? Going by his appearance, you wouldn't be able to expect that from him at all. Katharina. I didn't comprehend Dousie's real intention, however it's a fact that the competition and such truly ended up not mattering at all. Given that Katharina also frankly apologized, although it happened in her usual tone, afterwards, it finished with the quarrel having ended with that already. Since I repeatedly receive public works requests from Roderick, Katharina joined group in the Demon Forest for some reason. Burkhardt-sama is probably busy as well. I shall give everyone an escort. Katharina. Her tone had the usual feeling, but that seems to be caused by her hiding her embarrassment. Once she actually leaves together with them, she seems to be hunting and collecting while enjoying the noisiness in the group of 5 women. Hey, Val, I want at least one more male member, but Owen, you can search by yourself. There is the Adventurers Guild. If they seem to be good, you will get my approval too. Wendlin. Don't put it like that. I'm discussing with you because it's not that easy to find one. Owen. As a result of us performing a competition in hunting against Katharina and Dousie, it reached the point of many adventurers crowding the Adventurers Guild branches, which were built at the various places close to the Demon Forest. The large amount of monster ore materials, fruit types, cacao seeds, precious medicinal plants, etc., which was obtained in that competition, yielded a large amount of money in the auction sponsored by the Adventurers Guild's headquarters in the capital. Especially for those albino saber-toothed tiger specimen, the royal family ended up paying a huge amount of money to obtain both of them. The other saber-toothed tigers were won by several big nobles. In the current royal capital, the mood apparently ended up turning into stuff like the head of a flying dragon is the norm. Although you call yourself a noble, how come you don't have the pelt of a saber-toothed tiger in your house? As a result of that, nobles provide requests to the Adventurers Guild baiting with a large amount of money as reward. To answer that, a great number of adventurers came gathering here. The magic airship's fare is at lowest 1 gold coin. Even if they have to pay that, they have realized that the Demon Forest is a delicious hunting ground. Even if saber-toothed tigers are impossible, the prices for other monsters are high as well. If they also gather a certain amount of fruit types and cacao seeds, their profits will be great. At present it seems that cities are rapidly finished in the vicinity of Adventurers Guild branches. And there's one more thing. The existence of those underground ruins. It's probably correct to call it a large outlet mall from the era of the ancient magic civilization. Finding even 8 large underground storages with installed magic-powered warehouses for putting away their stock, a large amount of goods was sleeping in them in the same state as back in those days. There were many miscellaneous goods for living and such, but with the clothes and underwear to be far atop in quality compared to the current items, those should achieve quite the high price. Especially since there's a number of those. In fact, the shirt and trousers I'm wearing right now are at a level where it won't be strange in any way, even if a high-ranking noble wore it as dressing gown. Also, in addition, Although they are different from the mode of today's items, we have found a great number of suits and evening dresses. Seeing the casual wear, I believe that those are often resembling the items from Earth. Once I tried to wear a suit with a necktie as test. It was almost completely as if I had returned to my time as salaryman. If I had something much like leather shoes as footwear and a briefcase, it might have been to the degree of me considering to hurry to work. There's a large quantity of clothes and accessories for women as well, and there was even stuff like gardening supplies, for example. The large amount of seeds of things like flowers, vegetables and grain are possibly a better breed than the ones being cultivated in the kingdom currently. I have decided to confirm that by cultivating them at the experimental farm exclusively used by the Earl Bourmister household. Previously it was a place reserved for experimentally cultivating cacao and fruit type, which can be found in the Demon Forest. However, since it looks like it's necessary to expand it, it was planned to once again recruit for public works. Also, in addition, there are various living goods, toys, sake, groceries, furniture, books, tools and so on. Given that the amount is far too big, Roderick's group was currently still in the process of having the guild's employees count them. Originally it would be normal for us to pay the tax after everything was bought by the guild's side, but as the amount is big, the guild's side has judged it to be impossible to purchase all of it. Also, as the feudal lord of this place, it would also be inexcusable to hand all the goods to the guild, as it seems a great number of new products can be created if we research the actual goods. Because Roderick was particularly annoying about it, it was decided that the guild side would only calculate the appraised value and I would pay the taxes in cash. By the way, the tax for the Demon Forest is 10% of the estimated value. It was fairly low, but that was the outcome of Roderick skillfully negotiating by taking advantage of the guild's side. Besides, the guild has the duty to collect another 10% as tax towards the Bourmister household. Since the guild's side has the responsibility to pay taxes to me depending on their revenue, it will finish with me not being burdened as much as I thought either, if you calculate the sum to be deducted from those. Be that as it may, it was an amount of money which would bring a normal noble to their wits' end. Officially the calculation of the amount of money would follow after this, but that might still take some time since there was the assessment of a large number of magic tools left. Since it is a storage of an outlet mall, dealing with various goods, it naturally contained a massive amount of magic tool types: refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, portable cooking stoves, ovens, wash basins and so on. In addition, we have found countless things like the portable magic transmission device, which Burkhard-san has been entrusted with by Margrave Brithhilda. Moreover, their performance and mana consumption efficiency was overwhelmingly better than the items, which are currently appearing on the market in the kingdom. Furthermore, on the leaflets, which were together with those in the warehouse, was written, "A magic portable communication device you can feel relieved with due to the contract happening on the same day," and free contracts for new customers. For some reason, the leaflet's wording reminds me of Japan. Moreover, we have discovered about several hundred magic tools resembling automobiles, trucks, motorbikes and small farm tractors. Once we checked the merchandise, it was written in the account book. We found that there are new articles, second-hand articles, articles from insolvency and articles from barter purchases. Although they developed magic tools in the old days, the traders, who have created a stock excess, were apparently forced into quite a severe competition. If you look at the portable magic communication device, for example, the product, which is made by a workshop called Sonia, and is wonderfully highly efficient, had new articles and also second-hand goods, which have no difference in performance, although they have a few scratches. Also, the product called Somia is badly refined and has rough mana efficiency. It reminds me of Earth for some reason after all. Probably it was a strategy to have people buy it by them misunderstanding it as Sonia made, which is a first-class workshop. However, even that Sonia make was overwhelmingly above in performance compared to the existing magic communication devices. Anyway, it's something immensely high-priced and precious in this world. If such storage would be discovered once again, a likewise large number of adventurers would flood the Demon Forest. However, although it's a wonderful thing to be lively, I'm simultaneously worried about the deterioration of the public order. I have been hurriedly working on adding guards in order to cope with that. Accordingly, New soldier and staff candidates joined. It's been a while, Earl bore Mr. Summer. Cornelius. The first person is Cornelius Christoph von Armstrong, who is the third son of that Daushi. He has turned 19 years old this year. He was a person who originally served in the army. I saw his face several times in my period in the capital, but by no means did I expect him to come here. That's because, as far as the Royal Army is concerned, the Armstrong household is the leader amongst leaders. There were also many people blood-related with them. Of course, they have connections too. If it's someone at the degree of Daushi's third son, they can dispatch him without worries. Above all, there are many people possessing excellent qualities as soldiers among the young men directly descending from the Armstrong family. Cornelius is one of them as well and was expected to have prospects as army leader in the future. I'm not resembling father at all. Therefore it's not particularly necessary for me to be in the Royal Army, I think. Cornelius, the eldest son, who is the same army as successor of Daushi, has inherited the traditions of generations of male Os. The Armstrong household. He is properly resembling Earl Armstrong, who is his uncle and Daushi. However, with all males from the second downwards mostly resembling their mother's side, Cornelius was a refreshing, good young man with a height of around 180 centimeters. He is a person who has an opposite Victor to the sultry Daushi. Also, I came to take care of Felix, who is the third son of my uncle, with my cousin. That foul-mouthed guy is part of a large disposal of sons, who got carried away by being a military clique. Cornelius. This one was a young man, who was the very definition of a muscled giant, correctly inheriting the traditions of the males of the Armstrong household. Besides, it seems that Wilma's elder brother is together with the third son of the associate Baroness Gahan household. Wilma-san ended up being taken away as adopted daughter by Minister Edgar from that place. They were pushed into it by Minister Edgar with his connection as head. Cornelius. Certainly, he had connections, but since all of them were children of family lineages with army background, they have been naturally trained well. Many of them are soldiers and former adventurers. You could even say that they were the best personnel for dealing as guards with the violent gathering of adventurer opponents. By the way, father is? Cornelius. Just a little part-time job. Wendlin. A little brother or a little is born once again. Cornelius. Among the sons of Daushi were many sensible people as backlash of their father being very free-spirited. Probably it's the education policy of the wives. There was the possibility that it might change into negative example though. Which reminds me, it looks like Hendrik-san is running his business properly. Cornelius. Although it is small-sized, he owns a magic airship. Wendlin. Hendrik, as second son of Daushi, flew about in the current Savage Lands area as merchant, which was something unusual for the child of a noble. Purchasing a big amount of good from places like Brittberg, he transported it to the cities close to the Demon Forest and the construction sites in the Savage Lands and earned his income with the profit margins. He has borrowed the money for purchasing the magic airship from father. Cornelius. He originally accumulated experiences while running a small business in the vicinity of the capital, but considering the Savage Lands development rush's chance, he borrowed the money for a small magic airship from his father, Daushi. There's no interest. But, if he shirks the payment, he will be beaten to death without a doubt. Cornelius. Certainly, such images. Wendlin. Not paying the loan from that Daushi, I'm feeling that's impossible even for his children. It's not like they have decided a period for the repayment either. There's no worry since his business is profitable. Cornelius explained. Anyway, it's in order to avert an adventurer riot. Wendlin. It's necessary to be seriously strict with that kind of bunch, so that they don't look down at you. Cornelius. Although he doesn't resemble them, he seems to be a descendant of Earl Armstrong and Daushi in that regards after all. Certainly, since it will be troublesome, if the adventurers take the guards lightly and do what they want, there's no mistake in Cornelius' view. Well, then I will head to the actual scene right away. Cornelius. After that foregoing exchange, Cornelius heads to the actual site leading the guards. If they remove a part of the insolent folks, it will at least become more quiet in the city to take a break. Once that happens, good adventurers will gather again and the hunting and collecting in the Demon Forest will make progress. In that case it will also mean that I can collect taxes from the adventurers and the guild. It's planned to advance the development more and more with those taxes. Also, doing the public works, I was assigned by Roderick. We are saving on development expenses and time as usual. performing the public works in half a week. I hunt in the demon forest in the other half. The remaining day is for resting. We decided to repeat that cycle. Of course it's not me who decided that schedule, but it was Roderick and the new retainers who did. If I perform the foundation works, it will lower the decrease of Mr. Household's cash. If I earn money as adventurer, it means that the development funds increase. How to call it? I'm feeling as if we are barely keeping the business going, although we have no problems with fundraising. And there's one more thing. The number of my public works magic comrades has increased. Of course, that person was Katharina, who is aiming for the revival of her household. A deep hole in this place? Katharina, look, it's because we will transfer that magic-powered warehouse. Wendlin. In the end, the storage of goods in the underground ruins, discovered by Daoshi, was an exceptional construction. It even has a magic-powered warehouse installed, so that the stored goods won't degrade over time. For now, I had only put the goods into my magic bag, but it's a situation where Roderick's group has given up counting due to the excessive amount. We tried to put them away into a warehouse for the time being, however that warehouse itself has already ended up being full. Therefore we decided to relocate it from the demon forest to this place. Since it has been fully equipped with a magic-powered warehouse, we thankfully can store away food and materials without minding the degradation over time. We don't want to install a magic-powered warehouse from the scratch, keeping the costs in mind. However, there won't be any kind of problem if we are able to make use of the foundation. However, because Daoshi wanted one for the kingdom and Burkhardt-san for Margrave Brithhilda, there were 6 left, which will be set up in basements close to the mansion. Moreover, the relocation will be done by that Baron Rembrandt. Since he was busy, the relocation was scheduled to be several days later, but we decided to dig a large hole to make the relocation simple before that. It would have been fine if I did it by myself. However, although it was by coincidence, I was able to get to know an excellent magician. As that's the case, it's probably natural to leave it to her. Shall I bury it in a basement close to the mansion, once I revive the household, as well? Katharina, I don't mind giving you also a share of the actual goods of the underground storage, even if it's paying with cash. Wendlin, at the current point in time it will just be too much to handle. Even if she takes it. That's because Katharina's dearest wish of reviving her household won't come true. Putting aside the whole digging, please don't bring up other public works with me. Katharina. It's troublesome because it's just me. Wendlin. Katharina apparently didn't have any experience in engineering magic so far. Once I tried to teach her as test, it reached the point that she was able to use it the most skillfully right after the wind magic she's good at. Since I met another excellent magician after a long time, I want to try to train together and exchange material about magic with each other. Also, she went out to the demon forest together with Ryu's group on the days I left to do public works. The time we are together is a lot anyway, and she turned into a freeloader in the relocated mansion of Master in the scheduled plot in the courtyard of the Earl Bormister mansion, which is in the middle of construction. Just the other day, only the number of women is increasing in this mansion. Owen-san, do you have any problem with that? Katharina. No. Owen. The surface reason for Katharina beginning to live in my mansion was for the sake of not being cheated in her share of the goods, which were obtained in the underground ruins exploration, which officially hasn't finished yet, is what she answered while pushing out her oversized breasts in pride. Yay. Let's pretend it's like that. It was Ina, with whom she clashed the most at the beginning of our meeting, but she got already used to Katharina's way of speech. Besides, even if her usual tone is like that, I have noticed that she's actually unexpectedly sensible. At any rate, although she is freeloading in the mansion, she is faithfully paying for her lodging expenses. Things like taking a bath every day or being able to train in magic with Wendlin-san are extreme reasons. Katharina. Yay, that's fine. Katharina, peel those vegetables. Wendlin. Why does someone noble-born like me have to do something like cooking? Katharina. Elise is skilled at cooking. Wendlin. As I said, Katharina. Katharina was actually skilled at cooking. She has been spending money on things like equipment to improve her appearance, but apparently she prepared bentos with her own cooking in clothing shop and others. As child of nobles, she seems to think that a noble's daughter won't do something like cooking, and thus she hated to cook in front of others. Frilly, you are like a swan. Wilma. Indeed, Wilma's observation is accurate. A swan can be seen to float elegantly on top of the water's surface, but moving its feet earnestly underwater. You could say that this is fitting Katharina quite well. A noble woman usually won't cook overly much. However, there are also situations when she occasionally has to treat her retainers and people here and there. There seem to be cases where the wife and daughter entertain them in such way at the time of harvest and such in countryside noble households with small territories. Because our territory is simply short on people, Mother and Amelia's sister-in-law San cooked normally. It's on behalf of the future. Katharina, Frilly, your way of handling the kitchen knife is quite good. Wilma-san. Can't you do something about my nickname? Katharina. It looks like it's going well for the female group one way or the other. Currently the mansion in Ballberg was still under construction. However, we moved Master's mansion into its courtyard and led our life there. I'm alternating between exploring the Demon Forest and carrying out reclamation and public works. Iryu has started to take lessons in things related to the army by mixing in with the guards a few times per week. In and Louise, each of them is moving towards preparing the opening of dojos for spearmanship and magic combat style. However, in regards to the construction of the city, the priority of dojos was low. But even without that, if they felt like it, they could even teach those things in the plains around here. Performing only the registration as dojo masters, the two will leave everything to dojo master proxies, which would be summoned from Brotberg, and several instructors in the future. You guys are only lending the name at present. Brithhilda. Margrave Brithhilda gave them such a reminder as well. Anyway, don't leave from my side. If you don't give birth to children, those dojos will be wasted. For that reason, the dojo master proxies and instructors will work as guards while also teaching spearmanship and magic combat style little by little to interested parties in their free time. In terms of their treatment, it means that they became retainers of the Earl Bormister household, who are teaching martial arts while carrying out military service. And those dojo master proxies were elder brothers of the two. You saved me. With this I can eat food with spearmanship? You saved me. With this I can eat food with the magic combat style? Even Margrave Brithhilda, who is a big noble, has no choice but to run one dojo of each. Being women, Inan and Louise were excluded as inheritance candidates from the start, but likewise their younger elder brothers were treated as nuisances. Given that there are also people from outside, it's impossible to increase the number of instructors overly much. There shouldn't be anything like a dojo master of the same style as long as there isn't only daughters. While hunting and attending the same adventurer prep school like us, they're apparently instructed in the dojo once in a while as temporary part-time instructors. I feel that they are considerably close to the old me in this part. Sorry, Val. Well, isn't it fine? Wendlin. The serious Ina seems to harbor feelings of guilt for pushing her elder brother through with her connection to me. If he doesn't scheme to force the child born by Ina to be my successor or such. Wendlin. I don't think that will happen. Margrave Brithhilda Sama would be enraged. Ina. I think that I don't even particularly care who will succeed. My house, from my point of view, but nobles are troublesome things. I was told by His Majesty to have the first boy, born by Lise, inherit me. Therefore, if the children of my other wives scheme to become the successors, it would be better for them to stop since they will be excluded. I warn Ina. Since my elder brother was able to get a job, he is happily assigning practice to new disciples. Ina. With the spear ranking next to the sword on the battlefield, it's also excelling the sword as main weapon, if its soldiers originating from commoner status. Therefore, surprisingly many of the soldiers took training in their spare time. There's no war here, but if you leave a bit from Ballberg, there will be ferocious wild animals. On the other hand, Louise seems to be completely entrusting the coaching in magic combat style to her elder brother. I'm bad at teaching people. Louise was treated as genius by Daoshi, however she had the old flaw of geniuses. They suck very much at teaching people. Then, you charge mana into your arm appropriately and then your fist goes Bartilda M. Louise. A certain ghastly white, eternally honored supervisor of the army of my previous life does that calmly, in contrast to Daoshi. I see, Armstrong. However, given that Daoshi was also the same kind of human, Louise's way of teaching seems to be easy to understand, from his point of view. Since he rapidly raised his skill in hand-to-hand combat, it's likely not a lie either. But, as expected of the former mansion of Alfred Sama, who competed for the seat of the next royal head magician with Armstrong Sama, Katharina. And, before anyone realizing, the situation turned into Katharina, the storm adventurer, staying at my mansion. But apparently she's aware about Master's circumstances. Seeing his former mansion, she raised a voice of admiration. Do you know about Master? Wendlin-san lacks his usual knowledge about other magicians. Together with Armstrong Sama, he is in existence called one of the only two peerless magicians. But Katharina, although she calls it competing for the seat of royal head magician, if was a rumor in society back then. If Master was allowed to say something, it would be that he hated the stiffness far too much to go as far as working for the royal palace. Although you weren't born then, you are quite knowledgeable. Wendlin, isn't there a lecture to increase your kinds of magic by learning from the great magicians of the past in the adventurer prep school? Katharina, somehow I vaguely remember hearing about something like that. Wendlin, without decent lecturers appearing, it should be a lecture. You can even call it a partial subcontracting of adventurer prep school individuals. As I was living almost immediately in the capital, I was only enrolled in name at the Brittberg Adventurer Prep School, and thus I didn't take that lecture. Since I received guidance in magic from Burkhardt-san and Daoshi as well, I didn't take almost any lecture at the Adventurer Prep School. An enviable environment. Katharina, aren't you currently receiving training as well? Katharina? Wendlin. Currently she got coaching from Burkhardt-san and Daoshi once in a while. Going by Burkhardt-san's words, he was praising her with the words, although she's a bit inferior to you, boy, she is a genius that might or might not appear once every several years. If it's from him, who is a retainer of Margrave Brithhilda, Katharina is a capable person, who has to be secured by all means. It seems he is teaching her magic with quite the tender care. Moreover, his appearance is regularly amazing. Wendlin-san, nobles are always watched by their surroundings. Katharina, that might be so, but Wendlin, having also the spirit to aim for reviving her household from a state, which can be called almost impossible. Katharina is a woman with high pride and self-assertion. She isn't negligent in her training of magic. Since that dress style of her equipment and her cape were things to advertise her noble origin to the surroundings, she was always in the same appearance, even in the mansion. She seems to have several spares of that dress-styled equipment. Even if increasing the used raw material increases the costs, she is fussy about her dress-styled, elegant equipment. There are people who find that laughable, but there seem to be nobles in the capital who are actually considering it interesting. Since she has true strength in magic, if you call it the style of the Achimomoyama period, 1583 to 1600s, of Japan, it can be considered as trend. It's useful for increasing the popularity. And yet, she is surprisingly modest in her normal life. She wasn't stingy with money for necessary equipment, but she seems to be steadily saving for the sake of her goal without expending money on her normal life. In the end, the matter of her regularly cooking has ended up being exposed by the way of her helping with the meals. Even when asked by Elise to prepare the bento together with her, she made the bento in the kitchen of the mansion in that flashy appearance of hers. Is it snowing in hell? Owen. Moreover, when Iryu said something unnecessary on that occasion, she blew him away into the garden with wind magic. Even by observing only this matter, it appeared difficult to make Iryu and Katharina into a couple. Being together with Wendlin-san, I could change the rank of my home and put pressure on that detestable Marquis Ruckner household. Katharina. After the period of staying in the capital, I have been regarded by the nobles to be on good terms with the Marquis Ruckner household. However, with the possibility that this relationship has faded with the scandal of the younger brother being gossiped about, Minister Ruckner has revealed to his surroundings that I seem to become bald. Additionally, the granddaughter of the household, which lost its rank due to false charges by his father in the past, has been freeloading in my house. From his point of view, there was no other way to express it but that the causes of stress increased. How dirty. Katharina. The ways of large nobles are quite dirty after all. Wendlin. If a large noble felt like it, they can easily crush a small noble household like Katharina's home. If you consider it like that, she is probably a victim. For the sake of reviving her household and as effect of putting earnest efforts so that she won't be underestimated herself, she has set out ahead with confident speech and conduct. Isn't there also your share, once they appraise that mountain of magic tools. Wendlin, there is a large amount of magic tools we acquired, but we can't decide the ratio of the shares as they are still evaluating them. Since there are accomplishments to that extent, I believe it to be fine, even if Katharina is offered peerage. However, the kingdom still is unable to deal with it this flexibly. There is still a long journey ahead for the revival of my household. Katharina. It's hard. Wendlin. It was difficult indeed, but for the time being, Katharina apparently has gotten used to living in the house now. Chapter 60. A new trigger. My name is Herman von Benno Bormister. I'm a novice noble succeeding a certain hinterland territory. However, although that territory might be in the sticks, a large-scale development of the adjoining savage lands has begun. There are plans to connect a road to the Bormister earldom, which is close to the original savage lands. If that happens, the contact with the outside will increase as well. It will enliven my territory, which was completely isolated before. But the path up to here wasn't easy at all. Originally I was the second son. The second son, born to a noble household, has always been reputed to be the spare of the eldest son. While freeloading at home as adult, their marriage will be later than that of the eldest son, too. And there are many who can't marry, either. At worst, if the succeeding eldest son is unable to produce children, the second son will remain for life in the provided room of the mansion. In my childhood I didn't know that. The eldest son, Kurt, who was the heir, was by no means a bad person, although he was mediocre. However, once he grew up, he gradually grasped the situation of the household and territory. Given that Kurt was the heir, he was cherished. My treatment was considerably befitting. As there was also a mistress, younger brothers and sisters were gradually multiplying, but their situation might have still been better. My younger brothers, who were born by mother, who is the legal wife, were preparing to leave elsewhere since they couldn't succeed the household anyway. As red bloods, plebeian, they would become village headmen or assist their elder brothers. For the younger sisters it would be fine as long as they married, even if it was a wealthy farmer. However, I was living in a room as Kurt's spare. I was given a private room more or less, but I couldn't regard it as anything but a jail without bars. That doesn't mean that I particularly hated father or mother. I just hated the established rules of the nobles. It reached the point that I vented that resentment into my sword training, and also into the training of the formed guard unit, which consisted of the second and third sons of farmers in a similar situation. That guard unit was usually responsible for maintaining the public order. In an emergency it would naturally become the core of the feudal army. Even if I say that, criminals or such rarely appeared here since it was a remote countryside which had been isolated from other regions. Even the feudal army shouldn't have an opportunity to get a turn, if there wasn't that previous expedition to the demon forest, which caused heavy losses, though I didn't go there myself. Besides, although it might be called a guard unit which acted to maintain the public order, they stopped the occasional brawls between fellow farmers, who got drunk on sake, or mediated violent matrimonial quarrels. In this territory the guard unit was dispatched for incidents of that level. It was a job that finished with several people rushing on site, listening to the arguments and splitting up the fellow related parties. Also, there was the occasional subjugation of wild boars and bears, who lost their way into the fields. I guess those were defeated in cooperation with the hunters, but there were many cases where the animals were driven away or defeated by the hunters before the guard unit came running. There wasn't a considerable amount of work for the guard unit. Sometimes it was limited to gathering the unit members for training. Be that as it may, the members had ordinary jobs, too. A regulation for the amount of training had been decided more or less, but it was never obeyed, as it didn't make sense to abandon the fields in order to carry out the training according to the regulation. Father, who is the previous feudal lord, carried out a large-scale reclamation saying that it was for the sake of increasing the tax revenue. Given that reclamation was more important than training, I mainly helped out with that as well. Herman, the place you are in charge of today is over there. Artur. Digging up the soil at the place designated by father, I chopped down hindering trees and uprooted their stumps from the ground with several people. Removing large stones and blocks was quite the labor. However, as the field, which was assigned today, had been properly prepared by the unit members, it was decided that Helge would receive it. He was a third son, who was unable to succeed his home's fields. Therefore he couldn't afford failures in this reclamation. Thank you. Herman-sama. Helge, let's not say such stuff to each other. If you didn't remain in this territory, the already shabby guard unit would have become even more shabby. Herman-sama, that's a taboo word. Helge. We had a great laughter with the guard unit members, who were assisting in another reclamation. As everyone was a second son and below, there were only people in the same circumstances. The method of laughing rather than sighing, even if it was masochistic, ended up comforting us emotionally. You have been paying a large amount of money as taxes. So, don't hold back. Helge, who became 20 years old this year, was a survivor of the Demon Forest expedition, although it was difficult to see that. In those days he had just become an adult with 12 years, but he was recommended by his home, who thought it wouldn't be a problem for him to die as he was the third son. No, it was probably correct to call it getting rid of a nuisance. There's no difference between nobles and commoners in handling a problem like this. To be frank, I'm believing that it was good for me, who was 18 years old at that time, to not be dispatched with the army. Instead, the annihilation of the junior commander, who was my granduncle, and his 3 sons caused the currently icy relationship between the main family and the branch family. It was obvious, once you looked, that the women had to help with the reclamation since there weren't enough male helpers and subordinate warriors serving the branch family. They were following father's order, but once in a while they were looking at father and Kurt with piercing gazes. I became their target as well. However, that was probably inevitable. I'm still alive due to the sacrifice of granduncle's group. After all, possessing that much money, there was also the option to go somewhere else. Seeing that it was taken away, you have to properly receive a field. Helge. It wasn't like Helge was particularly excelling in swordsmanship. His body was also short and slender. However, by being skilled with the bow and furthermore having a robust body, he had stamina. And above all that, he had a strong spirit. He, who was treated as underling due to his age, worked as messenger in the expeditionary force. On the surface they should have an equal status, but when the Bormaster feudal army and the Brithhilda feudal army merged, there was naturally no way for it to be that simple. For the previous Margrave Brithhilda granduncle's group was the retainers of his retainer. A large gap gradually formed between the 2 armies thanks to Margrave Brithhilda treating them as retainers. Granduncle kept the Bormaster feudal army a bit away from the feudal army of Margrave Brithhilda. It was probably because there were problems in their treatment, but maybe he predicted their fate to a certain extent. Because more than 20 people of that small force survived, I have no doubt that he was likely preparing for the failure of the expedition. However, the option to escape with few victims was no viable. It was likely that it would become a problem in the future, if the Bormaster feudal army had almost no victims while the Brithhilda feudal army got annihilated, especially, seeing that our supplely route for goods such as salt was in the hands of the Margrave Brithhilda household. It wouldn't do with only them escaping. Even so, he wanted to let the young men escape as much as possible. All of the 20 survivors were youngsters ranging from 12 years to early 20s. It was the best outcome Granduncle was able to leave behind with his sphere of influence. He risked his own life and the lives of his sons. However, it was cruel for father's evaluation. He parted with valuable residents without resistance, and such. Even so, father had the position of feudal lord. On the surface it was necessary for him to reprimand Granduncle, who lost 80% of the war potential. Certainly, it's just as father says. Kurt, following up on father, my elder brother, Kurt, criticized Granduncle, too. As Kurt was a mediocre man, it was only natural for him to make such statement since he was properly listening to what father told him. But, with that brief comment I noticed Kurt's lack of military talent. At the same time I didn't miss father's instant expression of disappointment. Father likely wanted Kurt to praise Granduncle. Since he was the feudal lord, he wasn't able to praise Granduncle, who lost the majority of our war potential. However, if the succeeding son praised Granduncle for returning as many younger men as he could, it would have been possible to somewhat alleviate the anger of people of the branch family. Although I wasn't that intelligent, I at least understood this much. Be that as it may, Kurt didn't realize that father likely felt dejected in his heart. Such things should be arranged ahead of time, was the only thing I could think. Putting that aside, we have to thank those who were able to come back. I considered it butting in, but I proposed that father should directly call out to the people who were able to return. Such concern couldn't be expected of Kurt at any rate. Lacking manpower due to the expeditionary force, it was only me who was regularly patrolling by leading the still remaining inhabitants, but it was also necessary to rebuke and properly correct the group I was leading. If they made a mistake, they had to at least know what to not do, if they wanted to be praised and achieve accomplishments. They had survived the hell, which cost us 80% of our military forces. Rewarding their efforts, it was necessary for father to give them days off and rewards, even if it was only for their feelings. Certainly, that's necessary. Arthur, father consented with my opinion. And it actually took place, but maybe the plan to put me into the branch family might have been polished at that time. Holidays and such are unnecessary. Rather, it would be better to make them work in cultivating new land to allow them to forget that hell. Kurt had such opinion. However, once I considered that standpoint, it wasn't like his view was wrong either. With all of the surviving young men being second sons and below, they were in no position to succeed a family in reality. Given that those, who no one would mind dying either, luckily came back, he probably judged that their manpower should be immediately used. It was probably a necessary decision for the sake of the territory's growth, but his way of thinking was owed to the fact that he had the position of eldest son. Although I could comprehend it, I wasn't pleased with it on an emotional level. And, although the young men were able to come back, the majority of them had collapsed mentally. During granduncle's absence, I read books in father's study, thinking it was necessary to study as it was an activity on their level of a patrol unit with several people, but within the books there was a description about mind sickness due to war. If you go through a too bitter experience on the battlefield, there will be people whose mind becomes sick and who will become useless as soldiers. According to their story, a large army of monsters came for a night attack. Thanks to that, they reached the point of even becoming afraid of the night's darkness and the mysterious sounds, which occur then. Since the male help of granduncle's family was completely gone, I wasn't able to do anything but a sham patrol by leading a few guards around for a while. I had hope for them, who had actual combat experience, but it was probably impossible to invite them as they were in such state. I will be alright, Helge. However, luckily it resulted in several young men, who had a strong mind, to participate in the guard unit. The one who was especially solid among them was the previously introduced Helge. Granduncle had appointed Helge as messenger to stay in touch with the Brithilda feudal army. For the sake of clearing the dangerous mood between the two armies, even if only a bit, he sent the youngest. And that attempt was slightly successful. The leaders of the Brithilda feudal army were as high-handed as usual, but with Helge, whose parents were in the same generation as the soldiers, regularly coming for communication, the soldiers apparently were affectionate towards him. For you it's a disaster as well. You were dragged into a competition of obstinacy between fellow authorities. I don't mind since it will becoming horsemanship training, if I'm working as messenger. Helge, you have a great character. Since we grilled meat of monsters, we hunted, go back after eating some of it. Thank you, Helge. Youngsters have to eat their fill without holding back. He was favored by the lower soldiers with such feelings. And then that fateful day came. As Helge was heading into the direction of the Brithilda feudal army's encampment to carry out his messenger duty, they gave a certain something to Helge. We probably won't be able to return alive. Boy, you have to survive at any cost. We will give you this. He didn't quite understand anything, but he received several monster fangs, and he was successful in escaping alongside others from the demon forest due to handling his horse skillfully thanks to his messenger duty. Together with the other survivors, they barely managed to reach the Bourmister territory one way or another, but after that he was assaulted by the blaming feelings in his chest. Father collected the taxes from them, including Helge, who survived at great pains because they were given a reward by Margrave Brithilda in addition to going to hunt at the time they entered the demon forest. They paid it with the coins they possessed. Father, that's probably crude, as one would expect. Herman, it might be as you say. But even so, the law is the law. Arthur. However, even the reward they had was substantially reduced to zero. Besides, it's probably not almost all money they have on hand. Arthur. Certainly. It was as father said. He might have taken the tax as planned since father definitely understood it as well. Everyone of the surviving group was second son and below. As according to his conjecture of their treatment at their homes, the majority of the money, they earned by risking their lives, was snatched away. Especially Helge, as the received monster's fangs would become ingredients for high-priced medicine, Those were immediately bought by the merchant group, who had money, for 200.000 cents. Even so, the money Helge received from his parents was mere 1,000 cents. The money he earned by putting his life on the line was completely exploited by his home. It's a story which is really sickening. Herman, be that as it may, this is the reality of an agricultural community in the countryside. Given that it is important for the continuation of the family, second sons and below aren't considered as anything but mountain grapes, which you squeeze for their juice. Recently the number of young people leaving the Bourmister territory together with the merchant group was increasing, but I was able to understand their feelings. Even father was considering this to not be a good thing. However, 2 radical measures would shake his reign in the territory. If there was something like a rebellion in such isolated territory, the Bourmister territory would suffer fatal damage. That's probably why he was trying to promote the encouragement for reclamation as much as possible to allow the second sons and below to stand on their own feet. I didn't believe that the eldest son, Kurt, noticed father's forethought though. If it was from his point of view, it was likely the level of perception that the tax yield would increase if the arable lands expanded. Herman, you will enter the branch family as son-in-law. Arthur. At the time when I heard that story from father, my realization was no more than, will it be less objectionable because it's now, I wonder? Completing the first stage of the large-scale reclamation, it was the time when Kurt's wife was finally decided. I was told to work in the position of junior commander by being adopted into the branch family. With the failure of the expedition, the military forces of the Bourmister feudal army still hadn't recovered. In the case of an emergency it was our duty to fight with all young men, but reserve soldiers, who would keep training, were also necessary to a certain degree. Even so, while I was looking for possibilities in the books in the study, the 22nd Sons and Below, in name only, went through the trouble by learning through imitation from me. One of the few results was Helge becoming my right-hand man by accumulating experience. Although I felt sorry for troubling them with hardships in addition to the farm work on the fields, which were reclaimed just recently, the me at that time had no other way to entertain them. For Kurt, who had realized his secure position through being surrounded by the heirs of wealthy farmers and craftsmen from the same generation, such hardships were likely unnecessary. Moreover, it seemed like Kurt was jealous of my military talent. At the time I heard that story, I ended up laughing as it was far too ridiculous. Certainly, I was the most proficient in swordsmanship within the territory. I didn't believe I would lose in archery to the hunter group either. If it was a vigilante corps and a certain extent of a guard unit, I would probably be able to command them more skillfully than father and Kurt. But, what about it? While it may be true that I was the best in such isolated, rural territory, there should exist as many skilled guys as there were stars in the sky, who were more skilled than me. Once you went outside. Kurt's jealousy was nothing but false accusation in my view. Afterwards, his jealousy vanished at the same time when I was adopted into the branch family. He was probably relived because his rival became the head of the branch family. He was a truly happy-go-lucky next family head. For someone like me, the branch family was a bed of thorns. Being adopted into the branch family as groom ended up getting delayed since father waited for Marlene, who is the direct granddaughter of granduncle, to become an adult. Actually, once I was adopted, I was baffled by the attitude of my wife, Marlene. From the branch family's point of view, the main family was apparently recognized as having killed granduncle's group in a plan to hijack the branch family. I didn't know what father was thinking, but it would have been fine if he had at least dispatched only me as well. The appearance of Marlene was lovely. There was nothing I wanted to complain about given that I was able to marry her. Once she had taken an attitude of, "It can't be helped since it's for the sake of making a child." In the first night, even I was bothered. Even during the time of eating, I was plainly treated as unwanted guest. As expected, even I would end up mentally strained by that. However, I was saved by an unexpected person. I have many siblings. Even with only the children born by my mother, the legal wife, there's the third son Paul, the fourth son Helmut and the fifth son Eric. And, being the youngest boy, the eighth son, Wendlin, they were daily running about preparing to leave to the capital as they couldn't succeed the household anyway. For me, who spent his teens as spare to be ready just in case, it was very enviable. Instead, we will be on our own. Paul said so, but even so I was jealous of them being able to live elsewhere. I had no lingering affections towards being a noble or such. I wouldn't be a noble anymore at the moment I became the head of the branch family anyway. Even at that point in time I had the dream to leave to the outside world and try becoming an adventurer or such like Paul, if possible. I have no other choice but to leave and go traveling. In all honesty, I have no attachment to this place either though. Paul, although he was able to succeed in the future, Kurt, discovered a new target for his jealousy. It was the fifth son, Eric. That guy was a man, making you believe that it was a mistake in itself for him having been born into the Bourmister household. Great looks, unmatchable archery skills, even for me, and an outstandingly excellent intellect. Of course his popularity with the fief's population was high, and naturally it reached a point that they deemed him to be appropriate as next feudal lord. I didn't believe that this territory would have any dealings with other feudal lords, but it would be better for the feudal lord to have a dignified appearance, since he's the face of the territory. Even in regards to ability, Eric outclassed Kurt by far. Kurt's jealousy was a matter of course, however, that vanished with the declaration that Eric would leave the territory in the future. And in the end an even more outrageous younger brother appeared. It was the eighth son, Wendlin. At the beginning this child also read books and such from an age of 3 years, and I thought he was a similar type as Eric. However, gradually he displayed his talent in magic. For a child, which has talent in magic, to appear in this hinterland territory was close to a miracle. Father immediately took countermeasures. Those ended up being complete non-interference. Although father told him to make sure to not contribute to the territory as much as possible, he made overwhelming contributions with stuff like meat and supplies. Even at the time, when I was still at home, the stuff we received to eat often was the meat of helmeted guinea fowl. It was freely provided by Wendlin. From morning until evening he probably carried out special training in magic. Occasionally it reached the point of him focusing on his magic training to the degree of spending the night somewhere else. Naturally the flames of jealousy flared up within Kurt once again. From my point of view, I wanted to strongly advise him to study, if he had so much spare time. And although it was mainly directed at him, I believed that Wendlin had a good character. Without considering someone like Kurt, he did as he liked due to his independence. Once I looked at Wendlin, everything seemed absurd. I was adopted into the branch family according to father's and Kurt's intention, and even my wife had reservations towards me. I was fed up with such life. Certainly I was the second son of the main family, but I had already become a former second son. Currently, as head of the branch family, it was necessary to work for father and Kurt as retainer, but there was no necessity to obey in other matters. Several days after the day I decided to do so, I attended a certain meeting. This meeting was for listening to the opinions of those in the main village, which is a gathering of those who immigrated in the early days. They were taken into consideration because they were the feudal lord's support base. However, if this was always done, the guys from the other villages naturally wouldn't find that amusing. It was necessary to resolve that in the future. However, at that time I was in a position of speaking about those benefits on behalf of others as head of the branch family. We want to request of you to reduce the irresponsible labor. Even without that, the branch family had few men. For that reason even the women of the branch family had to help in the reclamation work. There are several subordinate warriors in the branch family as well, but they usually spend a busy life as farmers. They were at their limit with the help they could provide to us. For that reason we sent the male helper, though. Kurt. There are limits with it just being me. Kurt didn't think anything of me but being one of his henchmen after all. Since he sent that henchman to the branch family, he didn't consider the branch family as anything else but an usable tool. Indeed, once analyzed calmly, something like a stable reign of the Bourmister territory with priority on the main village was no more than a house built on sand. Father and the village headman, Klaus, sensed the impeding danger, but they didn't find an innovative solution. Kurt didn't even notice that danger. In a certain meaning that's enviable. Thanks to the labor, the amount of manufactured honey liquor has gone down. The branch family's occupation was traditional apiculture and the production of honey liquor by making use of that. Even so, by expediting an increase of work in an extreme labor shortage, the production output fell. Also, I want you to pay the bills for the honey liquor. Alcohol was precious in this territory. The harvest of wheat increased, but since further frowned, if it was made into alcohol, Only a small amount of homemade ale was created at most. Therefore, the honey liquor, made by the Branch family, was collected and distributed to the fief's population, but the Branch family was displeased because the payment of the bills was delayed. That was why my position became a bed of thorns. "We will pay sooner or later?" Is that so? Well, then we will suspend the supply of honey liquor until the payment is completed. It fits well as we don't have enough manpower anyway. I request the settlement of the debts, which have piled up until now, as well. Kurt. For some reason Kurt got enraged. Something like the Branch family imposing demands on the main family was probably considered as incorrigible arrogance by him. Also, this was what I was thinking. Father and Kurt had the duty to govern this territory in stability, but that didn't mean that they were free to do whatever they wanted. No matter how much manpower they lacked, if they only made the Branch family do the unreasonable, that would only result in them becoming anti-main family. "Did you plan to sacrifice me as well?" Gradually I boiled with anger within my mind. Why had only I, among the siblings of the Bourmister household, to suffer like this? Although I might be unable to become a noble, I was envious of Paul, Helmut and Eric. They would go living in the outside world, without being imprisoned in this fenced-in, shit-like, rural territory. Who appeared next in my mind was the one who was allowed to freely act in order to prevent an inheritance dispute. But Wendlin was called the lazy eighth son by the fief's population. Although he was still very young, Wendlin was acting to his own heart's satisfaction. That was also because he had talent in magic. But even if it was gossiped, what is he thinking? By his surroundings, he truly lived as he pleased. The face of Wendlin, who went out early in the morning every day and came back in the evening, didn't seem to have a shred of grief or doubt. I didn't talk with him overly much. With our ages being far apart from the start, and since the me at that time had the position as head of the Branch family, Kurt would likely be oversensitive just by us talking. If I and Wendlin joined up, Kurt's status would be stolen. It was a kind of wild fantasy, but it was also possible that Kurt would believe in it, if he had strong suspicions. At any rate, I want you to accept the previous terms. Even if I wasn't at Wendlin's level, I should walk my own path. Father and Kurt were already people from another family and I was the head of the Branch family. Since that's the case, I had to consider how to get the most gains for the Branch family. The reclamation has completed the first stage. We will pay the accumulated debts. Artur, Father, Kurt. Our side has caused problems due to the reclamation project. It's only natural to pay, I believe. Artur. In the end, Father would apparently pay the bills with such reasoning. For the people of the Branch family back then, Father didn't even deserve their trust anymore, though, I guess. And Kurt apparently believed that it wasn't necessary to pay or something like that. In my opinion, Kurt would be able to manage somehow or another, if he had plenty of money as noble. However, what did he plan to do by making the Branch family into an enemy? Currently the combination of Father and Kurt is somehow restraining the conservatives of the main village and the territory is at peace. But, due to the discord with the Branch family, which stemmed from the Demon Forest expedition, there was backlash towards the old people of the conservative class by the young people in the main village, too. The remaining two villages were at a level of following Father and Kurt as it couldn't be helped since they were the feudal lords. This territory had become shaky in around 100 years after its establishment. If something is stabbed with a single needle, this territory will probably explode. And that would become the fall of Father and Kurt as leaders of this territory. It might be my delusion, but after this meeting I was finally approved of by the people of the Branch family, it seems. Since my wife became wife-like, this was probably a lucky break as well. Kurt's face turned sullen, but that guy couldn't win in physical strength against me anyway. And several years elapsed. However, what came afterwards had been already explained many times. Father retired. I became the head of this Bourmister territory. Paul had a territory allocated to him as well, and lastly, Wendlin became an earl and was given the majority of the savage lands. It will probably be better to not talk about Kurt's matter anymore. That guy blew himself up by not following into the future of the Bourmister territory, which would be to open up towards relations with the outside. That's how it is. Oi, Klaus. As expected, this is just too foolish. I, who became the 5th generation's family head of the Night Bourmister territory after a certain incident, summoned the village headman of the main village, Klaus. Father and Kurt had recognized the abilities of this man called Klaus, but I doubted his motives within my mind. Besides, he was affected by the deaths of his son and the fiancée of his daughter. However, the truth behind that has already been clarified. Indeed, I think he won't do something like scheming the change of the feudal lord behind the scenes anymore, as Wendlin doesn't distrust him in that area either. He remained as village headman of the main village. He, who had desired a change of feudal lord as village headman, has begun to interact with other territories. The neighboring territories of Paul and Wendlin were currently in the middle of a development rush. It has reached the point that my territory is visited by merchants from outside as well. The cultivated land has also increased, and the production of honey liquor, which is our special product, has started to be supported by the capital's merchants, who were introduced by Wendlin. With an increase in new residents, there are now 5 villages. My territory is busy with things like the reclamation of the savage lands and the reception of new immigrants. On the whole, it was entirely good things, but in fact one troubling problem occurred. Walter's and Cal's behavior is intolerable. Do something about it. Herman. Klaus is an excellent man, who has been acknowledged by father, me and my brothers. But, he has a flaw as well. That's in educating children. No, he probably failed in the education of his grandchildren because they are the children of his daughter. Although I have been watching father getting terribly sabotaged by Kurt, I have now called Klaus because I'm getting sabotaged by his grandchildren. He seems to somehow pamper them partially since they are his grandchildren and not his children. From the view of father, it might be relieving for Klaus to be a human as well, but for me they are no more than the prime cause for instability generated in the territory once again. It was necessary to deal with it immediately. I'm sorry. I have reprimanded them many times, but Klaus, that there wasn't the excellent village headman, but nothing more than a gentle grandfather, who simply apologizes for his grandchildren. I've heard that they are even inciting the young people. Klaus, you do know what will happen, if you don't rein them in properly, don't you? Herman. The beginning of the problems has started because of the treatment towards Klaus after that incident. Father had retired and moved to Paul's territory, but Klaus had no reason to retire and remained as the one responsible for financial affairs and as a village headman of the Night Bourmester territory's main village. In a part of the territory, voices were raised for Klaus to retire as well since he carried out political incitement. But the current Bourmester territory lacked capable personnel. Seeing that there is no substitute for him, I have no choice but having him continue his work without change. Father and my other brothers are likely thinking that Klaus has already returned to his position as normal village headman and is working as such. Since I thought so as well, I left him alone. In reality, he returned as excellent village headman, who does his job silently, with an age of over 60 years. He himself has apparently already decided to retire in several years. It has reached the point that he is gradually entrusting the work of the main village's headman to his grandchild Walter, who is the eldest son of Layla. He has been gathering and training candidates from other villages for tasks like tax collection, too. He has become an old man, who completely lacked resentment and ambitions. He is silently endeavoring in his job. Half the group of the other villages believes that to be eerie, and the other half regards that favorably. For the lot from the villages, which were freshly established, he is no more than a kind grandfather, who thoroughly teaches the job to the next generation because they don't know about the circumstances of the former Klaus. The lot of the other villages, who have lived here since before, is apparently thinking, what is he planning this time? However, given that he is releasing his monopoly on the tax collection task, they are getting taught by him obediently, at least on the surface. Klaus obtained a monopoly on the tax collection task after he presented his daughter Layla as mistress to father. At least that's what those from the other villages are thinking. Therefore I wanted everyone to have the impression that this favor will disappear once Klaus retires. Klaus shared that opinion as well. The reason is that main village has already become nothing more but a name. By now there are 2 other villages, which were built by the residents who immigrated just recently. The village headmen over there are chosen by them. After I became the feudal lord, the meeting, which was held to listen to the opinions of the fief's population, though it was previously limited to the main village, was attended by representatives from all villages. With the development being far from over, the number of villages will gradually increase and complete strangers will be chosen as village headmen by them. Even at the current time, the influence of the main village has decreased quite a bit. Besides, in relation to the efficiency of ruling, if the development of the savage lands advances even more, we will be moving the location of the Bourmester household's main residence. Once that happens, the main village will likely be called Capital Village. This was the flow of time. Klaus doesn't seem to have any complaints either. I will grow old and die while watching the growth of the Bourmester territory. As is, Klaus. Some time ago Klaus leaked in a whisper as if talking to himself. However, a problem has occurred from another direction. It was Klaus' grandchildren, Walter and Karl, who have become half-brothers to me. I want Karl to become the village headman of another village. Layla. Right when I became feudal lord, Walter and Karl came along and started with such petition. Moreover, as it was an ill-natured affair, both of them were accompanied by Layla-san and I was asked by her as well. Father, I curse you. Herman. Layla-san didn't follow father at the time he moved to Paul's territory after his retirement. Even though Layla-san became father's mistress, she didn't live in the same house as him to begin with. Her responsibility was to give birth to children. She hasn't divorced him or anything, but she probably hated something like a secluded life and meeting my mother, the legal wife. Therefore she remained with us. However, by no means did I expect her to make a political petition at this point. Don't ask unreasonable things, Herman. It was impossible if you consider our relation with the two other villages, which were here since before. Besides, they believe the current change to be desirable and are supporting me as new feudal lord. If I pushed the younger brother from a different mother, Cal, onto them as village headman out of personal interest, there's no doubt that they will oppose it strongly. Given that they have no offenses like falsifying the taxes or such either, there isn't even any basis to dismiss the current village headman. Although there aren't kind of crimes, you are trying to take the village headman's places by dismissal. Herman. There are the villages of the immigrants, right? Layla. Even so, that's impossible. The new immigrant group is deciding their new village headman by themselves. It's not like they are defying me, who is their feudal lord, either. It will likely become a problem if I suddenly dismiss their village headman and send in Karl. There are plans to establish a new village again. I will entrust the position of village headman of that place to you. Wendland has rushed it to some degree, but a few small finishing touches and I will have you lead those who came immigrating. I will dispatch personnel and Norbert as help from my side as well. Herman. Norbert was the husband of Agnes, who is my half-sister. Also, I will entrust the management of the shop, left behind by Wendland, to Raina. Herman. Right after Wendland became an earl, he finished the short lifetime of that development special ward. That mansion, which became the border to the savage lands, was relocated to the city, which carried the name Ballberg, and afterwards everything was assigned to me. Among that is the shop, which is selling various items. I decided to leave the management of it to Raina, the husband of Corona, who's also a half-sister of mine. It came after all. Herman. In fact, their petition was something that father, Wendland and me perfectly anticipated. They are my half-brothers and younger sisters and Wendland's half-brothers and elder sisters. Although all of the brothers from the legal wife have become nobles, the red-blooded them, whose mother is the mistress, haven't received many benefits. This is why it's natural for dissatisfaction to appear. However, Layla-san has appeared at this point. Herman. In my opinion, she is also someone who ended up having her life toyed with thanks to the power relationship within the territory. Losing her fiancé in her youth, she became father's mistress. It's likely not really funny for mother either. From the start she has been living in Klaus Mansion together with the children she bore, with the reason of her social standing being different. So far she appeared in public rarely. Honestly, it's at a level that it was surprising for her to come together with Walter and Karl for making a petition. Her holding her own children very dear is probably also a reason why father ended up leaving the territory. This woman is as beautiful as ever. Herman. Although she's already past 40 years old, she still doesn't look as anything but around 30. Father had likely made her his mistress for the sake of reinforcing his ruling system, but there should have been side benefits as well. Thank you very much. Layla. Layla-san bowed together with Walter and Karl and excused herself from my location. The petition at this time and its contents are in range with my assumptions. Even father has deemed it necessary to make him village headman or make an under-the-table payoff to some extent. Wendland said, wouldn't it be better to split off territory somewhere? Though this was prevented by father and me as expected. Wendland isn't dumb either, but he has some naive parts. I believe it to be evil, but it will become a big problem if we make our red-blooded half-sisters and brothers into nobles. The nobles of the central government will probably kick up a fuss. A large crowd of idiots, who want to become nobles, will come rushing saying, "We are your father's children, so acknowledge us." It will be fine if I leave it to my children, who would be born by my wives, once the number of branch families increased in a foreseeable future. I did compromise adequately, didn't I? Herman. Yes. Klaus. Walter will become the village headman of this main village. Karl will become the village headman of a village in a newly developed area, too. Naturally I will give him enough assistance. The husbands of my half-sisters have been considered properly too. And yet Walter and Karl still seem to be unhappy. No. They ended up getting carried away once they got this compromise under the table. Currently I don't go beyond being a village headman, but in the future it's very likely for me to be allocated a territory. I will become a noble? Rumors came flowing in that they have formed a ruling party by gathering the young people within the territory while saying that. Klaus, did you properly explain it to them? Herman. That is, because Wendlin Sama became an earl in one generation, they might have a misunderstanding. Klaus. Wendlin was born with blue blood, but if he had no talent in magic, his children would have undoubtedly fallen to commoner status after his death. Although he had such circumstances, he became an earl at an age of 15 years. Since Wendlin is seen as noble, who suddenly rose in society to a higher position, by Walter's group, they seem to be thinking that it's very likely for them to become nobles as they have half blue blood as well. Given that all of his elder brothers from the same mother received peerage and territory, they believe that they can be promoted as his elder half-brothers. Anyway, stop them. Do you want to get even your grandchildren killed? Herman. Yes, I will definitely. Klaus. Occasionally there are people who become nobles by successfully developing uninhibited backward regions among former merchants and commoners. Since such people don't have ancestral retainers, they have no choice but to form a retainer group from among their commoner friends and family. Given that retainers are existences similar to half-nobles, they believe they will be given territory as nobles as they are further up in rank. Do something about it right away. Don't you understand that it's pointless even if I stick up for them? Herman. That is, of course. Klaus. Since we have been entangled in the profits of the large-scale Savage Lands development, there is a possibility that imprudent speech and conduct will incur the anger of His Majesty and the big nobles. Even Kurt, who was the original heir, ended up being a target for removal once he caught their attention. They will dispose of someone like Walter's group without any kind of hesitation. Walter's group is half connected by blood with Wendlin. Therefore, they are too foolish. Herman. It's not unlikely for a person similar to a second Baron Ruckner to appear. They will manipulate from behind the scenes by agitating Walter's group. You couldn't say that there are no nobles scheming such plans. Among Wendlin's new retainers there are many with strong pipes to the central government. Herman. There are third sons and below, as well as many illegitimate children of cabinet ministers and big nobles. Something like an existence which sabotages a rising earl household which accepted such people, will clearly be disposed as if swatting an annoying fly. By all means, I will restrain them. Klaus. Klaus, the way things are going, can't you tell them father-like things? Herman. It's because they are my grandchildren. I'm troubled because it's something else than with my children. Klaus. He has surely pulled back one level in the parts requiring a stern education. I remembered the saying, a grandfather's child is cheaper than 3 cents. I saw in some book. At any rate, I leave it to you. Herman. 1 week after I gave a warning to Klaus, as expected, he moved actively. I didn't hear any rumors about their moves. Walter's group seems to be silently preparing to immigrate to the next pioneered village and to work as next village headman. Good grief, for now I feel relieved. Herman. Recently the number of people who visit the Bormister territory increased. There weren't many merchants, but instead the number of adventurers has grown. They apparently came to investigate whether they can hunt the wyverns and flying dragons living in the northern mountain range. It looks like they are considering the establishment of a Adventurers Guild branch. The raw materials of dragons are expensive after all. Herman. If it turns out well, we can hope for employment for the fief's population in facilities for dismantling dragons and for taxes from the guild and the adventurers. It might also be possible to invite workshops, which process raw materials, and such. I see, that's a good story. Klaus. Klaus, who brought along several of those adventurer representatives, and me talked about the bright future of this territory. However, immediately after that I have been plunged into an abyss of despair. Those adventurers suddenly thrust swords at me. Next, sounds of arguing and voices of quarreling between people from outside are audible. Oi, Klaus. Herman, I wish for you to not resist too much. Severely injured people and accidental deaths will decrease the population of this territory. Klaus. Klaus answered my question in his usual calm tone. Furthermore, he hadn't swords thrust at him by the adventurers. Klaus, you. Herman-sama, please stay obedient. This isn't a rebellion. Thinking about the future of this Bormister territory, we will do a direct petitioning with the long-standing sympathizers here. Klaus. A short time later my wife, my 2 children, the servants, the subordinate warriors and my retainers are gathered in this room with swords thrust at them by Walter, Carl and the adventurers. Walter and Carl, too, eh? That's no wonder though. Herman. In the first place, they are also the group who made a fuss to be made into nobles. The quietness in this place for around 1 week was because they prepared this rebellion. By no means did I expect you, Klaus, to take part in such conduct. Herman. Putting aside Walter and Cal, who were misguided in their education by Klaus, I never expected the person himself to join in on such foolish deed. Having continued to employ Klaus, who wasn't trusted much by father, conversely he did something unnecessary since I thought he wouldn't do such stupid thing given how smart he is. Herman-sama, do you believe that I do something like this without any chance for success? Klaus. Well, now, can't you please explain it in a way that a foolish feudal lord like me can understand it as well? Herman. Please look outside the window. Klaus. Doing as told by Klaus, I can see around 10 odd adventurers and young residents, who were likely approved by Walter and Cal, surrounding the mansion, installing a wooden wall or carrying in supplies like food and boughs into the mansion. You strengthened your war potential by hiring adventurers as merchants? Herman. No, Klaus shouldn't be convinced of his prospects of victory in this battle with having obtained at most 10 odd reinforcements. Currently magic airships are periodically operating in the Savage Lands. If they use those, Wendlin, Margrave Brithhilda and even the troops from the royal capital could be deployed right away. If it's a military force of around several hundreds. Even if they installed walls around this mansion, to a degree like hair grows in a family of wealthy farmers, it will likely be impossible to defend this place in the first place. Did you take us hostage as safety precaution? Herman. No, that's not it either. For better or worse, I'm unimportant as noble as well. Just because I was taken hostage, it's unlikely for them being able to declare that they want Wendlin to accept their demands. Although I want him to save my wife and children if possible, there are several relatives who can become the new feudal lord even if my family gets annihilated here. It will be fine if we are burned to death altogether for the sake of severing future anxieties. The reason why Klaus moved is, Herman. Once I begin to probe the situation in the surroundings in order to pursue the truth, even if it's only for a bit, I felt a sense of discomfort from the reinforcing adventurers. They're commanding too much. Herman. Adventurer is an occupation renowned for its wide range, from best to worse, regarding human nature. If you say that there is a group among them, who earns even more than nobles and who has character to the degree of using that money for charity, there will also be many folks, who are bandits or beggars. Once I wondered whether they would rummage through this mansion for booty after having occupied it. The several representatives, who were brought along by Klaus, are briskly preparing for a defensive battle using even Walter's and Carl's group. Their movements were completely like soldiers. Are they some noble's retainers? Herman. For an instant I remember the younger brother of Finance Minister Ruckner, who provided the magic tool to Kurt, but they shouldn't be that man's retainers. For the sake of getting rid of the adventurer, who gave the magic tool to Kurt, in the northern mountain range, around 4 of that man's retainers entered the mountain range from the side of Mgraviate Brithhilda. However, 2 of them died in the process of attacking that adventurer. 1 heavily wounded died on his descent. The remaining 1 was captured by the subordinates of Margrave Brithhilda in a totally exhausted state. There shouldn't be any other guys besides them. If that's the case, from which household are they? Herman. The more I think about it, the less I know the answer to it. Since it has already turned out like this, there is no other choice but having Wendlin do something about it. Herman. Oi, would you at least let me go to the toilet for a piss? That of course we will also be troubled, if you leak here, Klaus. I became defiant and chose to be obediently confined here together with my family and retainers. Chapter 61. Weigel Household's Revival. A method to restore a noble household which had its peerage and territory confiscated. Roderick. Right. Wendlin. Is it about Katharina Jew? Roderick. Yay. Wendlin. Katharina had that speech and behavior the first time we met due to that loss, but she was a quite excellent magician. Once I tried to get along with her. She wasn't such a bad person either. Since that's the case, it's not like there are no way around it. After all, I'm a noble bearing responsibility for a huge territory. Also, there is the reason that I'm a person who considers stability. I got many allies in order to live a good life, and there was a method to create an obligation for gratitude from her, though there's only one. It will restore the Weigel household's peerage and territory. Given that it's almost impossible for women to become nobles, it won't do if she doesn't look for an agreeable method. The best one would be the possibility of the children, born by her, to inherit peerage and territory. However, are you really asking the humble me, Roderick? I'm asking Roderick, who is the head retainer, since it's a problem whether it will increase the friendly nobles of the Earl Bormister household or not. However, his expression becomes bitter. That's because next week there will be a marriage interview meeting held. Moreover, those marriage interviews are scheduled to become quite large-scaled. Iryu will participate as well. It turned into an obligatory participation for the young fellows who were working for us while having no wives, although the nobles got psyched up as well and sent more than 1,000 marriage interview photographs. I think that most of those will be in vain. At the time I asked them, it's no problem even if it are young folks. Almost all of them accepted it. Before I noticed the retainer group of the Earl Bormister household had taken form. However, the upper echelon was blended with all the children of cabinet ministers, and each of them did the task which suited their home's forte. Even that child of Daushi, Cornelius, has become the leader of the guard unit. Their way of working was excellent, but there were still many singles since there were so many third sons and below among them. Therefore we decided to hold a large marriage interview meeting based on the fact that they will become busy from now on. Even if I say so myself, but I believe it to be a nice idea. However, for Roderick, who advances the preparations for his own marriage interviews, there might be some parts he can't agree with. How about it? Once you accept her as wife, Roderick, doesn't it mean that your child will become a noble? Wendlin. Why me? Isn't it no problem for Erwin either? Roderick. Given that it has been finally settled that Roderick will become the father of the next era's Baron Ruckner household's family head after many turns and twists, it won't be any kind of problem if he makes a child with Katharina and that child becomes a noble. However, it seems Roderick doesn't want to be burdened with any more hardships. Thus he tried to force it upon Iryu. Iryu is, you know, Wendlin. He is a nice guy, however him ending up learning womanizing thanks to Burkhardt-san was no good. Katharina is sensitive in such matters and therefore has distanced herself from Iryu. She's alright with him as companion in the same party, but apparently she refuses him as husband. That foolhardy one is unexpectedly innocent. Roderick. Certainly, compared to gaining top-class achievements among the adventurers, which is a gathering of many rough fellows, and rejectant fellows like yakas and parasites, who have tried to steal a share from her, with ability, she doesn't seem to have much immunity towards men. Just recently too. Wendlin. After Iryu practiced his archery in the early morning, he cooled himself in the courtyard by taking off the upper garments since it was hot. I ended up getting complaints from Katharina, who practiced her magic at the same time. Wendlin-san. It might be the way of nobles, but something like undressing outside is no good. Katharina. Wasn't it only his upper body? Wendlin. Even if it's only the upper half, isn't it always no good? Katharina. Her way of talking was as usual, but Katharina's face was deep red. In short, she likely doesn't have much tolerance in such things. Iryu will be difficult, I believe. Wendlin. Then, isn't all well if it's you, my lord? Roderick. Me? Wendlin. Yes. She fits the requirements nicely as well. Roderick. Since she is an elite adventurer to begin with, she can accompany me on my hunts. Even from Katharina's view, a child made between me and her will smoothen the maneuvering at the royal palace to make it the family head of the Weigel household. Both of you will profit from it. Roderick says, I feel like it gives off a slightly dry sensation if said by a former Heisei Japanese. but you couldn't call this an incorrect evaluation criteria in this world either. As marriage served as connection of fellow households, things like affinity of the marriage partners themselves was secondary. I think that it's not bad to love for the love's sake, but this might also be the reason for the problems of declining birth rates and the low marriage ratio in Japan. Either way, it's difficult to persist as single in this world. It will be pointless if Katharina doesn't prepare herself for it either. Roderick stated. It's necessary to deepen the lineup of the Bourmister household by treating the Weigel household as quasi-family. Roderick. Since Roderick is the head retainer, he apparently wants to quickly tackle the issue of stabilizing the Earl Bourmister household, which changed into a large-scale household rapidly. After my death, the Earl Bourmister household will continue with the next generation and the ones after as well. However, that might also be the will of the person herself. Wendlin. Saying that, it's also necessary to meet and frankly speak about it once. By the way, can't you do something about the mark remaining on your cheeks? Roderick. For some reason Elise refused to do that. I'm not allowed to heal it myself either. Wendlin. As a matter of fact, in the early morning today, after finishing my daily routine of practicing magic, I entered the bathroom to wash off my sweat. There I ran into Katharina, who entered the bathroom before me after likewise finishing her training. Furthermore, she was taking some kind of pose in front of the mirror in the washroom while being stark naked. Since the meals, provided at Wendlin-san's house, are delicious, I seem to have recently gained weight. Katharina. Is that so? I don't think so though. Wendlin. Katharina. I was probably an idiot to immediately answer her at that point. Katharina, who ended up meeting me in the washroom when no one but her was supposed to be there, stared at me, who came entering carelessly, for several seconds, and a strange mood drifted between the two of us. Wendlin-san. Katharina. Men won't notice little fluctuations in the weight of a woman. Wendlin. Katharina. There are also variations in the ideal figure of men and women. If a woman becomes too thin, men won't feel attracted instead. Wendlin. Wendlin-san. Katharina. Well, that's all from my side. Wendlin. Somehow I seem to have missed the bathroom in use note which hung at the entrance to the bathroom. To be honest, I do that occasionally, but since Iru is a man, then no problem either. It was the same for the times of the other female members. Vul. Are you really not doing that on purpose? I don't particularly mind though. It's a disaster. I'm getting attacked by Vul, who craves for my nude body. As if you aren't easily influenced to join in on the mood. Blue eyes. Wendlin-sama. We will do such things after holding the official ceremony. Elise. Vul-sama. Let's go in together. Wilma. Since the four are my fiancés, there was absolutely no problem. However, my deception didn't work on Katharina after all. Wendlin-san. Katharina. Sorry, I messed up a bit. Wendlin. Do you plan to let it finish with you looking at the naked body of a maiden before her marriage? Katharina. Although Katharina's magic didn't appear here, I ended up receiving a slap on the cheek with all her strength. I probably could have dodged it if I felt like it, but I sensed that it would be wrong to do that, and thus I simply took the brunt. How to call it? Is my lord's luck good or bad? Roderick. Those were the impressions of Roderick, who is also a man. The slap on the cheek is unfortunate, however he said it like that since I was able to see something nice. Since doing something much like slapping a noble was disrespectful, punishment wasn't impossible either. But if I do that, my act of peeping will get exposed. If it's officially announced, the one who will carry the disgrace in society will undoubtedly be me. Moreover, Katharina is unexpectedly, Wendlin. After giving me a magnificent slap, she wept and clung to Elise, which was totally unlike her. I can't become a bride anymore. Katharina. You aren't that kind of character. Sorry, it's nothing. Wendlin. If you can't get married anymore just because a bit nudity was seen, most of the marriageable women in Japan will disappear. Or rather, I ended up thinking that it's a surprise for such women to actually exist outside of light novels and anime, but Elise was Katharina's ally in this matter. The women in this world, the higher their social standing, the higher their sense of virtue. Therefore, I, who had seen the nude Katharina without her being my lover or wife, apparently became a sinful man. Wendlin-sama, please leave your face as it is for the whole day today. Elise. As expected, as it is. Wendlin. It's for you to reflect on your actions, Wendlin-sama. Elise. Being unusually strongly told by Elise to do so, I consented to not even heal the handprint imprinted on my own cheek for today. It's no good. The times when Elise speaks forcefully are special. Certainly, it's, as Ina said, although she usually is an old-styled woman who stands up for me, she has imposed a calm punishment upon me while comforting Katharina, who is currently clinging to her tearfully. I didn't know whether this part of her was also a reason why she was chosen as my first wife. Although it's no problem if it's us, Katharina is no good. Shall we add a name column to the note for bathing use? Wendlin, won't you then enter if it's anyone else but Katharina? No comment. Wendlin, it's difficult for the nobles of this country to have premarital sexual relations due to the annoying regulations of the church. Therefore I think it's a cute mischief to at least occasionally peep at their nude bodies for a bit while pretending to have made a mistake. The other party are my fiancés anyway. You are doing it on purpose after all. Well, I wonder about that. Wendlin, as a matter of fact, this is actually quite the problem. Elise, as expected, if it's such a situation, it will result in a composition of the serious Elise and Ina giving me a scolding. Hey, Sable, how was Katharina's figure? Louise. Those were Louise's feelings. She told me about the figures of the other women who entered the bath together with her occasionally. I consider her to possess some erotic old man components in her mind. She's a good match to Elise as they go boing boing like this. Wendlin, as expected. Dominique is quite amazing too, but she's no match for Katharina. Louise. Dominique is nicely stacked. Wendlin. She is fairly amazing, as she is Elise's childhood friend. Does it have to do with the environment? Louise. According to Louise, a self-proclaimed woman's body critic, Dominique, who serves as maid in this mansion, seems to have a disposition of looking quite slender in clothing as well. I was told that she has a truly nice figure. As expected, it's completely as I feared. Katharina. Louise-san. Wendlin-sama. Elise. However, Katharina wept once again due to this blunt old man talk. Louise and me got once again scolded by Elise. Anyway, you will reflect for today. Elise. For that reason it has been decided that I would spend my time with a handprint imprinted on my cheek for the whole day today. Vulsama. Wilma. What's up, Wilma? Wendlin. The handprint on Vulsama's cheek is similar to the grilled starfish you can get at a shop in the capital. Wilma. I see. Wendlin. And, as expected of Wilma, she apparently didn't understand why there is such an uproar. Looking at the handprint on my cheek, she is delighted that it resembles the grilled starfish sold at a shop in the capital and gulps down due to handprint. Furthermore, if you ask why grilled starfish, maple leaves can't be found anywhere but in a small region in the north of the Helmut Kingdom. Don't be immediately kept on a short leash. Roderick. Elise usually doesn't speak in such strong way. Wendlin. I guess, as Katharina is aiming for the revival of her household, she learned for her treatment to follow that of a noble daughter. Roderick. Therefore I was rebuked for having carelessly seen her naked body. At any rate, no matter how much effort Katharina puts into it, she won't become the head of a noble household herself. Roderick. On top of it being no good if it isn't discussed with the royal family and other nobles, she won't receive a favorable answer if she doesn't agree to the condition of taking a husband and giving birth to children no matter what. If you turn that around, as long as she just swallows that condition, it's not such a difficult issue either. Therefore you should properly discuss those matters with Katharina as well. It will be a loss if we don't win over a magician of such degree. Roderick. Gradually you have become like a noble's retainer. Wendlin. Let me take that as compliment. Roderick. Anyway, it was decided that I would once speak with Katharina about those matters. That's the reason why. Wendlin. I will discuss it with everyone and then decide. Katharina. Everyone. Wendlin. The representatives of the former Weigel territory's population and all the former retainers. Katharina. When I conveyed Roderick's idea to Katharina, she replied that she will decide once she discussed it with everyone. The everyone she means are apparently her former retainers and fiefs inhabitants. Nonetheless, even though her peerage and territory was taken away in the generation of her grandfather, they have a frightening level of loyalty. In case of the former Bormaster territory, they have grown accustomed to the new feudal lord and governor within 1 year. Wendlin. That's because it's a different territory. Can you accompany me since I will discuss it with them? Katharina. Got it. Wendlin. After sweating at public works once more for around 2 days since the story with Katharina, We traveled to the former Weigel territory with the usual members. Be that as it may, because I'm not very well versed about places in the former Weigel territory, we can't transfer with teleportation. The Weigel household was a knight peerage in the same way as my family has been originally. Their territory was at a place which is approximately 1 day walk away from the capital. It was pretty prosperous as knight household with a population of around 1,000 people. Cultivating vast agricultural land, they supplied the capital with food. There were many people and goods coming and going as the highway connecting the capital and the west ran through the territory. The territory's condition was very good, with it even having shopping districts and post stations. Certainly, it seems to be a good place with easy access since we arrived at the area in around half day after teleporting to the capital. If it's this location, Wendlin, it's as you have feared. Boy, they were treated as nuisance by the management under the direct control of the kingdom. Burkhart-san, who has accompanied us, had heard about the circumstances of the Weigel household from Margrave Brithhilda. In order to change everything in the vicinity of the capital into being under the direct control of the kingdom, a forced relocation of several smaller feudal lords was ordered. Burkhart. In exchange they prepared a larger area than their previous territory in the new region. Apparently there were such conditions, however the location of the former Weigel household is really great. It's overwhelmingly more appealing than increasing the agricultural production by extending the territory. It seems they really hated to leave this fantastic location with the highway running through it. No matter which era, it's a fact that agriculture isn't very profitable. It carries importance because people won't survive without food, but it's a truth that taking hold of the distribution channels yields a good profit. Nonetheless, it's wrong to refuse an order by the royal family. Burkhart. Grandfather Sama had no intention to refuse it. Katharina. If nobles in the Helmut Kingdom receive such order to relocate to a different domain, they will always decline it at least once. Even if small, they are nobles after all. Burkhart. The first time they refuse is to sound out behind closed doors, and the next time they will attempt to officially sound out about improving the conditions a bit more. If one was to ask why they are doing such thing, it's because they have to uphold their honor in front of the people below them, even within their own noble household. We refused it once, but the other side certainly improved the terms. With such an excuse, they would be able to accept the forced relocation with a peace of mind. How troublesome. Wendlin. It's because that's how nobles are. Burkhart. It's probably just as Burkhart-san says. My face has a cramp, but everyone else seems to agree with it. I might still not have gotten used to this world in those matters. However, when Grandfather Sama refused once following the custom, Katharina, he suddenly lost his peerage due to the crime of ignoring the royal family's order. Once they investigate why something like this happened, they found out that the former Marquis Ruckner was involved in it. Indeed, it's no good if customs are violated, no matter whether it's an important noble. I end up judging. Katharina-sama. You have returned? As we are walking within the former Weigel territory following the highway while listening to Katharina's story, an elder man, who seems to be around 60 years old, comes running from the direction of the post station town. Heinz, you mustn't unreasonably strain yourself since you are already at an old age. Katharina. Don't mention it. I will still be inactive for quite some time to come. Heinz. He seems to be around the same age as Klaus, but it looks like he is still energetic. Since you are everyone's mediator, it's indispensable for you to be still in good health. Katharina. One way or the other I will last for at least 10 more years. By the way, Heinz. This is the dragon-slaying hero-san from the rumors in the capital. Katharina. Katharina-sama has a large, diverse circle of acquaintances. Heinz. That's only natural. Katharina. Although she returns to her usual way of speaking again, our meeting was by chance. The impression after seeing her for the first time was the worst. Therefore it's troublesome even if she puts on airs, we thought. However, it's the first time for Katharina-sama to travel with others after you went to the adventurer prep school in the West at the age of 12. Heinz. I'm picky about choosing my friends. Katharina. Hey, if it's about that. Don't. Any more is not allowed. Wendlin. Although the first impression of her was really bad, there's a reason why I haven't excluded her. That's probably because she has spent her childhood in the same way as I did. Expending hours on magic training, she was basically alone, or even in the days at the adventurer prep school. Even when she became an adult, She always acted by herself. There likely wasn't any true friend to invite to come along, and thus she always returned home by herself. She is a loner. Just like the old me, she is a loner. Wendlin. A loner will recognize another loner. Because she fully reminded me of the loner style, I unconsciously ended up inviting her on various occasions. Moreover, even though she came along while saying it can't be helped as if that was a preface at the beginning, it actually can't be seen as anything but her style to look forward to act together with us more than anyone else. She didn't once refuse doing jobs like public works either. She was also popular among many workers at the construction sites. Her tone was the usual one, but it seems she was called funny-natured by many of the rough construction workers. Also, the slightly haughty speech and conduct of a young lady was similar to their own daughters and thus made them laugh by treating her as joking material. Katharina-sama, it's this hole. I'd like you to dig it a bit deeper. I guess there's no helping you. Carefully observe my grand magic. Katharina. As expected of you. For someone like me that's only natural. Katharina. I have a request to such wonderful Katharina-sama. Leave it to me. Katharina. Furthermore, it seems they also asked her to do additional work by skillfully flattering her. I was a loner until the age of 12. Well, Katharina is even now continuing to be one. Wendlin. I think that's cruel. How about some tea for our important guests as well? Heinz. Being led by the elder called Heinz, we head towards his home. Along the way there was a mansion which was more gorgeous than my home, although we were a night household as well, but that mansion was originally the main residence of the former Weigel household. Now it has become the residence of Governor Sama. Heinz's tone was cold. From his point of view, someone like the governor is illegally occupying the mansion of his lord and is at the same level as Yakuza. I guess it's a provocation that a relative of the Ruckner household always acts as governor. Heinz. It's not like he is taking taxes illegally by ignoring the law, but for him only the feeling of the Ruckner family indulging in the governor's wages by crushing the Weigel territory exists. The fief's population and the retainers won't do something like rebelling. However, they kept their association with the governor extremely dry. This here is my residence. Heinz. The household of Heinz seems to originally have a family lineage of being the junior commander of the Weigel household. The size of his mansion ranked next to that of the mansion of the former Weigel household. Moreover, once we entered the grounds, around 20 men of various ages lay in wait there. According to Heinz, all of them are people from families such as retainers, subordinate warriors and village headmen. Katharina-sama has returned? You have become even more beautiful? It looks like there's guests as well? They say he is the dragon-slaying hero Sama. Heinz. Despite being this young, he is an important personage? Everyone, I have returned today because there is something very important to discuss. Katharina. Although being a loner, it appears that Katharina has been dearly loved by her former retainers and fief's inhabitants. Once listening to Heinz-san, she, who possessed talent in magic, earned money by hunting and such while training her magic from a very young age in order to revive her esteemed household in this city. Then she went to a Western adventurer prep school, where the eyes of the hateful Marquis Ruckner household doesn't reach, and became a money-earning adventurer in the West. Her grandfather, who was the family head, died from illness immediately following the shock of losing the peerage. Her parents overworked themselves for the sake of reviving the household, fell ill and followed her grandfather into death before long. She, who remained behind by herself at the mere age of 5 years, conducted herself as family head of the Weigel household from then on. Katharina-sama continues to put great efforts into the revival of her household as she understood the suffering of the previous generation and the regrets of future generations at a very young age. This Heinz will stay a loyal retainer of the Weigel household until I'm reduced to ashes. Heinz. It seems to be the same for the other people gathered. They refused the invitation of the governor, who has been dispatched by the Ruckner household to retire from his high-ranking government job by taking a lucrative post, and while making a living as merchants, craftsmen, hunters, wealthy farmers and such, they didn't miss training and studying for the time when the Weigel household would be revived. Moreover, without people dropping out even if there was a generation change, There were also many young people among the bunch that has gathered here. A threatening loyalty. Are you Gizmikawa samurai? Wendlin T/N, warriors serving the Tokugawa household as retainers. Google if you want to know more. Or rather, although it's not like he has been imposing misgovernment, the side of the governor, who isn't able to do anything but the least amount of associating with them up until now, is slightly pitiable. As a matter of fact, I was able to seize a clue for the revival of my esteemed household. Katharina, is that the truth? Great. While I'm still alive, the Weigel household will? The room has been wrapped up in great joy in an instant. It turned into a state where the elder people are shedding tears in delight. I have put earnest efforts into becoming a noble by raising achievements. But, even though I saved up money, the revival of my esteemed household didn't get any closer at all. That's because I'm a woman. Katharina. Due to Katharina's statement, everyone quiets down in an instant. Probably all of them had actually realized that very fact in the innermost depths of their hearts. Accordingly, I decided to change my thinking. I will become the wife of Wendlin Sama, who is standing here, and our child will succeed the Weigel household. Katharina. That's wonderful. As expected of Katharina Sama? It seems Katharina has chosen that path after all. If she aims for the revival of her family by marrying the second or third son of some strange noble, there is the danger of it being usurped by their home, but my home doesn't have such leeway. Even me myself, I don't have the spare time to intervene in the territory of someone else while my own territory is in such a state. From Katharina's standpoint, I'm the better choice. However, there is no way for it to happen in this territory. It's necessary to change our residence. Therefore it's no problem if it's only those who want to follow me. Those who won't come with me will receive an appropriate reward from me. You have my gratitude from the bottom of my heart for serving this temporarily collapsed household up until now. Katharina. Katharina has probably received education for such a situation as well. She brought it to a finish with a speech befitting of a noble daughter. I will follow you, even to the furthest hinterlands. Me too. My family should agree with it as well. I will accompany you, too. There aren't any inconveniences in regards to things like shopping. The capital is close and the agricultural land is abundant as well. I have a feeling that this place is similar to a divine realm. However, there wasn't a single person among those gathered in this room who wanted to stay behind. Everyone seems to greatly enjoy relocating to a new territory if it means the revival of their esteemed household. It's a mystery, isn't it? Yes. It's convenient to live in this place after all. Wendlin. Isn't everyone excitedly cheering in great joy? It looks like Heinz noticed my surprised expression. Certainly, it's a fact that it's easy and convenient to live here. But, Heinz, the former Weigel territory has a population of 1,000 people. Since it couldn't support any more than those, it seems that the cases, where children and such had to relocate to other places, increased. Even though it's normal for a child to leave their parents, it's also lonely being unable to see the faces of their grandchildren owed to being apart very far. In regards to that, the land, which I will likely distribute from the savage lands, has a big leeway for exploitation. Even regarding its convenience, it will probably improve largely once the development of my territory advances. Its future prospects are definitely superior. I believe there will be many coming along. Since that's the case, the match will be decided tomorrow, I guess. Katharina. The match? Wendlin. I will go to request the relocation from the household which fabricated the cause of the Weigel household's change of rank. Katharina. It's a request, or rather laying the necessary groundwork. Although they have the permission from the royal family, it will become troublesome if they hinder the relocation in anger due to not being consulted with beforehand. I see, that's important. Wendlin. That day we enjoyed the party organized by Heinz Group, and stayed for the night in an inn managed by a former retainer. The next day we transferred to the capital with teleportation once again and met with a certain person. Son-in-law Dono. It's a great pleasure to see you in good health. Wendlin. At present Earl-Boar Mr. Sama has a momentum not losing out to a flying bird. It also can't be helped if you increase the number of wives by one. We met with Cardinal Hohenheim, who calls me son-in-law Dono for some reason despite being a non-consanguineous grandfather. But even while not expressing any complaints about the increase of my wives, He pointed a sharp and proper look at Katharina. "I'm honored to meet you. My name is Katharina von Weigel." Katharina, the daughter of that Weigel household which is a famous magician in the West. Huh? Hohenheim. I'm much obliged to meet you today. Katharina. Currently son-in-law Dono is still lacking many people. Katharina, you will support son-in-law Dono and your child will support the Earl Bormister household as family head of the Weigel household. If you can bear in mind your duties, I won't be averse to cooperate with you either. Hohenheim. Thank you very much. Katharina. As expected, even Katharina got apparently overwhelmed by the aura of an important noble who survived in the central government for many years. She gave her greetings meekly. Also, it's probably because he truly holds his granddaughter, Elise, precious. In order to not shake her position as first wife, he will certainly cooperate with us. You seem to be doing fine as well, Elise. Hohenheim. Yes. It's because Wendlin-sama is very kind. Elise. Is that so? I'm looking forward to your wedding then. Hohenheim. Usually he was a cardinal of the church, which is a den of demons, and an important appointed noble of the central government, but he changes into a good-natured old man doting on his granddaughter if he is in front of Elise. Therefore one can expect him to not show any mercy at all towards fellows who try to endanger her position as first wife. Katharina, who sensed that, immediately became obedient. Well then, let's go. By the way, you are quiet today, Burkhard. Hohenheim. I'm merely acting as guard. Burkhard. Let's pretend it just like that, I guess. What's Margrave Brithhilda's thoughts on this case? Hohenheim. He is thinking that it was quite fortunate. Burkhard. Well, I guess so. Even for Finance Minister Ruckner, the wrongdoings of his predecessor are something troubling. Also, the Earl Lilienthal household acted quite foolishly. Hohenheim. I was able to follow vaguely. In short, if his predecessor didn't force the change of ranks, there wouldn't be any reason for Minister Ruckner to be hated by the useful magician called Katharina. That's because she would be under the control of the Earl Lilienthal household. Did the Earl Lilienthal household mention anything after you became famous, Katharina? Wendlin. Yes. Coming from the third son who is around 40 years old, it was since I'm able to revive the Weigel household, become my wife. Katharina. And Wendlin. I told him to sleep talk while he is asleep. Katharina. Since he is the third son of a big noble so far as it goes, it might have been wrong to use such reckless remark. However, I'm able to understand her notion quite well. So, will I become your husband? I don't particularly believe that I'm such a handsome man either though. Wendlin. Aren't you dependable and don't you have a big wallet, Wendlin-san? There's nothing as important as this as requirement for a husband. Katharina. Since this place is different from Japan, it rarely happens that the spouse is chosen for love's sake. That doesn't mean that Katharina's view is too dry either. Besides, it's fun to be together with you, Wendlin-san, because you treat even a woman like me normally. Katharina. Saying this much, Katharina casts her eyes down while her face turns bright red. She became dear. She became dear. Yes, she turned dear. She became dear. Hey, Elise. Is that word dear a fad in the South? Hohenheim. Of course it didn't become something like a fad in this world at all. But since I unconsciously ended up referring to her as such, it reached the point that even Inaz group was using it in regards to Katharina. Oh well, I guess it's fine. Let's quickly go to the mansion of Minister Ruckner. Hohenheim. For the sake of negotiating the revival of the Weigel household, we hurried towards the Ruckner mansion. That Cardinal Hohenheim? That man has many worries recently? The crucial Weigel revival negotiations finished in little time, although it would probably be immediately approved of, if I asked His Majesty. The bothersome aspect of noble society is that it seems necessary to lay the groundwork with the Marquis Ruckner household, which put effort into changing the rank of the Weigel household in the past. If we were to shirk this, it might cause them to become nuisances out of spite. One might think that this is stupid. However, such situations also often occurred during my trading company time. It was a reality that higher-ups went even as far as becoming a hindrance by storming at me while yelling I didn't hear about this, if I didn't properly explain things like projects or new personnel. Since humans are beings which possess pride, it's necessary to make such arrangements in advance. Even though we went to his mansion while I was thinking that, Finance Minister Ruckner ends up showing a weary expression once he sees us for some reason. To be more precise, it's Katharina who is together with us, I suspect. Why is the daughter of the Weigel household together with Earl Mr. Ruckner? As one should expect of an important noble. Minister Ruckner apparently knew about Katharina. As I will take Katharina-san as my bride, please give us your permission for our child to succeed the Weigel household. Wendlin, curse him. That damn old man, Ruckner. It appears that from Minister Ruckner's point of view, not only his younger brother but also his father were people who stood in his way. Just like his younger brother, his father was probably a person who didn't care to tread over the corpses of other people as long as it was for the sake of the Ruckner household. I can understand the principle, but I don't believe it to be a smart move to go too far with it. And it seems that Minister Ruckner's father was such a person. Since they had many enemies, Minister Ruckner, who took over the family, ended up having to put strenuous efforts into mending the relationships. You won't allow it? Wendlin. No, I will give you my permission. Ruckner. In such negotiations there are many cases where the method of pressing the other party for an answer while they are weakened will go smoothly. Besides, Cardinal Hohenheim is standing in the back as well. There was no necessity to worry about anything. And, you see, Katharina should become my honorary associate baron until the child is born. I hear there is such system in place for royalty and the daughters of important nobles. Wendlin. Do you want me to write a letter of recommendation? Ruckner. Yes, please. Wendlin. Or rather, as the Weigel household was a knight household. Ruckner. If it's territory, I will allocate some from my savage lands. The development will be troublesome. So, please assist us on that point. Wendlin. I possess the right to name several nobles as well, but it should be easier in the future by preserving that right and not using it for as long as possible. I negotiated in a way of having the household revive into the same shape it had originally. Got it. Ruckner. Also. Wendlin. There's still more? Ruckner. Actually it's about the residents and retainers of the former Weigel territory. They want to follow Katharina. Wendlin. Them moving to a new territory isn't particularly anything illegal either. However, with the governor of the former Weigel territory apparently being a second cousin of Minister Ruckner, it was indispensable to prevent unnecessary conflict and friction at the time of them relocating. Understood. I will convey that to Kellner. Ruckner. Kellner was the name of Minister Ruckner's second cousin. Afterwards we will need development support funds for the Weigel territory, too. Wendlin. I believed it to be difficult for me since I'm providing the majority of the funds for the development of the savage lands. The kingdom offered various types of subsidiary aid because they were able to put the leftover young nobles into governmental service. There is a system to guarantee the wages of those young nobles for several years, and there is also additional assistance payment for families who have to develop the territory from scratch like Paul Nissan and my nephews. If the Weigel household is able to receive that, it should speed up the development considerably. However, as Katharina Jew should be earning quite an income. Ruckner. That's true for me as well, but this and that are different matters. If Your Excellency, the finance minister, doesn't give his permission with a *M here, you won't be able to mend your relationship with the Weigel household. Wendlin. If I didn't allow it, the petitions by the Earl Lilienthal household. Ruckner. Although the Marquis Ruckner household is currently holding the Ministry of Finance, that family is also one of the leaders of the financial affairs faction. Moreover, once the term of Minister Ruckner ends in 2 more years, Earl Lilienthal will become the next finance minister. He shouldn't be able to disregard the petition of such person who holds almost equal authority. That alone. Please stop it by all means. Ruckner. Of course Minister Ruckner cannot allow that. If I take the side of Katharina's petition, the Earl Lilienthal household will be able to form a connection with me. But then again, the relationship between Katharina and the Earl Lilienthal household has been severed due to their misconduct in the past, but I had no obligation to inform Minister Ruckner of that. Fine. I will provide the funds. Ruckner. That's great. Katharina, give him your thanks, too. Wendlin. I'm very grateful for you to permit the revival of my esteemed household. You are also one of the people my husband is acquainted with. With this I will forgive and forget the whole case, since I believe that it won't be a good to continue resenting their Marquis Ruckner household. Katharina. I'm appreciating that very much. Ruckner. Though he is grateful, Minister Ruckner's face is glum. That's because once Katharina receives the honorary associate baron rank in the future, rumors will spread through the church. There isn't anyone in noble society who doesn't know of the absurd reasoning for the Weigel household's change of rank. It will be said that Katharina, who revived the household, has the permission of the Marquis Rachna household. Which side will be deemed more tolerant as human being? T/N, the one allowing the revival or the one forgiving the past actions of the other? Given that noble society cherishes its public face, the Weigel household's side will naturally be considered as generous. Minister Rachna, who noticed that, couldn't do anything but showing a sullen expression. And, the next head of the Weigel household, born by Katharina, will marry an Oju-sama of the Marquis Rachna household who will be chosen to be a good match age-wise. Wendlin, how very wonderful. Rachna, no matter how much he struggles, with this he won't be able to obstruct the revival of the Weigel household anymore. It was arranged that the Marquis Rachna household, which is the biggest problem, will provide a bride to the Weigel household. It's great that we could settle it peacefully. That's right, Earl Bormister Dono. There was only one person who had a poor facial color, but the negotiations concluded without problems. Well, the negotiations are done, but there's a problem. It was a temporary measure until Katharina's child is born, but there was the matter of her being bestowed the rank of Honorary Associate Baron. It seems that a messenger from the Royal Palace will come tomorrow to appoint the peerage to her, however with her not receiving it directly from His Majesty because she's a woman. This country has unsociable parts as well. Be that as it may, having finished our business with this, we were invited to the mansion of the Viscount Hohenheim household and were treated to tea and sweets. We also gave them souvenirs like the native fruits of the demon forest. Although I also passed some to Minister Rachna, I wonder how many days it will take until his mental state reaches the point of him savoring those from the bottom of his heart. Since he had aspects resembling me in regards to going through hardships for the sake of his family, I ended up sympathizing with him a little bit. Son-in-law Dono, is the development of the territory going well? Hohenheim? Yes, it's proceeding faster than scheduled. Wendlin, the development performed with engineering magic has a completely different speed after all. Furthermore, it's not only me, but Katharina can use engineering magic as well. She pushes forward in the development of the new Weigel territory together with me. It's very likely that the plans will be sped up once again. I see. That's wonderful. Hohenheim, it's because it's my own domain. Wendlin, well, nobles acting as feudal lords are such people. Hohenheim, after we received favors in the mansion of the Viscount Hohenheim household until Katharina received her honorary associate baron rank, we quickly returned to the Bormister earldom in order to prepare the relocation and settling of the new Weigel territory. I see. This will make Marquis Rachna sob. The new territory of Weigel was obtained on the conditions of the child between me and her being able to succeed and her temporarily receiving the title of Honorary Associate Baron. Its location was decided to be in the outskirts of Baalberg. The reason is that the development rate will be quicker since their former territory had the same conditions. As time advances there will be a stream of people and goods towards the main Buck household, which will be succeeded by my nephews from the two Bormister branch families along the northern mountain range. They have rich experience with things like managing an in-town along the highway, and they will also be able to maintain agricultural land to supply Baalberg with food. Since the highway itself has already been created, the new Associate Baron territory was allocated next to it and many residents ran about to develop agricultural land and an in-town. Been a long time since I was this exhausted. Rembrandt. Well, I'm sorry, Baron Rembrandt. Wendlin. However, you are doing great too, Earl Bormister Han. By telling them that they will receive a new territory, you grabbed a whole bunch of experienced personnel. Your new bride Han is also a beautiful lady and a magician. Rembrandt. It takes time to establish farm fields and an in-town from the scratch on an empty plot of land. Thus, the permission I obtained from Marquis Rachna is useful. It's a permit of travel since there are people who want to come along for the development of the new territory. Of course there's no restriction on traveling, but it's usually wrong if they don't leave their fields and inns in the old territory once they travel. However, relocation magic exists in this world. Wedging ourselves into the reservations with Cardinal Hohenheim's pool, the majority of houses, inns and shops were relocated from the former Weigel territory to the new territory with my help this time. Even the agricultural land, at the same time as the harvest of wheat finished, all of the field soil is taken along. What will become the biggest bottleneck in the reclamation of the new territory is keeping the soil in good condition. It's possible to greatly reduce the reclamation time with my magic, but it's obviously much easier to bring in already conditioned soil. Over there, although it's close to the capital, it became awfully depopulated. The majority of former Weigel fiefs' population abandoned that fantastic location and moved to the new territory. Being able to establish an in-town alongside the highway connecting the north with Baalberg due to Baron Rembrandt's technique, they are beginning to prepare for producing spring wheat by spreading the soil we brought along from their former fields on the agricultural land Katharina and I reclaimed recently. Since there's still agricultural land left, we started to prepare that for rice cultivation. The assistance in rice cultivation is mainly assigned to the children of the residents and their families, who left their homes in the time of the former Weigel territory due to there not being sufficient work and agricultural land. Don't they wish for the former Weigel territory to grow anymore? Wendlin. Everywhere around the capital's outskirts gives such impression. The only exception are the Pulkania grasslands which were liberated by you, Earl Mr. Han. Rembrandt. In the era of the former Weigel territory the population exceeded 1,000 people and they had to leave elsewhere since it couldn't support those people. However, since the surroundings were mostly in a similar state, it resulted in them having to move quite far away. Yearning for the capital and proceeding towards it seems there weren't few cases of those people becoming residents of the slums after a short while. Even though things may appear this way, it has improved since there's the Pulkania grasslands. Rembrandt. However, the land remains, right? Wendlin. If it's new reclamation in the remote countryside, it will be quite difficult. This place is a lot more comfortable thanks to you, Earl Mr. Han. Rembrandt. Besides, there's also a difference in the speed of information transmission. Even if a noble performs recruitment of people to reclaim new land which is far away from the capital, the problem of how they want to advertise to the people necessary for new agricultural land appears. Certainly, the land is left behind. However, reclaiming it and obtaining income from that is quite difficult. Rembrandt. If it was this easy, it would be very improbable for the young nobles to cry over having no place of employment. Baron Rembrandt expressed, as fourth son of a stunted, poor knight household I was saved from dying in obscurity by having talent in magic. Rembrandt. If that wasn't the case, his children would have fallen to commoner status without doubt. The former Weigel territory reached its limit. But if it's this place, the children and grandchildren can live nearby. Actually it seems they called their children grandchildren in their families when they moved. Rembrandt. Around 900 people came along to the new territory from the approximately 1,000 residents of the former Weigel territory. However, the current population of the new Weigel territory is 1.200. In addition, there were close to 1.000 people from old fiefs cultivating agricultural land in the outskirts of Baalberg or managing and establishing new inns in the circumference of Baalberg by my request. There is also a minority of young people of former retainers who decided to serve the Earl Mr. household. As Roderick had said, the revival of the Weigel household would also carry benefits for the Earl Mr. household. However, on the other hand, there are people who got the short end of the stick, decreasing the population to around 100 people, and with most of the buildings having vanished, Minister Ruckner, who has his relative act as governor in the former Weigel territory, must start from keeping the agricultural land soil in good condition. A famous in-town in the outskirts of the capital has all of a sudden become depopularized. I was treated by all ministers with sarcasm, but, Ruckner, didn't I properly obtain permission for the move? In the first place, it's not illegal to change residence. However, that's why I secured Marquis Ruckner's agreement just to be sure. Wendlin. It's fine. I appreciate the sincerity of Earl Mr. Ruckner. I cheaply sold magical portable communication devices, magic cell phone, to acquainted nobles from among the large amount of loot obtained in the Demon Forest underground ruins exploration the other day. The performance of those magic cell phones is far more excelling than that of already existing ones. I contacted Minister Ruckner right away. At the beginning of the call I pondered whether I should tell him about the misery called the current condition of the former Weigel territory, which became depopulated due to the moving. The place is nice. I believe it will overflow with people before long. Wendlin. Because it's a fact that the place is good, it would sell at an according price even if it's only the land. Since I compensated for it by improving the foundation of the soil which I brought in from elsewhere with magic, The agricultural land should return to its original yield once it's used for 2-3 years. Therefore this would also be sold out right away. It would end up selling in the blink of an eye to people who are considering the time for reclamation, although they want to begin agriculture. Katharina has said that there will be no resentments with this, but if you consider the emotions of the former Weigel fief's population, I think it will also be easier for you afterwards in regards to them being tormented in this place. Wendlin: I know that. That's why I will have a daughter of my family marry the next associate Baron Weigel. It will be pathetic to torment the bride. Ruckner: in regards to mere persecution, there are also parts similar to a partial drama like tormenting, since Minister Ruckner is an important noble after all. For me it's impossible to express myself without words and gestures like important nobles. The best I can do is to earn my money by using relocation magic. However, is this the new model of magic cell phones? It's very user-friendly. Rembrandt: for me it was strange for you to not possess one though. Baron Rembrandt: Wendlin: there are many people who can't buy small magical communication devices even if they pile up money. Rembrandt: at any rate, making them is difficult, and the ones, which are fully functional, are given to the army and royal palace with priority. Therefore it seems that even Baron Rembrandt, who is earning quite a bit, didn't stand a chance of purchasing one at all. It will be convenient, if you use it for your work. Wendlin: on the other hand, it has the potential to bind me to my work. Are you telling me that in order to skillfully induce me into it from an unexpected angle? Rembrandt: as the one who sold a magic cell phone to Baron Rembrandt, there will be many cases from now on where I will request his work. The discovered large objects such as cars, trucks, etc. exceed 500. But since Roderick said that it would be better to properly make sure of them before selling them, an overwhelming number of them is still being stored away. Around 10 of them were sold to His Majesty by the members who participated in that exploration and who are the owners. Apparently it was the same for Minister Edgar and Minister Ruckner, too. The remaining ministers had to lend them from His Majesty while they were in active duty, because it would be endless if we sold them recklessly just because they are distinguished and important nobles. I limited it to only those people I particularly received favors from. Of course I gave 5 of the large magic tools to Cardinal Hohenheim. He kept one machine in possession of his household and donated the others to the church in my name. Given that the ability to gather information is one of the church's strengths, the new models of magic cell phones are indispensable. Owning a number of magic communication devices ranking next to the royal family. To begin with, the priest, who has been entrusted with the church in Baalberg which is currently under construction, brought an item as way of thanking, which had luxurious ornaments added to it. Afterwards, also, 3 large magic tools have been sold to Margrave Brithhilda. This new model of magic cell phones has a splendid performance. Margrave Brithhilda called me at once and told me that he ended up selling his old, small magic communication devices to rich nobles who wanted them. Wouldn't it have been better to keep them for yourself? Wendlin: there are many nobles who are calling me sly or such for receiving them as if it was an under-the-table payoff to Earl Bormister. Therefore I let go of my treasures. Brithhilda: did they sell for a large amount of money? Wendlin: as those are originally items one can't obtain no matter how much money they accumulate, you can expect them to obtain it even if they have to pay a large amount. Is this an under-the-table payoff, I wonder? Brithhilda: as usual it was a statement befitting an important noble, but those magical cell phones, which resembled the cell phones made on Earth, had functions just like the Earth's cell phones as well. How the heck were they built? To say nothing about within the kingdom. The instruction stated that it was possible to talk anywhere with a clear voice as long as it's on this continent. Functions like an address book are existing as well. In fact, once I open the address book of my magic cell phone, it's a bit frightening that I can find all active ministers and His Majesty there in addition to my usual friends. Just a little while ago I suddenly got a phone call from Minister Edgar, but in the beginning I wondered whether it was from a Yakuza or a right-wing extremist. Is Wilma healthy? Also, I will send some people over to participate in the insufficient guard unit. Be cautious of forgeries since they were given letters of introduction. Edgar: I heard outrageous details, but as a matter of fact groups holding fake letters of introduction began appearing once it was actually possible to enter governmental service with us. Somehow it seems quite difficult. Rembrandt: well, it's a matter of practice. You will get used to it. Wendlin: looking at such long-term, with your age. Rembrandt. Wendlin N. Katharina. When I'm talking with Baron Rembrandt, who finished his relocation job in the central part of the New Wagle territory, Katharina, who finished talking with the residents in a similar manner, comes walking in this direction. You done already? Wendlin. Yes, I will leave the matters of the territory to Hein's son, Alexis. Katharina. Although it had honorary attached, Katharina, who became an associate baron, tries to participate in the management of the territory as much as possible. However, Heinz stopped that. In the first place, the thing which Katharina Sama has to do with utmost priority is to make a child with Earl Bormister Sama. Heinz. Afterwards he apparently told her that she can't leave my side since she will become my wife. Please come on an inspection as married couple occasionally. Also, in regards to the situation of the assets and development of the territory, we will give you a detailed report every half year. Once you examine it together with Earl Bormister Sama, you will be able to point out changes and such. Katharina Sama. Heinz. What's that? It's very enviable. Katharina. At the time of Katharina's grandfather's change of rank, Heinz dealt with all the governmental affairs of the territory by himself although he was still young. It seems he was invited by other noble households after the Wagle household's change of rank since he is capable, but he refused those and stuck to the Wagle household as aboriginal. He is a person who has the exactly opposite position to Klaus, though he is similarly capable. Wendlin. However, since he has already passed the age of 60, he will leave the job of governor to his son, Alexis, whom he educated from his childhood. Once it becomes like that, this experienced, capable person will have spare time. Therefore it was decided that he will act as Roderick's advisor and act as counselor of the Bormister Earldom. Thus the current him should be pushing forward the development operations in Baalberg together with Roderick. I will actively earn income as adventurer together with you, Wendlin-san. Katharina. Don't strain yourself too much. Wendlin. As usual you have weak ambitions, Wendlin-san. Although, considering that, you seem to have many various achievements. Katharina. It's the boon of bad luck. Wendlin. Right, I have strange bad luck, or rather, I might somehow have a disposition to be dragged into incidents. Thinking like that, I have a hunch that something will happen once again. But something apparently happened in fact. Burkhart-san comes plunging in with a changed facial expression. Boy. A rebellion occurred in the Night Bormister territory. Burkhart. Rebellion? Wendlin. I don't know about it if it was a bit back in the past. But since I considered it highly unlikely for something like a rebellion to happen in these circumstances, my mind was plunged into confusion. In these circumstances? Who was the ringleader? Wendlin. It appears to be Klaus. Burkhart. Wendlin. I pondered about Klaus just a little while ago, but I cannot help but feel like a rebellion is far too much bad luck no matter how you look at it. Or rather, the odds for something like a rebellion occurring in these circumstances are not existing in the first place. Will that Klaus, who is an incarnation of self-preservation, really do such reckless thing? Rebellion, you say? What are their military forces? Wendlin. It seems they are 30 people. Occupying the mansion of the feudal lord, they have taken Hermann Dono and his family hostage. Burkhart. It's truly incomprehensible for me. Wendlin. Same for me, but it's necessary to dispatch soldiers. Burkhart. At this busy time. Wendlin. Anyway, the first move is to grasp the state of affairs. Katharina. Wendlin. Yes. Katharina. We are going back. Wendlin. Got it. Katharina. Taking Burkhart-san and Katharina, I rushed back to Baalberg. Chapter 62, Ill weeds grow apace even if they've become old. Oi, Klaus. Do you have some grudges against me, too? Hermann. Grudges? There are. You made light of my grandchildren. Klaus. You want to make them nobles? Hermann. That's only natural, isn't it? Klaus. Huh? Are you really saying that? Hermann. Of course I am. Klaus. A rebellion occurred, plotted by the village headman Klaus, in the Night Bormister territory which is my home. At the time I heard the report, I wasn't able to believe it. Klaus is certainly a dubious person who schemes various things behind the scenes. However, at the same time he is a capable man. Causing something like a rebellion with this timing, even a child can see that it obviously has no chance to succeed. I didn't believe that Klaus to not realize such a thing. So, what's the military strength of the rebel army? Wendlin. In any case, it won't do if I don't command the soldiers at high speed first. Hiring the adventurers who came to the Bormister territory, Klaus, together with them, has caught Hermann Nissen, his family, the servants of the mansion and the station's subordinate warriors and put them under house arrest. In other words, since the territory's governing system got paralyzed, I have to deal with it as I'm their patron as well as the head of the main family. U-M, who will serve as commander? Wendlin. I'm busy, Thorson. Although it will be someone of the guard unit, they are busy with securing the city where all of the development helpers and adventurers gather. Or rather, a rebellion at this period of time had a meaning close to harassment. Thorson, who is the top of the guard unit, seems to deal with it by assigning his subordinate to it as he can't move himself. Will it be fine with Moritz? Thorson. Because of Thorson's recommendation, it resulted in Wilma's elder brother, Moritz, participating and leading 50 soldiers. Isn't the number of soldiers a bit low? Wendlin. Are there any magicians among the rebel army? Moritz. Doesn't look like it. Wendlin. The rebel army which occupied the mansion consists of Klaus, Walter, Cal, 5 approved young residents and around 20 adventurers. Their total number is around 30 and it has been confirmed that they don't have anything like a magician either. To mention anything else, they are using an entrenchment strategy without any intention to come attacking from the beginning. Wendlin. If they unskillfully try to gain full control over the territory just because they seize the feudal lord, it will just incur losses from being counterattacked, and Klaus realizes that as well. Besides, the strategy of using the feudal lord as game piece will hinder the junior commander, the other subordinate warriors and the male residents to become a military force. Anyway, it's certainly essential to dispatch soldiers as fast as possible. Wendlin. True. Moritz, get the soldiers ready. Thorson. Yes, sir. Moritz. Even if we have to send reinforcements later on, we reached the conclusion that this military force would be enough for now, and I sent Moritz and the soldiers to the Nightbourmister territory with teleportation using several trips. Check only your own equipment perfectly. Lord Sama will carry the food and other necessary goods. Moritz. My first feudal army dispatches for the suppression of a rebellion. Wendlin. While I sigh, we transfer to the Nightbourmister territory with the usual members including me and a soldier. We were greeted by the junior commander and the residents, which were mobilized by him. They had arranged their military forces in order to surround the mansion. Why did that village headman stage something like a rebellion? Owen. Who knows? Just ask him directly. Wendlin. No, that's the job of feudal Lord Sama. Owen. Iru's question was quite basic. Even so, we dispatched soldiers swiftly since a rebellion is a rebellion after all. But since we were able to deploy military forces on the spot, albeit only few, Moritz was admiring my magic. Also, given that I'm able to carry food, water and the necessary goods in my magic bag, he highly praised it as wonderful as a supplely unit was unneeded. I hear that he guarded the supplely unit as training in his time as soldier of the Royal Army. Apparently he still remembered the difficulty of that well. After a rebellion occurs in a small territory like this, the Royal Army will join the reinforcements because the feudal lord and his family were captured. There is also hypothetical training like that. Moritz. According to Moritz, it is crucial to send soldier in an as early stage as possible during such time. The numbers of the rebel army and such, though that only obvious. Moritz. They seize the feudal lord first because they are only few. If that's neglected for an extended period of time, it would very likely result in something foolish. The fief's population would gradually start to do as they are told by the rebel army. That's because their leader has been captured and is absent. Moritz. Therefore it is necessary for me to relieve the fief's population by quickly entering the territory. For that reason the transport of food and goods becomes urgent. Moritz. If the soldiers, who are dispatched to suppress the rebellion, did something like requisiting those on site just because they got nothing to eat, that would become a cause for the population to be pushed towards the side of the rebel army. Therefore it's necessary to prepare food and such as fast as possible. How about buying it with money? Wendlin. That's alright if there's surplus food, but Moritz. If there isn't, you will have to push the money on them and requisite it forcefully. However, such deed would trigger a flag of getting pincer attacked by the fief's population and the rebel army. That's because from their point of view, the royal army, which had stolen the food, would be nothing else but a rebel army as well. This matter was easy this time. Moritz. The soldiers were transferred with magic and there are large quantities of food in my magic bag. Because the support was quick, the retainers, who escaped getting captured, participated in the besieging of the mansion together with the soldiers who were recruited from the fief's population. No chaos or such has occurred, thanks to me, the patron, entering the Bourmester territory. Since Klaus Group is caging in Herman Nissan's group in the mansion as hostages, they were able to prevent after effects towards outside the mansion. However, the village headman called Klaus had their intention to stop at the occupation of the mansion from the very beginning. Moritz, with his current military forces and the state of affairs, it will be a pipe dream for Klaus to seize the Night Bourmester territory itself. In the current situation, the inhabitants of the main village shouldn't sympathize with him, and we don't even have to talk about the other villages. The sympathizing residents are 5. Helge, the soldiers brought by me and the junior commander, who avoided capture, successfully finished a complete siege of the mansion by leading the feudal army. The junior commander together with several subordinate warriors comes to give report. Among them a small man, who seems to be around 30 years old and is called Helge, had investigated the precise number of sympathizing residents in the rebellion. Currently they are serving under Hermann Sama as retainers, but originally they were members of farmer families belonging to the main village. Helge, since the feudal lord together with his family has been captured, they came to report to me who held the right to command them. There were even 5 who went along with it. Wendlin. That's because they are nothing but young men. Reich. Should that be called a youthful indiscretion? They were probably skillfully tempted by Klaus when they were holding large dreams of their futures and longings towards the outside world after having been raised in the sticks. I'm told that they were lured in by Walter and Karl. Reich. Those two, eh? Wendlin. Yes, it's those two. Reich. The person called Reich, who is a relative of the Branch family and serves as junior commander, reports that these two had previously spouted stupid things in the Night Bourmester territory. They said that they will be given territory in the future because they are the elder brothers of Earl Bourmester Sama. Reich. Ah. There was such a talk. Wendlin. I thought that I didn't particularly mind doing that, but ended up being told that it wasn't allowed at all by father and Herman Nissan. From my point of view, who has a Japanese spirit, I consider it necessary to treat Walter and Karl well since they are my half-siblings. That also included the possibility of making them into nobles. However, according to father's and Herman Nissan's opinions, no, according to the common sense of a noble society, that is absolutely impossible. Blue blood and red blood. There is an absolute difference between these two. It's fine if a former commoner becomes a noble in their generation after clearing a plot of land. Artor. There are nobles in the central government who look down on those as well, but that will be resolved by repeatedly marrying with other nobles in the next generation and the ones after. Even in case an illegitimate child, born from a commoner because the noble, legal wife has no children herself, becomes the heir, it's possible to have that approved as an inevitable exception. However, I'm an blue-blooded noble who was born by the legal wife. If I do something like elevating my brothers, who are half-red bloods, into the status of nobility, it's definite that I will be hated entirely by my surroundings. I was told in the end you can make them into village headmen or gift them business concessions. But, to the bitter end, the favorable treatment has to happen within the limits of the commoner status. Artor. Having been told that by father, I decided to give them the right to manage the store I used before and made them into village headmen of new villages after consulting with Herman Nissan. For some reason the other party rose in rebellion, feeling discontent with that treatment. Walter and Karl thought they can become nobles, too. Reich. Are those two that stupid? However, they are Klaus' grandchildren, aren't they? Wendlin. He failed in their education. They believed they could join in on Earl Bourmester Sama's progress as well, since they are young. Reich. It's likely some sort of youthful indiscretion, but if it goes as far as causing a rebellion, that will already be too complicated to excuse. Or rather, why is it a rebellion all of a sudden? Don't you usually start with a petition or such? What I can't understand most is why Klaus is agreeing with them. Wendlin. On the contrary, he has become the ringleader. What else I can't understand is the matter of them having no chance at winning after staging a rebellion with so few people. At least as far as I know, Klaus won't do something this reckless. However, when I went to the occupied mansion to listen to their side just a while ago, Klaus, who came to greet me, through the absurd demand to make his grandchildren into nobles at me. Why does that Klaus make such absurd demands without any kind of thinking? Wendlin. As expected, everyone believes that to be odd. Reich. Walter's heirs and Karl will become village headmen of the new villages which will be developed from now on. The husbands of my half-sisters have been given favorable treatment by being Karl's and Walter's helpers and leaving the management of the store to them as well. Therefore, I can't understand the meaning of giving that up and staging a rebellion. The person himself is insisting that it's a direct petition though. Wendlin. No, usually you will judge this as rebellion. Owen. They have amassed war potential by employing adventurers as mercenaries. Although they might call it something like a direct petition, that didn't sound as anything but sophistry. Anyway, it's strange. Wendlin. Since the junior commander went back after finishing his report, I was pondering in the house which has been changed as temporary troops headquarters. I believed it to be impossible for that Klaus to do something like planning a thoughtless rebellion. Therefore, it won't work if I don't surmise his reason. It's certainly strange. Even Ina, who is accompanying me as my guard, was puzzled. Why were my half-sisters and their husbands excluded from the rebellion? Wendlin. It was confirmed right away. Layla-san, my half-sister Agnes and her husband Norbert as well as Corona and her husband Raina turned themselves in and were led to the junior commander. At the time we arrived in the Night-Boar-Mister territory, they say that once they opposed the staging of a rebellion, her children severed their connection to Layla-san and the other four were isolated by Klaus as well. Layla Dono. There are rumors that you instigated the arrogance of Walter and Karl by using your relationship to the former lord. The junior commander, who brought them along, actually witnessed Layla-san coming along at the time when Walter and Karl went to petition to Hermann Nissan before. Is that true? Wendlin. Yes, but Layla. According to Layla-san, she accompanied them in their petitioning only once with the intention of at least her children and the husbands of my half-sisters receiving proper, good treatment as commoners. By no means did she think that they want to become nobles or such. She was adequately satisfied with the first treatment, knowing that it will be thwarted. Such reckless petition. Layla. Noble households with long histories are always suffering severely for a while when it's about handing blood-related people and successions. For that reason they were very strict about unnecessarily breaking the law at strange parts. It would end up becoming the foundation of an odd precedent. Layla-san seems to understand that as well. She might have been told that by Klaus. But if that's the case, Klaus' rebellion will become even stranger. In the first place, why did he even go as far as cutting all connections to his daughters and their husbands? Can you stay obedient until the situation is resolved? Wendlin. Ordering Layla-san's group into house arrest, I arrange for several guards to watch them. There's also the treatment of the adventurers who are helping in the rebellion. The adventurers who are not participating in the rebellion have been placed under house arrest as well. Right? Wendlin. That's only natural. It will be bothersome if they stab us in the back as sympathizers after all. Naturally they were gathered and confined in the same place. Louise and Katharina have gone to interrogate them, right? Wendlin. Going by my intuition, they won't know anything though. The three of them went to interrogate the confined adventurers. It's for the sake of hearing information about the adventurers who were participating in the rebellion. Also, Elise, together with Wilma as her guard, have gone to the church to voluntarily provide free healing with the goal of stabilizing the territory. Elise's popularity in this territory has become a definite fact. In spite of a rebellion occurring at the same time, the church is crowded with many people. We are back. Louise. How was it? Wendlin. No good. It seems the sudden incident is a bolt out of there. Blue for the other party as well. Owen. Having finished the interrogation of the adventurers, the three have come back, but as expected there were no results. It seems that all of them came here to investigate whether they can really hunt the flying dragons and wyverns inhabiting the northern mountain range. Katharina. If you aren't a magician, it's difficult to hunt a flying dragon, even as an adventurer with remarkable abilities. Even if they are able to hunt those, there will be only little profit if there are injured people. All the more if it leads to corpses appearing. Therefore it was common practice for ordinary adventurers to form a bigger group at the time they go hunting dragons. They tackle the dragon's power with numbers. With at least 10 people, they freely use things like traps. After skillfully luring in one dragon, the rewards will be split by their leader. But even so, If it's an adventurer party which is great at teamwork, they will earn far more money than usual. It seems they came here to check this place whether it can be used as new hunting ground. The bunch who went along with the rebellion as well? Wendlin. Well, in fact, some of the adventurers said something weird. Owen. You received the testimony. I have never seen those guys. From several veteran adventurers who have reached an age of 40. If it's the world of adventurers hunting dragons in groups, it's unexpectedly small. Owen. It requires a degree of individual strength and whether one is able to put priority on teamwork even if there's team competition. Since the hurdle of being able to earn money with it is high, the number of large-scale parties specialized on dragons is small. In this world the long-standing, aged adventurers are aware of almost all the people in the same profession. However, until now they haven't ever seen them. What about something like the first challenge as newcomers? Wendlin. Even so, since one would join up with some veterans in the beginning, it's very unlikely for them to not know the faces of those veterans. Owen. Certainly, the adventurers who are guarding the occupied mansion are all young men in their 20s and lower 30s. Since they are adventurers, a few women should be mixed in as well. However, it's also a weird aspect that there are 0 women. They aren't adventurers, I think. Blue eyes. I guess so. They are too accustomed to leadership. Katharina. The adventurer parties which are experts in hunting dragons are accustomed to leadership as well. But that's only at the time of hunting dragons. Since they are ordinary adventurers, there are many people who do as they like. It's unthinkable for them to earnestly guard in shifts as if they belong to a military unit. In spite of being hired as mercenaries, they don't amuse themselves with second food or scavenge through the mansion for money and goods. If you look at the way they operate, they resemble soldiers. Owen. Certainly. Wendlin. Although they have the appearance of adventurers, they are totally moving briskly like soldiers. If that's the case, they are soldiers disguising themselves as adventurers. Is it the royal army? Wendlin. By no means. Katharina. At the present time they shouldn't hinder the development of the savage lands, let alone the profits. They would only incur heavy losses. If it's like this, then it's the private army of a noble. Moreover, it ought to be a high-ranking noble. Katharina. It's probably just as Katharina imagines. If it's the feudal army of a high-ranking noble, the difference in skill with soldiers of the royal army will naturally vanish since they will be retainers who are doing special training. I wonder who has instigated this? Wendlin. It was very likely that some noble was scheming something once again, intending to confuse and delay the development of the Bourmister earldom. They aimed at my hometown, which is my Achilles heel. Dispatching soldiers who are disguised as adventurers, they instigated Klaus' grandchildren knowing that they are dissatisfied with the current situation. No. Even that would be weird after all. That Klaus shouldn't become the leader of the rebellion if the possibility of success doesn't exist. Klaus is harboring warped emotions towards the Bourmister household, but he always secures his own benefits. I don't expect him to be a man who gets suppressed just like that and dies by hanging. Different from our Heinz, he is black-hearted. Katharina. Isn't such soft-hearted, outstanding talent rare? Something like supporting his fallen master's household without even receiving pay. That's a really precious, outstanding talent in this world. Currently he is working as our counselor, but it's at a level that Roderick is grateful for it from the bottom of his heart. He was the lead retainer of a small territory. However, he was even aware of the way to associate with high-ranking nobles with the territory's nature to be close to the capital. Experienced and strong even in economical aspects, he has become a valuable person for the Earl Bourmister household, which has only young retainers. Anyway, for now we will wait and see, I guess. Wendlin. Earlier I tried to talk with Klaus after calling him out, but that fellow's reply was the intense statement, "Don't underestimate my grandsons." It seems he will withdraw the soldiers once I make Walter and Carl nobles. His demand is far too unreasonable. It's completely out of question. By the way, where's Burkhard-san? Wendlin. The figure of Burkhard-san, who should have come here together with us, couldn't be seen much. I think he is communicating with Margrave Brithhilda. Sama. Blue eyes. He is probably informing him of the situation over here. However, we have to avoid a situation where we need reinforcements from him. No matter how much he is my patron, if I depend too much on him, this will create problems as well. A forceful storming at worst. Wendlin. It would lead to many victims without a doubt. However, this was also method in this world if there was no other way. If I did something like negotiating and compromising with rebels, it will end up causing a second and a third rebellion. Is it foolish to get reinforcements from Margrave Brithilda-sama? Owen. An independent resolution will be the best. Wendlin. Please do so because I agree with you completely. Owen. As I'm discussing ways of resolving the situation with Iryu, Burkhardt-san, who apparently finished talking with Margrave Brithilda, comes back. Did something happen? Wendlin. Usually you would expect Margrave Brithilda to send reinforcements at this point. Helping us since we have still our hands full with the development will show his own influence. This would be the ideal move as noble. It seems impossible as a sudden large-scale troop deployment has been decided. Burkhardt. Large-scale troop deployment? Wendlin. A large-scale troop deployment at this stage, or rather, in this warless world? A question mark floated in my mind. It's the Margrave of the East, Braueg. Burkhardt. Which reminds me, I have heard that there was a conflict with each of them confronting with large armies in the past. If I remember correctly, Klaus should have earned military achievements by participating as well. Anyway, please ask Master about the details. Burkhardt. I quickly take out the magic cell phone from my pocket and connect a call to Margrave Brithilda. Then he answered the call immediately. Earl Bormister, it seems like the large-scale troop deployment over here and the rebellion over there are linked. Brithilda. Doesn't it? But, why all of a sudden? Wendlin. That is, you see, Brithilda. Since the old days, the Margrave Braueg household which controls the east and the Margrave Brithilda household which controls the south didn't have a good relationship, repeatedly breaking down direct negotiations in disputes over territory and concessions of fellow small nobles which are below their control and have adjoining territories. It has sometimes created a multitude of small-scaled conflicts and confrontations leading to the dispatch of soldiers for the sake of accepting each other's demands. This was always like that before the peace with Holy Empire Urquhart. At the time when each other's predecessor became the family head, a large-scaled conflict broke out and led to many victims. Brithilda. I have heard about that before. It should have been the battle where Klaus raised his military achievements. Also, at the time when I just succeeded the household's headship, they harassed me badly. Brithilda. As a family head who had just taken over the position will likely be late in reacting. They tried to take effective control of some of the disputed areas and attempted to steal all the forestry and mine concessions. Of course, both parties' relations grew only worse. However, recently our side had completely the advantage. Brithilda. The biggest reason for that seems to be me. I was saved with you being there. Earl Bormister. Brithilda. A magician who performed 2 dragon subjugations was the child of his own vassal. Thanks to that, Margrave Brithilda triumphantly strengthened his pipe to the central government as well. Apparently Margrave Braueg looked at Margrave Brithilda with a deep red expression at a certain party. Also, by now it goes without saying, I guess. Brithilda. With the concessions to exploit new territories, there are also various spoils that are yielded from the Demon Forest. By just interacting with the Bormister earldom and the capital, the Brithilda Margraviate has conveniently obtained profits. The flights of magic airships have increased. It's the same with ports and maritime ferry services. Many jobs related to development demands are flowing in as well. Naturally it results in him being all smiles. Of course, I have completely excluded the Eastern folks from that. Brithilda. Certainly. He should have no obligation to split those with Margrave Braueg and the Eastern nobles under his control who pestered him thoroughly until now. If he has such leeway, he will split it with the southern nobles. It's a correct decision from Margrave Brithilda, who is their leader, I think. Even I would have certainly done it like that. So, they have deployed their troops? Isn't that a bit too hasty? Wendlin. It's true that it's a bit strange, but we won't know unless we investigate it a bit more. Since he was pressured by the Eastern nobles who don't have any development rights, he is trying to diverge from the troublesome matter at hand by stealing the control over territories with a troop deployment. That might be the point. Brithilda. Actually, since it has been decided to split the forestry 50-50 between south and north for now, they are apparently driving out the fief's population of the nobles on Margrave Brithilda's side and likewise the miners from the mines. There are no casualties, but they ended up being driven out by the soldiers of the completely armed feudal army of Margrave Braueg's side and the soldiers of Margrave Braueg private feudal army. We have completely fallen behind. If I don't gather the soldiers quickly, Ha! That will cost money, Brithhilda. Margrave Brithhilda had to gather soldiers disregarding the costs since he won't do something like Japan, which is an expert at weak-kneed diplomacy and which would leave their opponent in control of the territories. I want to ask you to participate in a mixed army of feudal armies as well, if possible, Earl Bormister. Brithhilda. I guess so. I will join you as fast as I can. Wendlin. Is that so? I'm grateful for that. Please do so. Brithhilda. Is it alright? Owen. Once I cut the communication through the magic cell phone, Iryu immediately asks me whether we will really dispatch our feudal army as well. I have to send them. Wendlin. This happens just as I began to develop a new territory. If I don't hand down a thorough punishment on the group which schemed this strange incident first here, it would be possible for a second or third Margrave Browig to appear. It's absolutely necessary to beat them up and make others believe that they will only incur losses if they start a fight with us. It's a war where people will get killed though. Wendlin. You have to resolve yourself for such things. Will you be alright? Owen. I don't know about that unless I have a go at it. Wendlin. People will kill people. It's probably something detestable, but that also depends on the environment where those people were employed. Actually, I might have bad dreams full of feelings of guilt after I killed someone, or I might not feel anything unexpectedly. I won't know about such matters if that time doesn't come. However, this period's war, no, dispute. Huh? It seems it would be better if people didn't die. Wendlin. You will settle it with magic? Owen. Yep. If I do it together with Katharina and Burkhart-san, I can calculate with 0 victims. Wendlin. In order to suppress this rebellion first, I began to discuss things among us 3 magicians right away. The hostages have been gathered in the dining room, eh? Burkhart. Nice. You found them. Wendlin. I'm still better if it's about detection. Burkhart. Well, I still can't use minute spells with the mana I own. Wendlin. I'm also unable to be so detailed in the detection. Katharina. We unrolled a hand-drawn map on the table in order to plan the suppression of the rebel army while at the same time guaranteeing the safety of the hostages. It's a detailed map of the mansion and its surroundings I requested from the servants, who luckily got away, and the junior commander who are participating in the siege. On the map the deployment of the personnel, we learned from Burkhart-san, is drawn in. Although it's my own home, I didn't comprehend the entire layout. My room, the dining room, the study and the hallways connecting those. The time I spent at home became shorter as I grew older. Thus I didn't approach rooms where I had nothing to do. Herman Dono, his family and the servants. In total it's 11 hostages. Gathering them in the dining room. There are 4 men guarding its entrance. The rest is securing each place in the mansion and the front of the fence set up around the mansion. In total it's 20 rebels. Burkhart. Have you found Klaus? Wendlin. Yes. He is in the middle of the dining room. Burkhart. As apparent ringleader of the rebellion he is talking about his own cherished opinion to the hostages. It will be unexpectedly easy if we do it with 3 people. Burkhart. An area stun. You mean? Wendlin. That's it. Burkhart. The spell called Area Stun paralyzes its targets with a lightning strike, just as the name says. The majority of magicians are able to use it if their mana is at an intermediate level, but it's a spell which is difficult to control. It's quite convenient for guards to do things like mob suppression. However, if the output is too weak, it will only be a slight electric shock. On the other hand, if the output is too high, the targets will become electrocuted. If the caster is too unskilled at controlling the range, unrelated people will get dragged in and become paralyzed as well. Likewise, if the range is too narrow, most of the targets won't be affected. That's just an example for many of the registered spells. The area, where the rebel army is located, and this mansion will be split into 3 parts. Burkhart. Putting aside the dining room which is the most difficult to take control of, Burkhart-san points out the 4 who are guarding it. We leave Klaus alone? Wendlin. Even if he moves by himself, he won't be able to accomplish anything. Burkhart. Given that he's old, it will be troublesome if he dies from getting shocked. Wendlin. If he resists pointlessly, I won't particularly mind though. Burkhart. Afterwards, Katharina and me divide the remaining area in 2 parts. I have the weakness to make the stun a bit too powerful. Katharina, don't electrocute them. Wendlin, it won't be that powerful. Katharina, we move to the spot closest to the area within the encirclement each of us is responsible for. Moreover, I called out to Moritz and the junior commanders group who are given the task to capture the rebel soldiers after area stun has been cast. They shouldn't be able to move due to the paralysis, but don't get careless. Also, I ask you to put maximum priority on ensuring the safety of Hermann Nissan's group. Wendlin, at your command. Moritz, there won't be a single scratch on Lord Sama's group. Reich. Katharina has headed to her designated location first. When Burkhardt-san and me are walking to the spot where we are to cast the area stun, he addresses me with a small voice. Aren't you skillfully handling that wild horse? Burkhardt. Wild horse? Actually it's not that amazing. Wendlin. In fact, Katharina is able to handle quite many useful spells and she possesses a tremendous amount of mana even for the advanced level, but I don't have the image of her being a wild horse like Burkhardt-san has said. There are times when her usual speech is a bit strong, but if I consider it as her acting tough for the sake of reviving her esteemed household, I think she is cute. That's probably because my insides are those of an old man. Because I'm an old man, I know that Storm's attitude comes from her putting up a front. A youthful indiscretion, I guess. It seems to be the same for those idiots who are participating in this rebellion. Burkhardt-san is probably talking about the young residents who joined the rebellion out of sympathy for Walter and Carl. Though they will hang, if they make a blunder. Youth has the potential to do something rash. Burkhardt. Those adventurers as well? Wendlin. They are even more pitiful. Burkhardt. In this situation it's hopeless for them to return to Margraviate Browg alive. Getting killed in the process of the suppression or getting executed after capture, those 2 options exist. Probably they were told to say that they are simple adventurers, even if tortured. They are sacrificial pawns to seal your movements, boy, and to divert my lord's attention. Burkhardt. It's far too tragic. Wendlin. Even as retainer you are on the inferior side. For those below the second son of a household there isn't much of a difference to regular soldiers. Burkhardt. Unable to succeed the retainer's household, they are nothing more than guys living as freeloaders at home, I guess. Burkhardt-san predicted it would be fine if they simply became adventurers. Wendlin. Not everyone thinks like that. Burkhardt. Even in my previous life there were many people aiming for jobs that are safe, like public servants and such, with a frightening enthusiasm. Undoubtedly they are the same type as well. Someday I want to build an independent household without sponging off my home. While thinking such things, they are striving in their studies and training, occasionally receive a part-time job from the master's house, grow old without even marrying and die in the end. There are fairly many such people. Burkhardt. Since they are excess personnel, they are the best for wasting them as errand boys on a military operation like this. That's miserable, isn't it? Wendlin. Doesn't Earl Sama understand? After seeing the elder brothers of Inaju-chan and Luizju-chan open a dojo at your place? There's quite a lot of such guys. Burkhardt. Revising their points of view a bit, there are many people who change their occupations to farmers, craftsmen or merchants, but while thinking that's running away, those guys are too fixated on establishing an independent retainer household. There are many people with high skills, but no matter how high-ranking the noble household is, the limited number of retainer households won't increase and thus many people remain living in obscurity in the end. So these guys want to turn things around with a single successful attack. Wendlin. They have a terribly low chance of success though. Burkhardt. Even so, from their standpoint, it's still a chance. No matter how I look at it, I can't see it as chance, but they are people who have been driven into a corner to such a degree. It's different if they have talent in magic though, like you. Boy. The same applies for Storm's case. Do you believe that such tomboy is taken as wife so easily? Burkhardt. If it's the stupid son of a high-ranking noble, he will likely think about such stuff and use the authority of his home. But if it's a normal man, they will be uncomfortable to take such strong magician as wife. Burkhardt-san explains. With the possibility of dying in a matrimonial quarrel, they will be reluctant to accept her as wife. Burkhardt. Certainly. Wendlin. If it's you, boy, such worries are unnecessary. Burkhardt. Even in Burkhardt-san's case, there are no such worries. Wendlin. I don't have that kind of taste. Besides, she is a necessary game piece for you as noble, boy. Burkhart. She is probably a fine personnel to use if you win her over, but such is a noble's way of thinking. Though I have a feeling that I will stray off the dream of becoming a great magician I have received when I was introduced to magic by Master. Do such matters worry you? Perhaps I should tell you that even in Alf's case it was to a certain extent decided for him to enter the service of the Margrave Brithhilda household because of his magic. Burkhart. It's not like Master particularly fussed over leading a thoroughly free life as adventurer, and thus he got himself employed as his retainer. Burkhart-san explains. The previous Margrave Brithhilda was very pleased with Alf's service. Apparently he considered creating a new retainer household and having him marry with Anita-sama once they returned from that expedition. Burkhart. As youngest sister of the previous Margrave Brithhilda, Anita is right now an Oju-sama, who has passed an age of 40, and works as maid. Now she was a woman who completely missed her chance to marry, but with her being in her 20s at the time when Master served that household, those talks had progressed behind the scenes given that they were a good match age-wise. Alf's and the predecessor's death in action spoiled that though. Incidentally, Anita-sama is on the path of leading an unmarried life. Burkhart. Timing matters for a marriage. I remembered that I talked about it with my company's boss in my previous life. You are practicing your magic every day. Aren't you using your magic for hunting and public works as well? Even now you are playing an active role with the area stun. Burkhart. That's true as well. Wendlin. No one know what awaits them in life. You are young, boy, so do as you like for now. Even Alf did as he pleased when he was around your age, boy. Burkhart. I was worried a bit over my life, but I feel like Burkhart's advice eased my feelings. Once I separated from him and reached my designated location, I began to prepare the invocation of area stun at once. Seeing the figures of 3 magicians at the front line of the encirclement, the adventurers, who were watching the front of the fence placed around the mansion, got tense, but as they didn't know what we were attempting to do, they only glared at us. The timing of the stun invocation was left to Moritz and the junior commander who will storm the mansion first. It's 3 seconds after the soldier, who's next to me, puts his hand on my shoulder. There. 1, 2, 3. Wendlin. Just as arranged, the soldier put his hand on my shoulder, and after counting to 3, I cast area stun. Immediately following that, the ground of the mansion and its surroundings was enveloped in a bluish-white light. The guarding adventurers fell then and there without a second passing. Go. Storm in. Moritz. On Moritz's signal, the chosen soldiers vigorously rush into the mansion, entrusting the capture of the adventurers, who have collapsed paralyzed outside the mansion, to the siege unit. Their number 1 objective was to gain total control of the mansion's interior. Wendlin. Roger. Leave it to me. I also stormed the mansion's interior from a window with Iryu and Ina's guards. The objective is to secure the hostages who have been gathered in the dining room. I'm looking forward to what kind of sophism Klaus will use. Wendlin. Vul, you hate Klaus-san, don't you? It's not at the level of hate or such. That geezer is doing nothing but being a nuisance in my life. Even if I cover for him, he will hang anyway. I want to at least hear his last words. Wendlin. Rushing in through the window of the study, which is usually not used most of the times, we left the room and entered the hallway. We ran into adventurers who are paralyzed by the area stun. Leaving those to Moritz's group who stormed together with us, we hurried to the dining room to find Walter, Carl and 2 other resident-like youngsters collapsed at its entrance. They are apparently unable to move due to the paralysis of the area stun. As expected of Burkhart-san. Wendlin. Hermann Nissan's group, who had their feet and hands bound and were confined in the dining room, weren't affected by the area stun. By using his minute detection ability, he restricted it only to the lookouts and brought them down with the area stun. It was a feat that Katharina and me are unable to accomplish unless we train for a bit longer. Please tie them up. Wendlin. Got it. Owen. Understood. Leaving the capture of Walter and Carl's group to Iryu, I enter the dining room and an unexpected scene unfolds there. Klaus, who is the ringleader of this rebellion, cut the ropes binding Hermann Nissan's group who are the hostages. Do you believe that you will be found innocent with that degree of action? Wendlin. What are you talking about, Earlbore Mr. Sama? I only deceived them following Lord Sama's order. Klaus. Huh? Wendlin. Klaus was Klaus after all. As soon as he saw my face, he called this rebellion a play that causes this much of an uproar. Do you dislike hanging this much? Wendlin. Hearing my remark, Walter and Cal, who were tied up by Ryu and Ina in the back, ended up fainting after screaming. It seems they finally realized the graveness of the situation. I understand your mood, Earl bore Mr. Sama, but I would like you to listen to my story, Klaus. I will at least hear you out. After all, the ropes for hanging and the scaffolds have to be prepared. Wendlin. Next, the young residents, who were together with Walter and Cal, fainted after being overwhelmed by the shock. It seems they participated with a casual feeling to get more favorable treatment than the other residents if they joined the rebellion. They didn't really consider the time after it failed after all. Or rather, the young folks fainted from my statements, but only Klaus' expression hasn't changed. It seems that he is absolutely confident that he won't be executed. Seeing his expression, I suddenly felt a bit angry. I have thought that the preparation over them might become unnecessary, but Klaus. Let's see, just what kind of explanation will Klaus give us? Just because I wanted to know that, I decided to listen to that guy's story. Requesting a deal to be judged innocent after having caused a rebellion is. Wendlin. No, not at all. It's not about being judged innocent. What I want and wish for is to avoid for it to be judged as capital crime. Klaus. In the end, the rebellion was completely suppressed in one day, with there being 0 victims due to area stun. The men except Klaus, who participated in the rebellion, were disarmed and put under surveillance by soldiers after gathering them in one place. And then I met with the main instigator Klaus, but he boldly requested a deal with an innocent look in the study of the mansion which had finally regained its peace. As it's related to highly classified information, there's currently only Burkhart-san, Elise, Herman Nissan and me in the room. Everyone else helped with the cleaning up after the rebellion. Klaus. Did you warn them before? Herman. From Herman Nissan's point of view, for some reason they ended up causing a rebellion to claim a direct petition with the 3 of them, although he had ordered Klaus to give Walter and Cal, who were growing impudent, a warning. With Klaus insisting on his innocence, it was only natural for him to be angry. Making a mistake in the education of Walter and Cal was honestly my blunder. It's difficult to instruct them skillfully. Even the move of restraining them with my authority doesn't work if I'm going to die in a few years anyway. Klaus. At the time he worried what he could do. Those adventurers contacted Walter and Cal with just the right timing. They are the subordinates of Margrave Braueg. Klaus. You knew it? Herman. Yes, it seems they were troubled. I talked to them whether they wanted me to cooperate in the planning of the rebellion. Klaus. Wendlin. Klaus seems to speak the truth without concealing anything. Cooperating himself with them, who got in touch with Walter and Cal, who got cocky by being able to become nobles, to use them. He skillfully drew out information from them in the process. Once you look at the lot who participated in the rebellion, you will see that there are many young men. From the experienced Klaus' viewpoint, he likely regarded them as easy targets to extract information from. If you reported that, it might have been an achievement. But isn't it too late for that, experienced village head Mandono? I thought about that. But the arrest of rebelling forces surpassing 20 members in this small territory would have likely caused many victims. Klaus. Since they are a bunch who hasn't any achievements from before, they should have resisted desperately. Accordingly, he decided to cause a rebellion. Related to the number of participants, a complete takeover of the territory was impossible. Since they also moved in order to constrain Earl Bor Mr. Sama to dispatch his troops and to confuse Margrave Brithhilde Sama's rear, they didn't wish for that much either. Klaus. Therefore he changed it to an official direct petition by occupying the feudal lord's mansion and taking hostages. It appears that was the strategy he implemented together with them. Did you believe that we would suppress the rebellion, Klaus? Wendlin. Well, in fact you are a high-ranking magician, Sama. Klaus. Having the rebels gathered in the mansion, he expected us to catch them all in one haul. Moreover, with no victims on either side. Klaus caused a rebellion after predicting that far ahead. Did you drag Walter and Carl into it as well? Herman. It's no good if they aren't scolded severely at least once. Also, it was for the sake of them never again getting used like that. Klaus. Seeing that they are my half-brothers, it's possible that one day another noble, who tries to use them, appears. Therefore Klaus apparently considered it to be necessary that they won't ever be used again. Having failed once, there will be surveillance with them barely keeping their heads on their necks. Certainly, aren't the nobles who come up with unnecessary things. The problem on my side is that I have no choice but to accept it. The biggest problem for Herman Nissan was that he would run out of capable personnel if the village headman and his successors suddenly vanished. It's necessary to prepare a next one if the village headman of the main village is gone. It won't do for Klaus to remain as is. But having said that, a sudden stranger would be problematic as well. It seems he wants to leave this daughter Raina, the husband of my half-sister Corona, and make Norbert, the husband of my half-sister Agnes, into the village headman of the main village. They have opposed Klaus' rebellion to the point of severing connections. I think there will be little resistance from the residents. So, what about Walter and Carl? They completely did a grandstand play, but as a result they certainly advanced the situation as Klaus had intended. There were no victims among the personnel of the Nightboar-Mr. territory. If Klaus had reported to Herman Nissan that a rebellion is about to occur, he would most likely have gathered the soldiers and tried to arrest them. If that were to happen, it's possible that they, who are sacrificial pawns, would have resisted frantically and caused many victims in the process. As he acted on his own authority, it's not like we can recognize it as Klaus' achievement. However, it wasn't a case where it would be fine if we just hang him either. Seeing that Klaus will apparently take the responsibility and retire, it would be wrong to hang Walter and Carl as well. I will make them village headmen. With Klaus' forced retirement, he will leave the reclamation of a new village to Walter and Carl. However, the assistance from Herman Nissan will be cut down quite a bit. There won't be any help from me and Katharina either, clearing the fields from scratch by themselves. They will build a village. Even the salary and support from the feudal lord won't return until the next generation. They barely avoided the execution because they are my elder brothers, but they will be constantly supervised in their reclamation of a new village until they die. Since there will be surveillance, they probably won't think of pointless ambitions from here on out, is Herman Nissan's idea. Moreover, the population of that new village will be scarce. As it will be only the people who participated in the rebellion and their families, Herman Nissan won't lend them a hand in recruiting new immigrants. Given that they have no other connections, they will apparently perform the development of a new village by themselves until the generations change. It was a punishment close to an exile. What do you think, Wendlin? That should do. Wendlin. He is hesitating to execute them after all. On the other hand, it will set a bad example for the other residents if they don't receive a proper punishment. I believe it's fine as point of compromise. However, Klaus listens normally without changing his expression in any particular way. It completely seems as if he had foreseen our thoughts. Are those conditions fine for you, Klaus? Wendlin. Yes, of course. Klaus, while scolding his grandchildren who came up with something stupid, he was calm with them becoming the village headman of a new village even though they have the difficulty of developing it 100% by themselves. From the standpoint of the other villages, their salary will be low until the generations change, but that will be cancelled for the generation after Walter and Carl. The husband of Klaus' granddaughter was able to succeed as village headman of the main village too. It might be much better compared to having his relatives hanging. Probably Klaus' true objective was to save the lives of his two grandchildren who came up with something stupid. Well, then I will leave the rest to you, Herman Nissan. Wendlin. What shall I do with the captured rebels? Since they have a use, I will take them in. Wendlin. That will save me troubles. The food expenses and the manpower to control such lot would. There are more than 20 adult males who have received military training. Although it's growing, they would likely be too much for the current Nightboar-Mr. territory. Having said that, even if we execute all of them, it will cause a strong shock to the fief's population. Do you want to use that bunch for a counterattack against Margrave Braueg, Earl Boar-Mr. Sama? Klaus. While someone is busy, he stood in my way with something trivial. Wendlin. That's right, isn't it? If you want to go with that, do you want me to help you with something? Klaus. I want to peek once in that head of yours. Wendlin. You won't find anything interesting there. With the incident this time I have reached a forced retirement. However, my age is a difficult age to help Walter and Carl in the reclamation. Fortunately I have life experience with more up and downs than other people. If you make use of that, I'd like to receive a small reward from you, Earl Boar-Mr. Sama. Although they are paying for their own mistakes, it's necessary for me as their grandfather to assist Walter and Carl a bit. Klaus. That's true. Wendlin. Since there are the eyes of the other residents, the young residents, who participated in the rebellion, will need to build a house by themselves at the planned location for establishing a new village until the fields there. That's probably why Klaus wants to help out on the funding. It will be a part-time job to earn an allowance. Klaus. Given that it will be a problem if he acts as counselor like Heinz, I will personally provide his salary as counselor. I guess that should be his position. I will even pay you a bonus if you are really useful, but I won't give you anything but a meal if you don't meet my expectations. Wendlin. Since I'm a retired old man, it will be splendid if my meals are taken care of. Klaus. Like this I got stuck with temporarily employing Klaus, who is the ringleader of the rebellion for some reason, but I somehow ended up feeling like it moved according to his expectations. Chapter 63, A Schemer, that might point to someone like that. Wendlin. The rebellion, which broke out in the night Bormister territory, was safely suppressed with 0 casualties. In the end the ringleader Klaus ended up avoiding the gallows cleverly. It appears that the outcome was as he had expected, but in some respects there might also be parts where he is feeling relieved. After all, my true feelings are that I don't want to watch someone's execution. You are harboring complicated feelings about Klaus-san. Although everyone struggled hard to do the aftermath finishing the suppression of the rebellion, I was lying in a grassland at the edge of the territory and watched the sky. Ina was my sole escort, but I think she doesn't stand on duty overly much. The reason for that is that she can't move since I requested her to let me rest my head on her lap. Since it's not often that wild animals come here, it's not much of a problem. Given my social status, several soldiers are slightly away serving as guards. Becoming important seems to be quite serious. Complicated, it's rather that I want to argue him into silence. Wendlin. Into silence, you say? He is not a child. After rushing into the dining room of the mansion with the objective to rescue Hermann Nissan's group, I asked Klaus, "Do you hate hanging this much?" The feelings of an originally Japanese person wasn't that I desire something like hanging from the bottom of my heart either, but I wondered whether Klaus would be shaken if I said that. In the end he splendidly saw through it being a bluff. Where Klaus-san is concerned, I think it will be difficult since it should be easy for him to hide his feelings. Even so, there should exist things that make him worried, angry or astonished within his mind. I believe he is sighing at the degree of stupidity of his grandchildren. Currently they were under house arrest, but it's already scheduled to send them to the location where the new village construction is planned tomorrow. The total number of people is 22, which includes Walter, Cal, the youngsters who participated in the rebellion, their wives and children. First they will have to build their own home and then they will cultivate new land by themselves, confiscating their previous fields and houses. Hermanni-san has prepared the materials to build new houses. Although they have been allowed to keep things like cash, clothes and furniture from their previous homes, the reason for that must be that they won't be able to buy food. There is the poll tax, too. The tax has been taken by collecting the cultivated crops. With this it has been decided they will be exempted from paying taxes for 3 years. However, since they will starve if they don't cultivate a section of the fields enabling them to get food even if the taxes are brushed off for 3 years, Klaus will do a part-time job in order to get some remittance. That's because even his former house and fields have been confiscated. He had some assets in cash, but according to Klaus it wasn't that much either. It's around the average amount of a normal village headman, although it was possible that he would be about to get hung again if had pilfered the taxes since Further's generation. It doesn't seem very likely that he did so. It's a bit disappointing. But since it's Klaus, he won't do such blunder, I thought. Klaus, who will come along with me, doesn't possess much money on hand either. He had only a single bag where he stuffed in a few clothes for changing and things for his own body. Passing 60 years in age, I'm going to work in the outside world. I'm fairly excited. Klaus. Moreover, since he is enjoying the current situation from the bottom of his heart, Klaus' courage is likely very large. It means that Klaus achieved his aim. If the circumstances stay as they are, he took measures that Walter and Carl won't be killed and will be punished since one couldn't deny the possibility of them running wild after Klaus' death. That was likely the objective of this rebellion. Walter and Carl, who will be troubled with cultivating new land from the scratch, had my condolences, but you could say that it was no more than reaping what they sowed. Will they be monitored during the difficult reclamation as well? They are able to buy the necessary things in the store, but Raina, who's the new manager of the store, is prohibited to sell the things cheaply to them. However, Herman Nissan also banned selling the items expensively. Also, it seems that there will be personnel placed to monitor them 24/7 in turns. If they scheme something next, I will take responsibility and get rid of them. I won't leave something like a second suppression to you either, Vol. This is my territory after all, Herman. With such exchange, it seems that they accepted their punishment obediently. There's also the opinion that he is soft-hearted since they haven't been sent to the gallows. But since they are cultivating new land by themselves in a grassland with nothing on it until their deaths, it's probably a far more harsh punishment than hanging them. In a certain way, it's also impossible to flee. There is surveillance. No matter how much we began the development in that place, there are still many ferocious wild animals in the surroundings of the grassland. It's probably not possible for Walter and Cal, who can't use anything but a bow, to run away. I will leave that side to Herman Nissan. We have a war to deal with. Wendlin, you have become noble-like, too, Vol. Did you become wife-like? Wendlin, I have no confidence in that. Isn't that fine since it's boring if everyone's the same? I'm grateful since I can talk with her normally. Wendlin, if it's Elise, I have to behave a bit respectfully. Louise is funny but she has strange sides as well. Wilma occasionally has a wicked tongue. Katharina has times where she is, how to call it, out of sync. Therefore I think it's valuable for me to have someone like In with whom I can talk normally. Since that's how it is, continue the lap pillow like a normal fiancé. Wendlin, I will. Isn't my lap too firm though? Is it? It's not particularly firm for me. Wendlin, that's great then. I drifted into a light nap in Ina's lap pillow for about an hour. I came to receive you, Earl bore Mr. Sama? I appreciate your efforts. A small magic airship is after all handy for such occasions. Wendlin. The next day after the rebellion suppression and its aftermath finished, a small magic airship arrived to receive us. It's one blow against Margrave Broweg who leads the East and who sabotaged us at this important time. There's also the possibility of him scheming something again if we don't do at least this much. Moreover, with a large-scale deployment of troops at the border of the south, a request for troop participation by Margrave Brithhilda has emerged as well. I comply to the requests of my patron as much as possible and in exchange he will accommodate me in response. It's a straightforward relationship. Since it's also indispensable to retaliate, I decided to rent a small magic airship from Henrik, who is the second son of Armstrong Doushi, and carry out the troop movement with it. We made a temporary chartering contract. I'm sorry for doing that albeit it being a good time to make money. Wendlin. No, not at all, there's plenty to profit from it. So, the number of people is as planned? Henrik. The participants are us, Burkhard-san and also the Earl bore Mr. Feudal Army which is led by Moritz. That's the lineup. Damn. I wanted to send out soldiers as well. Herman Nissan apparently wanted to send soldiers, even if it's only a few, as well, but he was busy since it was just after the end of a rebellion, although there were no casualties. With a frustrated expression he told me that he won't join in. The only one participating is Klaus. Wendlin. Has that guy foreseen all of it? Henrik. Recently I don't understand it well either. Wendlin. Also, there were the figures of the soldiers from Margrave Broweg's side who were captured after failing the rebellion orchestrated by Klaus who became a Frita after retiring as a village headman. Is it alright to take such fellows on board? Henrik. Klaus persuaded them splendidly. Wendlin. That man was the ringleader of the rebellion, wasn't he? Henrik. The common-sensed Henrik resembled his father when his expression stiffened up, but it was a fact that Klaus made those guys change his sides. Master, do you plan to have them join the mission as your own pieces? Klaus. Immediately after Klaus' temporary employment was settled, he asked about the treatment of the captured rebels. That's my intention, but first I have to ask Margrave Brithhilda about it, I guess. Wendlin. I have no doubt that Margrave Brithhilda-sama will give you permission without saying anything against it. That's because it was you who caught them, Master. It's Master's privilege to decide what you will do with them. Klaus. No matter how much relation there might be between a patron and their vassal, the Margrave Brithhilda household and the Earl Bormester household are different households. Therefore he won't meddle too much in regards to the treatment of prisoners and spoils of war. Klaus explained. Is it alright to persuade them ahead of time? I will try persuading them. Klaus. You will. Klaus? It looks to me that it will turn into a great booing as you have betrayed them. Wendlin, what will turn that around is the wit of an old man. Klaus. Once I gave him permission, we headed together to the unoccupied house where they are imprisoned. When we opened the door, he received a large booing from them as expected. Traitor? You backstabbed us? Though he is the ringleader, Klaus is for some reason together with me. Their anger is natural. It's at a level that I want to help them as well. I shall tell you so that you don't misunderstand. But I cooperated with the rebellion using all my power. Klaus said that's why they were able to take over the feudal lord's mansion that skillfully. However, the unlucky thing was that a bad opponent appeared for the suppression. Or rather, I think Klaus has a strong character to be able to calmly talk about him participating in the rebellion at full power in front of me. Earl Bormister Sama, Burkhard Sama, who is employed by Margrave Brithhilda Sama, and Storm Sama, who is renowned as strongest of the West. The three of them ended up gaining total control with an area stun. I swear that I haven't colluded with them secretly. I believe that such thing isn't necessary for Earl Bormister Sama either. Klaus. Due to Klaus' explanation, the booing voices gradually ceased. So, what kind of business do you have with us? You have been arrested? Acting as their leader, a man of around 30 years asks Klaus. That is, Thomas Stono. To mediate everyone's government service. Klaus. Us who are headed for the gallows? What kind of joke is that? Thomas. No, it's no joke. Klaus. Moreover, Klaus continues his explanation. The Earl Bormister household is an esteemed household which rose in rank quickly due to individual resourcefulness of Wendlin Sama. That's something wonderful. But they are lacking manpower after all. Usually it would be proper to hang for the kind of crime of Thomas Stono. However, it's wasteful to thoughtlessly kill people here. Klaus. If it's people, there's plenty left. You can even go to the capital's slums. Thomas. It's not people for reclamation, but necessary people who are educated and are able as civil officials and the military officers for the Earl Bormister household. People like you, Thomas Stono, who received training and education in the Margraviate Braueg. Klaus. Due to Klaus' statement, Thomas and everyone averted their looks. It seems they were told by Margrave Braueg's side to not talk about their birthplace even if they were to be executed. Getting this far, there's no necessity to hide your birthplace. Haven't you told me about it before? Klaus. They likely ended up talking about it since Klaus is a veteran. He might have gotten the information out of them by skillfully inducing their sympathy with the story about him presenting his daughter as mistress or the misfortune of his grandchildren. He is an outrageous geezer after all. You don't want to cause troubles to your family and your homes. I understand those feelings well. However, who was the person who used you and threw you away? Thomas Stono? Without allowing you to blend in the feudal army which is currently being dispatched and right in the middle of enemy territory, you were given a mission to cause confusion in the rear as sacrificial pawns. I plan to act together with you, but if it's only as mediator, I believe that you have the abilities to serve the Earl's household properly. Klaus. The world isn't that generous. Thomas. Their leader, who is called Thomas, slowly begins to talk. Someone like the third son of an insignificant retainer household was better off with just being used, even if it's a sacrificial pawn. There is help from above if the person is at a level of being a genius, but for them that doesn't apply. The eldest sons and those who have been picked up as children of high-ranking retainers, who have connections. Rather than that lot, our side is probably better off. However, as long one isn't an idiot, connections are given priority. Thomas. Because the ruling of the territory has changed into a system, you can become something as long as you aren't an idiot at the level of what is called bird brain. That's why connections are given priority over everything else. We know about the story of the special development procurement by the Earl Bormister household. However, the eastern nobles including Margrave Braueg bear grudges against the Margrave Brithhilda household. Even if we request government service, we will be rejected before we can even approach the doormat. The bad relationship between the two Margrave households is truly deep. Moreover, it has amplified even more in the last 2 generations. It's very unlikely for Margrave Brithhilda to let any concessions flow into the east. Even in regards to appointment of human resources, it seems that former eastern inhabitants are completely cut off. If that's the case, this is a chance. Klaus. Chance, you say? You. What are you on about? Thomas. The encounter was the worst as it was during a rebellion suppression. but you can call this a connection too. You directly met the head Sama of the Earl household, Klaus. Due to Klaus' excessive statement, everyone except him is lost for words. Of course, it's the same for me. Currently it's a minus. But how about starting over by exerting great effort at this place? You are young. I believe that you are still able to perfectly start over, Klaus. However, for that redo, Thomas, that was the biggest bottleneck for employing them. Although they have been used as sacrificial pawns, with it turning into a betrayal towards their homes and their former master, there was the possibility of them meeting their relatives once again on the battlefield. That's why I also didn't consider headhunting them. Still, the other side doesn't think of you as family anymore, do they? Klaus. Thomas, I will take your silence as approval. Klaus. With them being pieces which are to be used and thrown away, they have been told to not talk about their relationship with the Broward camp. Therefore, at the current time they don't have something like a home to return to either. There are no such people among us. Like that. Even if Klaus declared that Earl Brithhilda won't take care of them, they could have guessed such circumstances. The Broward camp doesn't want you to be a weak point in negotiations. Klaus. It was Margrave Broward household's side which started the war, but of course they can't continue until one of the households falls. Aiming to secure rights by occupying successfully at present, they are sure to begin negotiations behind closed doors. For those negotiations they are nothing more but hindrances. Since they wanted them to preferably get entirely killed, they had them execute such reckless operation. Your esteemed homes should have obtained some kind of benefits by offering you as sacrifices. Instead, even if your personal circumstances come out at the negotiation, Klaus. Our children don't have such younger brother. They will likely reply in such way. Don't you think that it's frustrating, Klaus? The relationship with your family is certainly something important. However, that's a matter of being mutually considerate of each other. Something like a relationship where you are only used one-sidedly is equivalent to a fraud, where the family relation is used, on top of it being distorted. Klaus. Due to Klaus' harsh words, Thomas Group fell down and dropped their shoulders. Therefore, let's have you make a comeback here. Those are lives you should have lost once after failing the rebellion anyway. Isn't there the move to make a fresh start in life and serve the Earl Bormister household? Klaus. Make a fresh start in life, Thomas. They listened to Klaus' sincere persuasion with serious expressions. Though I believe that I discovered and knew the talent of Klaus as swindler. How about it, Klaus? I will start over. Serving them by raising distinguished war service. I will marry and obtain a home? I will do it, too. I have already accomplished my obligation towards my family's home? Me too? Raising their hands one after the other after a short time, Thomas, who was the only one left not doing so, asks Klaus a question. I'm already 32 years old. Will I be able to start over? I wonder. Thomas. Yes. Someone like me has already passed the age of 60. Even so, since I'm able to move, Thomas Dono has still time left even if you are older than 30 years. Klaus. Then I will start over as well. I will teach my family's shitty elder brother a lesson. Thomas. All of them declared that they will participate in the battle against Margrave Broward's army because of Klaus' persuasion. That's quite an amazing story. It's Klaus' old man wisdom, I guess. Wendlin. Even so, his ability in negotiations and persuasion is terrific. It's an enviable ability for a merchant. So, Klaus Dono is consulting with the group standing this way. Wendlin, as it will stir up problems if they suddenly blend in with the feudal army commanded by Moritz, we decided to leave stuff like the formation of the other unit to their leader, Thomas, and made him the commanding officer. And Klaus settled into the role of being a liaison between them and me. I know that he is a competent one, but my feelings were a bit mixed about his way of splendidly fitting the job. Is it alright? If he bared his fangs once again, he would definitely hang. That Klaus shouldn't do something this stupid. Wendlin. It seems they are currently pondering about something like new family names. Since they have already discarded their family's home, it seems they want to give themselves new family names and raise war achievements. Regarding it as kind advice, Isn't it in fact an advice that cuts off any paths of retreat for those men? Since they would have gone to the gallows if it stayed as is, isn't it more or less kind to Wendlin? Why am I covering for Klaus? As expected, it's difficult to make use of fellows who refuse to serve the household, since it would be troublesome to manage them even if they are used like criminal slaves, as it's also wrong to force them onto the capital. The view that they should be executed isn't mistaken, since my job is to swiftly transport everyone. Yes, even a simple captain of a chartered vessel. Henrik. Klaus was moving freely at another place of Henrik, who has a feeling of being somewhat drawn in. Everyone is single, right? Klaus. It will be troublesome for our family's home if we had a wife and children. Thomas. If that's the case, you have to persist here. Klaus. That means? Thomas. Although it was delayed by the dispatch of troops this time, Margrave Brithilda Sama planned to hold a large-scale marriage interview meeting. Klaus. If I remember correctly, that has been planned. At the beginning it apparently was a meeting to push her concubines onto me, but as I refused, it was changed into a meeting to introduce wives to Iryu and Roderick. However, once complaints appeared that it was only the two of them, it evolved into a large-scale meeting allowing all the retainers to attend if they are single. If you are officially entering the service of the household after raising achievements in the war, Master will allow all of you to participate as well. Klaus. Oh, Hilda? I will be able to marry? I'm full of fighting spirit. I will even capture father and elder brother? Hearing about the marriage interview meeting from Klaus, everyone seems to raise their tension to abnormal levels. Does such permission really exist? What Klaus says has the highest efficiency on young, single men. Wendlin. I see. That's profound. Leaving the Night-Boar-Mister territory after a full day, we arrived close to the grasslands at the border of the stationed feudal army of Margrave Brithilda on board a magic airship. Chapter 64. Beyond a strife, less than a war. Although I got a message earlier, you are early. Brithilda. Arriving at the grassland where Margrave Brithilda's army is stationed, I descended from the ship in advance with the spell, Flight, and met Margrave Brithilda and his party. Given that an earl is an earl, even if he's a newcomer, I'm an existence they have to pay attention to. We suppressed the rebellion within one day. You have my gratitude for the assistance by Burkhard-san. Wendlin. He is your bodyguard after all. Please don't worry about it and use him as you wish. Brithilda. Since it might be a setback to the development of the Savage Lands if something happens to me in the worst case, Margrave Brithilda has placed his treasured Burkhard-san with me. Apparently he has entrusted his own protection to several magicians he has employed in addition. And, they are the rebels, but Wendlin. I talk about the details of the rebellion and them who were captured afterwards and then entered my service after getting persuaded skillfully by Klaus. As expected, they were personnel to cause disturbance in the rear from Brauig's side. Brithilda. No, rather than personnel. They were treated as sacrificial pawns. Wendlin. The economy over there is stagnating after all. They are even getting rid of excess personnel now, aren't they? Brithilda. Since they have been blocked from moving money, items and people to the development of the Savage Lands, third sons and below of lower retainer households have needlessly lost their destination. Given that there are people left over, they likely judged it as profit. If they can prevent me from making a move while also using and getting rid of the people. It's not like everyone who has been driven out can make a living as adventurer either. This problem exists in my family as well. I'm grateful to you, Earl Boar-Mister. Brithilda. Besides the Helmut Kingdom, there are currently no noble households that are short on people except us. Rarely there are people who aim to become nobles by reclaiming wasteland from the scratch. But they are uninteresting for people to become government service candidates because it's unknown whether they will be able to become nobles or not. Since there's nothing like a job magazine either, there are only few people who know about them, too. In the end that means that it creates many young people of retainer households who are unable to get employment. It looks like they are quite cornered economically. Brithilda. As Iryu's group also got off the airship while the two of you were talking, we immediately moved to the troop headquarters and continued our conversation there. Currently our battle formation is close to the borderline of the escargot grasslands, which are extending over the eastern and southern domains. Our military forces are around 4,000 and are compromised by a mix of 7 households. Additional reinforcements will come in one more week, but with that it will be around 6,000 troops, I guess. Brithhilda: I have a feeling as if the numbers are low, but it can't be helped as money goes flying by only preparing and deploying military forces. The salary of the soldiers and their provisions will become the burden of the noble household below Margrave Brithhilda that dispatched their feudal army. So, how about Browig's side? Wendlin: They have 5,000 troops. That's why it's a standoff currently. Brithhilda: Both sides don't wish for a decisive battle. The damage will become big if they do such a thing. Therefore it has naturally turned into a standoff like this. Also, there's another battlefield. Brithhilda: Next Margrave Brithhilda spreads a detailed map of their boundary lines region on top of a desk. It's around 300 kilometers northwest from here. At that place the vassal, Associate Baron Henkel, of Margrave Browig and my vassal, Associate Baron Lanzel, are facing off against each other over a copper mine. Brithhilda: How it began originates from a recurrence of a rights dispute over a boundary area like here. The copper mine, which is located at the borderline of both territories, is boasting a splendid yield. Naturally they competed over it in the past. Brithhilda: There were many conflicts in the past, but for now they are sharing it evenly. That's sudden. Wendlin: Deploying their military forces, the Associate Baron Henkel household of Margrave Browig's side drove the mine director of Associate Baron Lanzel household's side and his guards out of the copper mine. And now the military forces of Associate Baron Henkel's household, who are occupying the copper mine, and the Associate Baron Lanzel's household, who deployed their army to recover it, kept glaring at each other. Fortunately there haven't been any casualties though. Brithhilda: It's a blessing that there aren't any casualties, albeit it being a dispute, because it will become difficult to control the dispute if casualties appear. Eternal monopoly is something troublesome as well. Brithhilda: While letting off steam by fighting each other once in a while, both sides reluctantly agree to an even division. Those were the true colors of this time's rights dispute. That's why I ask you to please use training weapons. Brithhilda: All of the soldier participating in this dispute apparently used dulled blades in both armies. I never thought they would be that thorough for the sake of avoiding casualties. Training weapons? Wendlin: It's all right. They are loaded on Henrik Dono's ship. Moritz, who's at my side, informed me that a number matching the people had been loaded on Henrik's ship. I'm told that Thorson made a smart move and stored them there. Since Thorson's armor is Minister Edgar's esteemed son, he is well informed about such matters, too. Moritz: That saves us, but we don't have the share for those guys. Wendlin: If it's the share of around 20 soldiers, I will sell you my spares. Brithhilda: Thank you very much. Wendlin: Because I was able to secure weapons for our new subordinate unit too. Margrave Brithhilda continues the talks again. Of course, even if you dull the blades, they are similar to blunt weapons. There will be deaths if people are hit at the wrong spots. Their number will be considerably low though. Brithhilda: Decreasing the number by capturing the opponents. They will afterwards have negotiations and settle it with money. Similar to the nobles of medieval Europe, they plan to resolve it with ransom. It was apparently normal for there to not be more than one casualty in both armies, although they fought if it was the battlefield of medieval knights and mercenaries as the core. Rather than killing, it's more profitable to capture the opponents and demand ransom. Even the kingdom's side recommends behind closed doors to battle while avoiding casualties as much as possible. With such feelings, the noble households, who are engaging in the quarrel in the boundary area, on both sides exceed more than 80 households. This time the noble households of Margrave Browig's camp suddenly dispatched their troops and occupied and plundered the concession of the noble households under my control. As we must take those back, our allies have gathered their troops and now the standoff continues. Although it's the mobilization of such numbers, there are dozens to several hundred smaller battlefields, but there are also around 40 places for them. Brithhilda: Certainly. A great number of memos was written on the map which had been spread out by Margrave Brithhilda. The troops of Knight Household are confronting the troops of Knight Household who suddenly occupied the shared woodlands, or Associate Baron Household's military forces have arbitrarily occupied the area of the riverbank, prohibiting the coming and going of people for the sake of waiting for the arbitration, and the troops of Knight Household, which are their opponents in the dispute, are confronting them by kicking up a fuss once they withdraw the soldier from the riverbank. After the nobles of the Brithhilda household's side were beaten one-sidedly due to the majority of the Broweg household's side's surprise attack being beyond expectations, they are itching for an opportunity to retake their shares of concessions after gathering their troops. Are there any noble households who have clashed with their opponents? Wendlin: No. Not yet. Brithhilda: This is the troublesome part of the disputes here. I didn't grasp it from the copper mine at the beginning, but since those were disputes to extend the territory a bit or over how much water to pull from the river source, a genuine clash will exceed the budget if the casualties increase. On the other side, if we don't dispatch soldiers to those places, the other side's control over the concessions will be approved. Not dispatching soldiers is an impossible choice. We have to consider the nobles' honor. Brithhilda: I can understand that since there were countless territory disputes between fellow countries in my previous life as well, since they would demand even more excessive things taking advantage of their opponent, if they had a weak attitude of so-so like Japan, it's probably natural to confront them by sending out an army. I see. Nobility seems to cost quite a bit of money. If it's like that, aren't they a bit clumsy? Wendlin: Which household? Although the occupation could be prevented by sensing it ahead of time, it will be our complete defeat afterwards. If it comes to the arbitration, we will have an one-sided disadvantage. Brithhilda: Broweg's side, which suddenly advanced their troops, is evil, but the concessions and territories they are competing over will practically end up being ruled by Broweg's camp. You could say that this would naturally become a one-sided disadvantage in the arbitration as well. Do you want to take it back to some extent? Wendlin: Yes, but that's also difficult. Brithhilda: The feudal army of Margrave Broweg, who's the person at the heart of the matter, is waiting in the rear of the Broweg's camp. Since you can expect him to dispatch his military forces in response, if Margrave Brithhilda sends out his feudal army, which is likewise kept in the rear, as reinforcement, he can't currently do anything but confronting them like this. How troublesome. As it is now, it will turn into a disadvantage if it comes to the arbitration. Brithhilda: Is that their aim? Wendlin: Yes, it is. Brithhilda: Because dissatisfaction has appeared due to missing out on our development rights, he is likely restraining the complaints of his followers with such measures. Also the money, which has been saved up by the Margrave Broweg household, is expended on military movements and thus circulates into the territories. I didn't know of the possibility of this kind of a public works-like aspect. Then I will get them back. Wendlin: Can I leave it to you? Brithhilda: Flying to the dispute areas in turns with the small airship we have chartered, we will defeat the troops of the nobles from Broweg's side and capture them. It will be even more convenient if he dispatches his feudal army as reinforcements for his own camp in the middle of it. If we can charge a higher ransom by capturing them, Margrave Broweg will regret having meddled with us, too. Thank you very much then. Brithhilda: Receiving the map from Margrave Brithhilda, we quickly hurried to the locations where the nobles' military forces faced off against each other with the small magic airship. Doushi isn't participating this time after all. Owen: As it is a dispute between the South and East, it will become a problem if the royal head magician comes to support the South. Henrik: I do understand that as well, but in the case of Doushi it seems also possible that he would participate by saying something like it looks interesting. Owen: No way. No. Since it's that father, it's possible. Henrik: It's been a half day on board the ship while you and Henrik have such chats. The ship safely arrived at one of the battlefield. As it was explained by Margrave Brithhilda in the beginning, the copper mine they are competing over is close to the border between the Associate Baron Henkel household and the territory of Associate Baron Lanzel's household. Certainly, the feudal army of Associate Baron Lanzel with its around 300 soldiers has set up camp in front of the copper mine right at its border and is monitoring it. If you properly look at the copper mine, the side of Associate Baron Henkel's household soldiers had stationed sentries in several places. Welcome. Please come in, Baron Lanzel. Both armies were surprised by the magic airship suddenly visiting at first, but once I sent Iryu as messenger to the troop headquarters of Associate Baron Lanzel's feudal army, the person himself came right away to greet us. Associate Baron Lanzel was an ordinary, around 40-year-old Oji-san. Reinforcements from Margrave Brithhilda Dono, is it? Baron Lanzel: Yes. Let's recapture the copper mine right away. Wendlin: Will it be alright? Baron Lanzel: Although he approves of the recapture of the copper mine, He wants to be spared from having too many victims, too. Once I looked at Associate Baron Lanzel's face, I was able to grasp that he is thinking like that right away. In short, there won't be any problem if both sides have zero casualties, right? Wendlin. Yes, that would be the optimal solution, Baron Lanzel. If that's the case, it's simple. Just like at the occasion with the rebels, it will be fine to capture after paralyzing them with an area stun. We shouldn't suffer an unexpected defeat either, if they can't detect us. Well, then first comes the execution of the agreement. Briadono. Baron Lanzel. Yes. I was ordered by Margrave Brithhilda Sama to accompany Earl Bormister Sama. I work in military administration. Briar. On a certain battlefield a certain problem with assisting the noble in leading the army occurred. That is their share and recognition of military gains and achievements. There were quite a few nobles who tried to steal the achievements of a noble, who came as reinforcement, once the war ended despite being the ones rescued after them having come to assist. That was the cause of many troubles springing forth. Therefore Margrave Brithhilda has dispatched an military administrator to formally record and recognize such things as military gains in this time's case. The military administrator who was dispatched this time by Margrave Brithhilda is called Briashi. He was a serious-looking 50-years-old man. His character is truly bureaucrat-like. Also there's an agreement regarding the share of military gains. It's about the rights over such things like prisoners and the equipment, provisions, money and goods possessed by the military forces. There was something like a sharing percentage for stuff like the ransom of the prisoners themselves. Everyone, since they will become paralyzed and will be unable to move. Please help with their arrest. Wendlin. As expected of the dragon-slaying hero Dono, Baron Lanzel. It will become an area stun with a vast range contrary to the one at the rebellion suppression. But as there were no parts of selecting the range and targets, it was a job that entered the category of being rather easy from my point of view. The copper mine was large. However, the area with people was limited. Even if it's me by myself, I should be able to cope with it plentifully. I leave the help with the capture of the paralyzed soldiers of Associate Baron Henkel's side, the care of the captured prisoners and the defense of the retaken copper mine to you. Wendlin. Of course, Baron Lanzel. First off, it will take time to do that with just our members, and second, since the costs for sheltering the prisoners is included in the ransom, there won't be any problems if they can receive a payback afterwards. Third, according to Burkhard-san's detection, it seems that around 300 soldiers of Associate Baron Henkel's side are crammed into the copper mine. If all of them become prisoners, the defense of the copper mine shouldn't be that difficult. Won't you do something like occupying the territory of Associate Baron Henkel at this chance? Wendlin. No, it's an unwritten law since the old days. It's assumed to be an act close to a taboo. Baron Lanzel. At the time when Associate Baron Henkel's side came invading in the beginning, they would have been able to occupy the rest of Associate Baron Lanzel's territory as well, if they felt like it, but the other side didn't do that. No. It seems they weren't able to do it. To the bitter end we are only fighting over the interest of the copper mine. Otherwise there would be no end to the dispute. Baron Lanzel. If they entered each other's territories, killed their residents, raped the women, devastated the fields and burned the houses, then there wouldn't be an end to the resentments. In the end it took the shape of the dispute revolving around the copper mine. It's apparently the same for their fellow noble households who are fighting over other interests. If the dispute becomes too violent, intervention by their royal family has to be expected as well. Baron Lanzel. In that case they can't expect advantageous arbitration. The copper mine, which is the source of the dispute, will be confiscated by the kingdom or such. Back in the old days such arbitrations weren't rare, it seems. Baron Lanzel. They are only competing over the interests with both households. Showing such stance, they are preventing the intervention of another power. Their patron and someone who governs the region like Margrave Brithhilda provide help to the nobles in the same area. The nobles, who received assistance, help out with the stability of the area in return. It's been such kind of relationship since long ago, it seems. Well, then it's the conclusion of the agreement. Baron Lanzel. In the end the Earl Bormister household won't be related to the rights of the copper mine at all. In exchange the Earl Bormister household's side takes all the belongings of the Associate Baron Henkel's feudal army, who retired from the battle, and the rights of the prisoners. Afterwards the Associate Baron Lanzel household will charge our side for the money it took to take care of the prisoners they were entrusted with. Since both sides reached an agreement, although there were some other minor supplements as well. She quickly recorded it on a parchment used for contracts, and the Associate Baron Lansel household and me signed it. Paper was already spread among the common people in this world, but there were many situations where they even now use parchments for things like such important contract documents. Well then, let's get to it right away. Wendlin. There are many places which have a similar state of affairs as this place here. In order to resolve it as quickly as possible, we decide to start the operation immediately. Are there any magicians? Wendlin. Yes. At the time they attacked the copper mine, there was a parson releasing fire arrows. But I think that it's probably a temporarily hired adventurer. However, Baron Lansel. It seems that if it's the rank of an associate baron, they very rarely employ a single magician of elementary level. According to Associate Baron Lansel, there's still no such news that a magician was made a retainer by Associate Baron Henkel. It's no more than one who was temporarily employed in addition to this time's dispatch of troops, he said. It's meaningless since he will become paralyzed alongside them though. Wendlin. If it was a magician at Katharina's level, it would be possible for them to resist the area stun and counterattack us. However, going by the evidences, it doesn't seem to be necessary to worry about that. Are the preparations all right? Baron Lansel. Yes. Wendlin. Once the feudal army led by Associate Baron Lansel and the Earl Bormister feudal army led by Thomas and Moritz make an appearance in front of the copper mine, the soldiers of the defending Associate Baron Henkel's camp get tense. Let's go. Wendlin. However, that tension ended up getting interrupted by the area stun following right after paralyzing everyone who's in the mine. They lost the ability to move from the spot. Storm in. Wendlin. Passing the order to both armies. The perfect occupation of the copper mine and the arrest of the paralyzed Associate Baron Henkel's feudal army begins. Well then, can I leave the rest to you? Wendlin. Yes. Baron Lansel. My turn has already ended. There's no necessity for Associate Baron Lansel to act as head of the army either. That's because he will steal his subordinates' work if he butts in any more. Accordingly, taking out a table and chairs from my magic bag, I invited him and his close aides to tea. Wilma sets the table and chairs and Elise begins to brew tea with the tea set I took out. By the way, Iryu and Louise accompanied Moritz group as observers. It was in preparation for the case where they're a soldier which haven't been paralyzed in the worst case. Also, Burkhard-san and Katharina sat down on a chair and drank tea as well. They wouldn't be able to do anything if they went to the mine anyway. High-ranking magicians are welcome if they appear at such tea parties. That's because the tea parties between fellow nobles are quite troublesome. Iryu has gone to the actual site as retainer, even though they are my fiancés. And Louise held back since their social standing is low and also headed for the actual site. Given that Wilma is Minister Edgar's adopted daughter, she remained behind and helped Elise. It isn't necessary to talk about Elise as she is my future first wife. Associate Baron Lansel and his aides feel grateful for Elise herself pouring them their teas. Klaus is casually partaking in the tea party as well. Their reason was that there were no retainer-like people on my side at this tea party between fellow nobles. Although Klaus was merely employed by me personally, it was also true that he looks retainer-like if he's next to me. I'm sorry Earl Bormister Dono's lady has to pour the tea herself. Baron Lansel. You don't have to mind since she's still my fiancé. Wendlin. Once we put out stuff like the sweets and chocolates we got from Arthur-san next, they ate them while looking very interested. I heard the rumors, but those are indeed delicious sweets. Is it alright if I also bring back some for the children? Baron Lansel. Please feel free. Wendlin. Once we pass a somewhat larger quantity as present, Associate Baron Lansel passed it to a subordinate soldier boy who is looking delightful. By the way, was it a sudden occupation? Wendlin. Yes. Back in the old days there was regularly strife over the concession rates of that mine, but, Baron Lansel. Naturally the claim of both sides is that mine is ours. However, since that was realistically impossible, they decided that the Associate Baron Henkel's camp gets the northern side and Associate Baron Lansel's camp the southern, and yet there's still dispute over it. Wendlin. Let's call it a kind of venting. Baron Lansel. When there's something like a succession of lordship, the new feudal lord dispatches his soldiers and confronts the other party with the reasoning of showing his strength. Still, they properly announced it. Baron Lanzel, this mine is ours. Wait and wash your necks, as we will send our soldiers any day soon now. Half of it seems to be something like a beauty of style. With that, both sides dispatch their soldiers and confront each other at another borderline. Each side sends 5 representatives and they carry out a contest of strength. The winning side is allowed to mine at more profitable spots until the next troop dispatch. There's a chance to get exquisite ore at the borderline. We are able to obtain the right to mine there. Baron Lanzel, it's completely a scrimmage. Wendlin, it seems that there were more than 100 casualties on both sides when it became a bloody battlefield in the past. Therefore we obtain it with a contest without valuable retainers and young residents dying. What formed this kind of system is probably the wisdom of our predecessors. Baron Lanzel, it might be a smart choice since there's no point if their miners die even if they get to dig at the valuable spots in the mine. It was a surprise attack and a complete occupation of the mine, though it seems there were many places with the same rules among the other fellow nobles as well. All of them were violated. Everyone was bewildered. It's the Margrave Brouwegg household after all. Wendlin, it looks like it. Baron Lanzel. 2 hours later a news group returned and reported the successful capture of everyone who was in the mine. Also, stuff like the water and food, prepared for a long confrontation, the weapons, living ware, the rewarded gems and the money. Apparently a large amount of goods was successfully seized. Lord Lanzel, the junior commander for Extono, has joined the mine's defenses. Owen, got it. Baron Lanzel. Associate Baron Lanzel coolly nodded like a noble to the report of Eru. The defense is all right. Associate Baron Henkel's military forces are. Owen. Yes. Since it was reduced by more than 80%. Baron Lanzel. As 300 guards were forced to surrender in the cage-like mine, it must be futile for him to do anything with the remaining war potential of several dozens of soldiers. At the present time it was natural for the Associate Baron Henkel household to have lost. Moreover, we captured Associate Baron Henkel. Owen. He was at that place? Baron Lanzel. According to Associate Baron Lanzel's information, Associate Baron Henkel wasn't in the mine as he was taking command in the rear. Therefore he is surprised to hear of Associate Baron Henkel himself getting captured. Did he come for an inspection? Wendlin. That's probably it. I think it's fortunate for Earl Mr. Dono as the ransom will increase. Baron Lanzel. For the time being it was successful, but the road ahead is still long. According to the map I got from Margrave Brithhilda, there are still several tens of places with a similar dispute to this place. Also, there's also the possibility that Margrave Brouwegg will send his main army as reinforcement. Although they are confronting Margrave Brithhilda's main army, it's also possible that they will dispatch reinforcements from another place. If that happened, it would be necessary for us to oppose those military forces as well. Associate Baron Lanzel Dono. We will head to the next battlefield. Is the defense side alright with this? Wendlin. Yes. Even if Margrave Brouwegg's army planned to retake the mine by sending reinforcements, it will be difficult unless it's more than 1,000 soldiers. Baron Lanzel. The law that the attacking camp needs more than 3 times that of the defending camp seems to exist in this world as well. And, even for the side of Margrave Brouwegg's army it's pointless to suffer heavy casualties just to take this mine. Even for Associate Baron Henkel, if he considers the remaining forces, the best he can do is probably to maintain the public order. There seems to be a son who will succeed him, but he is likely very busy with ruling the territory. Baron Lanzel. Apparently among the ones captured in the mine there were the retainers who support the ruling of the Associate Baron Henkel territory. Naturally that means a shortage in labor. Also, the majority of the common soldiers were recruited from the farmers of the territory. The possibility of the productivity and tax yields in their Associate Baron Henkel's territory dropping was high with their absence. It's definitely misfortunes never come singly. As it is, we will defend the mine to the last until the arbitration. Baron Lanzel. Then I shall leave the caretaking of the prisoners to you. Wendlin. Please leave it to me. Baron Lanzel. Once I left the care of the prisoners to Associate Baron Lanzel, we started to move to the next dispute site. A few hours later we discovered dozens of troops occupying a sandbank in a river and a matching number of troops glaring at them from the riverbank while being atop the magic airship. Lord Daring, who has stationed his forces on the sandbank, is from the Brouwegg household's side while the one who is restraining him from the southern riverbank is our ally, Lord Becker. It looks like Brashi, who is accompanying us as military administrator, usually works as crest official. He apparently remembers all the names, faces and the personal histories of any insignificant southern noble's head, their sons and their main retainers. In any case, there are many nobles in this country. Therefore high-ranking noble households always employ a crest official. They lecture their lords about any information before meeting another noble for the first time. Him having become a military administrator this time was for the sake of supplementing me, as I don't know many of the nobles. Both appear to possess knight peerages and are nobles managing modest territories. Briar, he doesn't call them trifling or poor directly. Calling it modest, it seemed that a crest official of a high-ranking noble household got refined parts. Being entitled with the job called crest official, those people had a specific task since the crests were drawn on the armors of enemy nobles on the battlefield in the past. Since there's no war right now, they gather the information of a great number of allied nobles and their families in the same country and teach that information to their lord as necessary. Since they remember information related to 1.000 to 10.000 nobles, they have been passing on the secret of memorizing such amount for generations within their families. The story method, the way of using the first letter of a word or a rhyming game, that's the secret, I guess. If comparing their memory to the ordinary me, it's a very enviable ability. They are glaring at each other here as well. Wendlin. It seems that both armies are glaring at each other as they are disagreeing over the ownership of the sandbank. In the past the river split the territories on either side, but one day a flood came and the sandbank appeared. Naturally both of them claimed their territorial rights and disputed over it, even though something like agricultural land will bring little profit. Owen sighed as he looked at the sandbank, which lacks surplus space and was encamped by dozens of soldiers. However, isn't it the noble Samas who want to claim it? For a noble, who possesses territory, it's out of the question to say something much like "here you go, it's all yours." However, as there shouldn't be any gain even if they fought over it, both sides agreed to keep the sandbank as off-limits until now. Still, they are disagreeing over it since a few years ago. Splitting it as agricultural land isn't possible, but apparently one can catch a lot of fish if fishing from that sandbank. Quarrels appeared between the residents of both sides who entered the sandbank at their own volitions. After that they entered the sandbank during the night and caught fish there. As they aren't getting caught, this brawl-like dispute won't cease. From my point of view it's such level of differences, but from the viewpoint of the fief's population actually living there, it's a critical issue deciding whether their livelihood becomes abundant or not. Both nobles also have their pride and couldn't afford to not dispatch their soldiers, I guess. But an occupation of the sandbank is too rash. Briar, she sums it up in a brief comment. However, I wonder what Margrave Browig is planning to even occupy such location. Let's settle it quickly. Wendlin. The procedure doesn't change from before. After paralyzing them with area stun, they will be taken prisoners and the forces of our ally, Lord Becker, will occupy the sandbank. This time I will do it. Katharina. With it being a sandbank this time, it's not largely spacious like the copper mine. Therefore I decide to leave it to Katharina. Once she cast the spell, the troops of Lord Daring's side, who were on the sandbank, collapsed and lost the ability to move. All of them were captured, with the whole process taking less than an hour. You helped me greatly, Becker. Being thanked by Lord Becker, we leave the prisoners and the occupied territory in his hands and head to the next point. I will omit the rest as it's the same process everywhere. With Katharina, Burkhart-san and me completely paralyzing the opponents, we repeated the process of capturing the enemy forces together with our allies. On sight, he appeared, the dragon-slaying hero. I myself am called Firewall. Occasionally there were also magicians who resisted the area stun. However, such fellows get knocked out right away and join the others as prisoners. How about at least listening to him giving his name? Burkhart. That's a waste of time. Wendlin. The magician, who calls himself Firewall, has mana to the extent of being between elementary and intermediate level. Even if I compete with him after his introduction, he likely wouldn't keep up for a minute. He had been caught by being entangled with my electric whip spell, which I christened as Stun Whip, and lost consciousness right away. If they are first class, they won't get knocked down while introducing themselves. Burkhart. While looking at the fainted Firewall who gets tied by Marit's men, Burkhardt-san gave a bitter comment. The number of magicians is fairly low. Katharina appears to think that the number of magicians employed by the nobles' camp is scarce. Also, their levels are low, too. They aren't able to employ someone like an intermediate magician that easily. Burkhardt. Almost no intermediate magicians are employed for short term in disputes between fellow, insignificant nobles. They are making easy money with their adventurer occupation or are employed by a high-ranking noble, as the rest is people like Baron Rembrandt, who makes plenty or profit with his special magic. They ignore insignificant nobles as they can't pay the remuneration anyway. As a result, the ones who appear are questionable folks like Firewall-kun. Even that takes a large sum to employ. Burkhardt. Even the degree of being between elementary and intermediate level is useful to an extent, as they can become a trump card in such disputes. In a dispute between several dozens, he is a magician who can produce a firewall. He is very valuable. He simply suffered the bad luck of encountering us this time. Burkhardt. As Burkhardt-san says, usually magicians like us don't appear in such circumstances either. It was Firewall-kun's misfortune this time. Also, for around 10 years the eastern area had a poor crop of magicians for some reason. Burkhardt. Somehow almost no newcomers with mana above intermediate level debuted. Since there aren't enough magicians, they are generally bound to the area where they were born. Even if the eastern nobles tempt them with money. Wendlin. That means they won't come since they put priority on their home area. Boy, you are the biggest upstart in the recent years for my master, who is on bad terms with them. I think that Margrave Browig got panicked as well. Burkhardt. Hence he sabotaged me by rising a rebellion. However, I think he did something stupid. If he hadn't done such a thing, I might have refused the dispatch of troops since I'm busy with the development of my territory. If he hadn't done something like disturbing our rear, I might not have been summoned either. Wendlin. No, I believe that you would have been summoned either way. Burkhardt. Since I as noble was made a fool by Margrave Browig, it was definitely wrong if I didn't get revenge by sending out soldiers. It seems, as consequence of that, a large number of prisoners and even the concessions they possessed from before are taken away. Wendlin. In fact, the nobles who suffered damages will likely blame Margrave Browig, who ordered the occupations and troop dispatches, if it becomes disadvantageous for them during the arbitration afterwards. There was also the possibility of them losing out if they don't even get a compensation for their losses. At any rate, the entire dispute area will return to be in our allies' side's favor. Burkhardt. How nasty. Wendlin. After that we continued to intervene in the disputes between fellow nobles, who were glaring at each other at the borderline from the west to the east for around half a month. Paralyzing the Browig household's side's troops with area stuns, we successfully acquired a large number of prisoners. Even things like the territories and concessions, which were the disputed items, were all occupied by our allied camp and left to them to defend, causing deep distress for Browig household's side. Once we returned to the escargot grasslands where Margrave Brithhilda's main army was stationed after finishing our job, we were greeted by Margrave Brithhilda himself with a happy expression. I heard the reports. It seems that you scared the hell out of Margrave Browig. Brithhilda. Only in ransom we are able to charge quite the sum. Wendlin. Although there are no casualties, the number of prisoners is enormous. Brithhilda. The troops, sent out by the nobles of the Browig household's side, have become prisoners after all of them were paralyzed with area stuns. There are also many noble family heads and leaders. That means we will be able to get a lot of ransom. However, it looks like that made them seethe with anger terribly. Brithhilda. When I match my sight with Margrave Brithhilda by looking at the front, the feudal army of Margrave Browig, who confronted us by taking quite the distance, had closed into a range that one could see them with the naked eyes. At the same time a large amount of knights and hired mercenaries are visible within the enemy army. My name is Richard Stner and I'm hailed as one of his men by Margrave Browig. I demand an 1-to-1 fight with a hero of Margrave Brithhilda's feudal army. Richard. Young knights and ronins with letters of commendation introduce themselves one after the other and hoist their weapons up. However, their weapons were after all practice ones with dulled edges. The contest of strength has started. Brithhilda. Contest of strength? Wendlin. Yes, it's something we came up with after being taught by the previous horrible tragedy. Brithhilda. It was the dispute in my youth. In those days I wielded my spear with desperation. Klaus, who has recently put in great efforts, to a disagreeable degree, in stuff like accounting and managing goods, food and follow-ups on our new unit, speaks up here. Which reminds me, he should have participated in a territorial dispute, where many casualties appeared, a few decades ago. Right. Klaus-san participated at that time. Brithhilda. Margrave Brithhilda is aware of the details from the incident with the rebellion the other day. However, because it's my decision how I judge Klaus, he doesn't seem to be worried with him being close by. I survived somehow is the feeling I had. Klaus. Even now the cause is unknown, but suddenly both armies, who glared at each other, moved and clashed. Apparently there were more than 100 casualties on both sides. Since the weapons weren't practice ones at that time, there was a steep increase in killed and wounded soldiers. After that we put significance into reflecting. Brithhilda. Apparently it was decided to use training weapons in a secret agreement. Also, the promotion of one-to-one fights in a sham battle style. The hired mercenaries as well. If they display great military prowess in front of their masters and the nobles, it will connect to rewards, promotions and getting permanently employed. However, since there are also cases where the evaluation falls conversely, the participation is something to be careful with. Everybody, we will go and confront them. Brithhilda. Trying to answer the Browig camp's demands, the Margrave Brithhilda feudal army as well as the mercenaries and knights from the noble households, which act alongside him, leave. While both armies watch, dozens of people start a sham battle of attacks. Those who reach a conclusion right away and in opposite those who exchange longsword attacks, various scenes unfolded. Basically once they are pushed off their horse and lose, it finishes with them becoming prisoners. Looking at the progress of the battle, it seemed to be mostly even. Thomas has appeared? Thomas, who is the leader of the new unit, went at an one fight against a knight who isn't too different in age from him. He is the superior one. Wendlin. When I check with the binoculars, the fight's progress is tilting towards Thomas' side. A short while later he pushes his opponent off their horse and with the sword thrust at him, his opponent becomes a prisoner. We had something like horses? Wendlin. As I was told that they are necessary, I lent some. Klaus. That is, thanks. Wendlin. For the sake of the soldiers who want to participate in the one-on-one fights, Klaus went and borrowed several of the spare horses. My face had a slight cramp due to the too perfect preparations. That man called Thomas is skilled with the horse as well. I knew when I employed him, but Thomas was an useful personnel indeed. Sword, spear, bow and horse as well as calculation and education. To a certain degree he is skilled at anything. He isn't a genius, but he apparently put great efforts into acquiring everything at his free time since his time of living at home. If I increase the things I'm capable of, I will get an independent household someday, too, is the method how Thomas himself to put effort into it. Even as commander of the new unit, he is above the standard. Actually I wanted such personnel very strongly. It seems that he is returning after having captured the knight of the Broweg household's side. Wendlin. Will you give him a letter of commendation and a reward? Klaus. This is also something to boost the morale, but once an ally captured an enemy knight, Margrave Brithhilda and the nobles, who are participating with other feudal armies, began to write a letter of commendation with pens which were prepared by their close aides. When, where, who and whom they captured in the one-on-one battle. They record those information to give them a letter of commendation and rewards befitting their achievements. Does such method boost the morale? Wendlin. Yes. The letter of commendation is an item proving their own military exploits. If it's mercenaries who aim to enter into government service, there's too many of those. Klaus. As expected, Klaus understands it well with his old man's wisdom. He gives me advices with a slightly odious degree of perfect timing. It looks like Thomas Stoner came back. Klaus. Was it very vexing to get captured? Leading the knight of Browig's camp whose glaring expression doesn't vanish, Thomas returns. Good work out there. What's the name of that knight who became your prisoner? Wendlin. It's Christthut Richard. Thomas. Hey. Klaus. Wendlin. Richard should have been Thomas' family name before he changed it. In other words, that prisoners is Thomas' elder brother. Although he hasn't served a lord before, Torfur Dono's military exploits are magnificent. Klaus. Torfur, Klaus speaks of, is the new family name Thomas had chosen. Since the person called Thomas shouldn't exist in the Richard household anymore right after he was made into a sacrificial pawn anyway, Klaus had him think about a new family name as fresh start. Torfur, you say? You are my younger brother. Christthut. It looks like he is getting agitated after becoming a prisoner. This man called Christthut is speaking of foolish things. Christthut, oh no, although Thomas Dorfer is my retainer, you call him your younger brother? Wendlin. Of course Thomas is. Christthut. Finally he realized his verbal slip. In order for Thomas to participate in the rebellion in the Night-Bormister territory, the Richard household erased his existence. Despite that, he is calling that erased man his younger brother. Is Thomas really your younger brother? Wendlin. No. He just resembles him, I think. Christthut. Resembles? Wendlin. It's a weird story for someone to resemble a person who shouldn't exist. It seems that being captured after losing the one-on-one fight with his younger brother disturbed him considerably. No, I didn't see such man. Christthut. Is that so? Wendlin. With Christthut's words Thomas understood that he couldn't return to the Richard household anymore, albeit only a bit. He wore a sad expression. Master, the letter of commendation and the reward for Torferdono. Klaus. Ah, right. Wendlin. I quickly handed him the letter of commendation I wrote with a pen and gave him a steel sword I bought after being taught by you previously from my magic bag. As quite high-priced article knights apply their family crest on this level of sword and always carry it with them. I'm looking forward to your work from here on out, Thomas. Wendlin. Thank you, it's my pleasure. Thomas. Also. Wendlin. Klaus. I don't know the customary monetary reward. Wendlin. It's 2-3 gold coins. Klaus. I also give him gold coins. But since I'm not knowledgeable about the customary monetary reward, I quietly asked Klaus. It would have been fine if I asked Margrave Brithhilda if I didn't know. In that case I planned to tell him serves you right, or such, but that guy knew after all. You know it well. Wendlin. It's an old man's wisdom. Klaus. Since I grasped the customary monetary reward, I quietly put 5 gold coins in a bag and pass it to him in the name of raising Thomas' loyalty here. If I splurge a bit here, the others of the new unit should do their best as well. However, the average is 2 million to 3 million Japanese yen. Given that disputes aren't that rare, even nobles hand out rewards while splurging from the money they saved at those times. All the more since there are onlookers in the surroundings, too. I decide to think I will also give you permission to participate in the marriage interview meeting. Wendlin. I said that at the end with a mood like it doesn't matter, but Thomas, who is a man around 30 years, returns while floating a smile with a step that looks like he's even skipping. As Klaus has said, he is womanly for a young man. When I see such a scene, Earl Bormister joining the circle of nobles rings true. Brithhilda. Margrave Brithhilda is absorbed in a deep emotion as he looks at my appearance. By the way, where's Iryu? Wendlin. The female camp was preparing the meals in our encampment together with other noble ladies, but somehow I didn't see the figure of Iryu who should be my guard. If it's Erwin-sama, he's over there. Klaus. In the direction Klaus pointed at I could see you having gone to the front and fighting in a one-on-one with a knight of the Broward camp. That idiot. Wendlin. Since Erwin-kun is young, he probably wants some achievements too. Brithhilda. It's as Margrave Brithhilda says, but since it will be troublesome to get Iryu back if he is captured, I didn't want him to join the sham battle. It looks like he has the advantage. Wendlin. Iryu's opponent wasn't as strong as expected. Once they crossed swords for around 10 minutes, he fell off the horse due to Iryu and was captured. Master, I captured the enemy knight. Owen. Iryu returns proudly while calling me master since there are other nobles here as well. The captured prisoner had a somehow frustrated expression because he lost to a youngster. You idiot. Don't appear in one-on-one battles. Wendlin. But I want achievements. Owen. Given that achievements are achievements, I properly gave him a letter of commendation and a reward, and I didn't forget to drop a fist on his head first. Like this my first peculiar war days continued, however it didn't seem like there were any signs for this dispute to come to an end either. Co 3. The circumstances of the opposite genders. What should I say? It finished unexpectedly easily. Katharina. Everyone says that often though. Wendlin. The revival of the Weigel household was decided at a terrifying fast pace. Having the powerful backing of Finance Minister Ruckner, there weren't any nobles who objected to it. Since even His Majesty stated, it's urgent business for the stability of the Earl Bormister household, isn't it? There's no particular reason for me to be against it either. It was apparently decided right away. Furthermore, On that occasion we also got the permission for the marriage of the next associate Baron Wagle family head with a daughter of the Marquis Ruckner household. It was Minister Ruckner who drew nothing but short sticks in his connection with the associate Baron Wagle household, but it seems he was able to largely keep his face in this matter. On the contrary, Earl Lilienthal, who made a blunder, looked sullen though, and after the above-mentioned details, a messenger from the royal palace arrived at Katharina's location and elevated her peerage to the rank of Associate Baron. Katharina Dono. King Helmut. Yes, I will become the mother of the next Associate Baron Wagle. I shall become a cornerstone for His Majesty, for the kingdom and for its people. Katharina. Although her wording is considerably different in comparison to when a man obtains a peerage, it means that it's such a special precedent in the Helmut kingdom. There are doubts such as and if you don't bear a child? However, we don't have to mind that overly much as there's still the move to adopt a child in worst case. In short, it will be fine as long as the household continues. We, who had spare time since she was able to receive an honorary peerage, had a talk while having a simple magic training in the garden of the Viscount Hohenheim residence. Even for men it ends with a brief oath in front of His Majesty. Wendlin. His Majesty is busy as well, I guess. Katharina. Katharina continued the training of circulating the mana within her body while linking it up with the Zen meditation she learned from me. Given that there's no way for us to release magic spells in the garden of another family, we carried out training that wouldn't cause troubles to our surroundings. By the way, when will Hermann Sama succeed the peerage? Katharina. The other side has to deal with various things, you know. It's something for after the situation has calmed down a bit more. Wendlin. Things like the settlement of Kurt's matter, helping Paul Nisan with the development of the neighboring territory and new territory development projects. Since he was busy, he was told by the royal palace that it would be fine to wait until the situation calmed down. Also, it won't do if Hermann Nisan doesn't take at the very least one concubine. As it's the same for Paul Nisan, the selection process takes time as well. Since they already have legal wives with their social status being low, it requires unexpectedly much effort to choose concubines who won't butt in. It seems that as candidates it's desirable for them to be second daughters and below of appointed knight households in the capital, for the household itself to not be overly prosperous and for them to lack any responsibilities. In exchange, the household, from where the concubine hailed, will receive benefits such as receiving an allowance, receiving help to obtain an official position, and their siblings and relatives will be employed as retainers. It looks like Minister Ruckner, Minister Edgar and Earl Armstrong are looking for candidates. Both of them said that they don't want one if possible. Wendlin. My siblings are busy and they aren't as lustful as father. As for father, there were some parts where he couldn't avoid it due to the state of affairs at that time too. But since he has handled matters rather quickly, he was treated as lustful man after all according to my mother's words. Although one might say that I'm resembling further the most among us siblings as I have the most fiancés and women relationships, I have a feeling that it's, how to say it, quite the false accusation. For Hermann Nisan there are also plans to raise in peerage to associate baron, though that's in the far future. To have only one wife is Wendlin. There are also high-ranking nobles, who stick to a single wife as very rare exceptions, but usually most of them have several. There were reasons such as helping a disadvantaged woman by placing her under one of the remaining noble households since they have leeway, for tying relationships with other houses for the sake of managing the household smoothly, and for preparing in case the legal wife didn't bear any children. Eric Nisan and Helmut Nisan are likely avoiding concubines as well. Wendlin. Since those two aren't particularly lustful either, they will probably reluctantly accept with the reasoning that it's a custom. This matter is easy for me since I'm a woman. Katharina. Since it's not like she will increase the number of husbands, there should certainly exist people who are jealous of her in that regard. It was a man's nature to long for a good woman they can have a good time with without future troubles, but there are also many troublesome matters if they live together with you as concubine. I feel like there are quite many men who are thinking about it in such way. I see you are doing simple training, both of you. Burkhard. At that point Burkhard-san, who is staying at the Viscount Hohenheim residence together with us, shows up. He told Margrave Brithilde about Katharina's conferring of a peerage having ended first thing in the morning. Simple, you say. You should be doing it every day, too. Burkhardt-san. Wendlin. Of course. I am working on it every day, Burkhardt. No matter how busy he is, Burkhardt-san didn't fail to train the circulation of the mana within his body every day. By continuing this practice, one can maintain and raise the control proficiency of mana. However, carrying out the mana circulation together with Zen meditation was an original technique from my previous life. As it seems that the efficiency will be great if you carry it out with this method, Burkhardt-san and Dowsey have adopted it now as well. Even Master praised me at the time with, "It's a great idea." That's because it's directly connected to the power, precision and usage efficiency of mana. I'm not negligent in doing it every day, Burkhardt. Even if the increase of mana stopped, it would be an indispensable training method. In addition, in my case my mana capacity is still in the middle of growth. Katharina was still 16 years old. Therefore her mana is still increasing. That's very enviable, Burkhardt. Burkhardt-san was an excellent magician. However, he himself always mentioned that he wanted a bit more mana capacity. Since back in his days it was decided that the capacity was fixed by birth, he often complained that it was inevitable. However, as expected, I think that I will soon hit my limit as well. Katharina's mana is quite superior even for advanced level. She said that she likely can't expect any drastic increase anymore. If that's the case, how about unifying your capacity with the boy? Burkhardt! Unifying capacities? Katharina. Once Burkhardt-san recommends the unification of capacities with me to Katharina, she looks downwards while her face becomes bright red. I didn't understand why she has become that embarrassed. It's not really something embarrassing, right? You two will become a married couple. Burkhardt. I'm not quite catching on to the circumstances here. But Wendlin. What? That fellow elf didn't explain it properly to you? Burkhardt. Since the Society of Magicians is small, there is a special custom related to the unification of capacities. I didn't know that. Master likely didn't teach me because he hadn't much time left. It was also possible that I forgot though, because a man and a woman performing capacity unification, well, that is. Burkhardt. Although I think that it's partially a strained interpretation, I can imagine it to be some kind of sex act. If it's fellow members of the opposite sex, it's no more than a simple relationship of teacher and student, but that doesn't seem to apply to a pair of lovers, a married couple or corresponding relationships. If it's between men, it's considered as genuine teacher and student relationship. In the case of a woman, if the other side is a sibling or her father, there won't be any issues. Burkhardt. Such a thing, even though the talent for magic isn't hereditary. Wendlin. As expected, there are many situations where the women of this world are at disadvantage. No matter whether they are the teacher, it's improper for them to carry out capacity unification if the other side isn't a lover, fiancé or husband as woman. If they do it nevertheless, the surroundings will consider them to be in such a relationship. There's also no problem if you carry it out with your own children. Burkhardt. Even so, that's unrealistic. Wendlin. It's very rare for parent and child to be magicians, too. Burkhardt. Which reminds me, previously I was asked by Daoshi to perform capacity unification with the royal magicians and a bunch of his apprentices, but I recalled that all of them were men. The exception is Wendlin. At the time I did a capacity unification with Blue Eyes. In my case it was decided that I will become your wife, Blue Eyes. Eh? Was that so? Wendlin. And, before I noticed she joined the conversation as well. That's because I had already decided for myself. Blue Eyes. I see. Wendlin. I didn't know about such custom at all. However, the royal magicians, who did the capacity unification with me, naturally knew. It seems that Blue Eyes decided to become my wife at that moment. Also, Wendlin. Come to think of it, I did a capacity unification with Elise during our stay in the capital, too. Unfortunately her mana didn't rise overly much, but I remember that she stayed in bed for around 2 days with mana intoxication. There were even Ina and Wilma too, but with the two having little mana to begin with, I didn't perform a capacity unification with them since they were already at their limits. People who are treated as magicians with a mana capacity below elementary level won't do something like a capacity unification. Elise didn't talk about that. Wendlin. She likely thought that since you will become married anyway, there's no problem either. By the way, won't you do a capacity unification with Katharina Juchan? Burkhardt. What? With me? Katharina. Thinking that it depends on Katharina, I turn my look at her and for some reason she looks very agitated. Moreover, her face was bright red. My intuition tells me that Katharina Juchan shouldn't be able to win against Earl Sama in regards to mana quantity. Although I believe that it's probably frustrating, it will increase the variety of magic and raise the precision since her mana capacity will rise up to the limit here. Burkhart. Given that Burkhart-san has heard about the situation when Katharina met me for the first time, he believes that she won't be able to actively ask for capacity unification due to the frustration of being inferior in mana capacity. Capitalizing on his experience of having taught many students, he persuaded her gently. You don't want to, Burkhart? No, that's not it. Katharina tried to bashfully face downwards while her face was still bright red. If that's the case, Wendlin, I will go take a bath and change my clothes before that. Katharina. Huh? Wendlin. Once she suddenly blurts out something strange, Katharina returns to the Viscount Hohenheim residence at lightning speed. Only Burkhart-san and me, who can't comprehend the reason at all, are left behind. What's this about? Wendlin. That Juchan, just how low is her immunity towards men? Burkhart. Even though she looks like she is leading men around by their noses with an unyielding spirit going by her appearance, with her just hearing that she will join hands with me for a capacity unification, she says stuff like taking a bath or changing clothes. She probably has absolutely no resistance towards men, or rather, it's probably in vain, if she is conscious of it. Burkhart. Is that how it is? Wendlin. The adventurers she met before being with us, the male workers whom she met at the public works sites, Daoshi, Burkhart-san and me. Since I didn't catch sight of her being particularly shaken, I think that a shyness switch has been likely flipped at the time she became my fiancé. That Juchan, won't her head explode at the time of the bridal night? Burkhart. That probably won't happen. Wendlin. Around 30 minutes later, Katharina returns after entering the bath, putting on light makeup and sprinkling perfume on herself. Even her attire isn't the usual leather dress, but an expensive-looking silk dress, with a faint rose perfume drifting about. Katharina's beauty was emphasized, but Burkhart-san and me had question marks above our heads. Why is it necessary to go that far for just a capacity unification? Well, the capacity unification between a man and a woman is such a thing. However, why is it necessary to dress oneself up? Wendlin. Who knows? Well, I guess it will be fine if you do a normal capacity unification. Burkhart. Katharina had some parts that were off after all, but, thinking that it's cute, I carried out the capacity unification right away. Neville, did you perhaps did something strange to Katharina in the garden? Not at all. I didn't. Wendlin. However, it seems that Katharina asked Ina about which of her several underwear would work well at the time of her changing clothes. Finishing the capacity unification and going back, I ended up being observed with strange eyes by her.